too much. What's there left to say? Throw your stones the river. Like me, it drifts away. I would watch you stare. I would watch you stare. Oh, but there's no one there. We can figure this out. Put your feet down. We are the lucky ones. Swallow your choice, it's done. Terrified of what's left remains unsaid until you break my mind. Until you break my mind. Until you break my thought. Until you break my thought. I'm throwing wishes in the wild in hopes that you will keep them for yourself. And know there was a time when we never let go. Never let go. Ooh, we never let go. We can Run free and dive into the sky. Hear the wind crying out its prayer. Why are we so ashamed to be alive? Break the chains and our freedom's ours to take. Look behind your back. Chase a light when the world is getting darker. I have a dream where love's the only side. So take my hand, join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers. Standing in the shade. Going louder, we are all one color. Standing in the way. you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill.
take the wrong and you make it right. Like a firefly, you are glowing at night. So don't make it hard, don't let me go. I wanna hold you tight when you're cold. I'm waiting for your love, you just keep me hanging on. I deserve to stay Wherever love goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy when we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. we got history, yeah. And when you're alone, do you say my name or you say her name? Yeah. My love, it grows with the memories like a symphony. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep, and you and I, we got history, yeah. Step on the land, I've got your hand, and now we're way down, fade out low. Was it your plan? Can't understand. I love the air you bring, everything. Under the sun, our fire is burning. You tell me to hold on tight. I wish that we could stay here forever. I wanna remember. Oh, the sight of you brings a fight in me, makes me wanna move. Fingers down your spine, looking in my eyes, feel your hands on mine. Tonight we're freer than ever. I wanna remember. Oh, we run every endeavor. I wanna remember.
It's gonna be a question of who's the better C9.
When you commit to a path, I guess you were on your own.
I spent 3-something years on Cloud9. Throughout that time, I have achieved 2 NA LCS titles. I've gone to Worlds 3 different times. We are Cloud9 in a way that we're also not Cloud9.
Let me tell you, I'm ready to fly.
It would be pretty embarrassing if I were to lose to High, because I was kind of got to replace High, and you know, I'm here for a reason.
Now it's time to go home. Let me tell you.
The difference between when I play with High and now is that I don't need to rely on High. We can make our own decisions, probably even better than them.
We had a lot of history under our belts and success. Before you can say that he's doing better than us or that team is better than our duration, they're gonna have to prove that first.
I know High as a person, he wants to prove himself, so I definitely feel like he wants to win against me, but I don't see it happening.
I've never played versus him. I've only ever been on his team. I'm excited to see how it goes, to see if I get clapped, I guess.
High was the guy who told me to body these fools, so that unfortunately means I will also have to body him.
Oh yeah? Alright. We'll see about that, right?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American League Championship Series. You're joining us live here in our studios in Los Angeles, California, and we are ready for 4 awesome matches. The crowd, of course, ready as well, glowing in bright colors, holding up signs for their favorite teams. You got a Weather Woman Jana C9 cosplay, Frog, and the rest of Echo Fox walking into the studios. Phoenix One the same, as they're going to be battling their respective opponents. Here's Darshan looking deadly serious as always. After joining him as well, ready to take to the stage. It's going to be a beautiful one. It's going to be fun. And here we can see some of the best people that the North American LCS has to offer. Stat leads across the board, assists, KDA, impact, killing basically everyone. And speaking of amazing people, here we are at the Analyst desk. Myself, David Freak Turley, with Joshua Jat Leesman on the far side, and the Mark Z in the middle. You guys are amazing. How's it going?
Pretty good.
97 kills is a lot of kills for halfway through week 4. That felt high to me, but those are correct stats.
I mean, jungler's pretty strong right now.
Yeah, who would have thought?
It's good for them. Well, we got some amazing matches to get ourselves into, of course, but before we do get into those matches, let's take a look at where we are in the standings. It's Cloud9 sitting alone at the top 7 and 0 in matches, followed closely by FlyQuest and TSM. Then behind that pack is Phoenix One, Immortals, and Echo Fox. Counterlogic Gaming sits in 7th, Liquid in 8th, and then sadly Team Dignitas and Envy at the very bottom. We're going to see how these positions shape up with our 4 matches today. Up first, it is Counterlogic Gaming going up against Phoenix One in the battle arena, and then High is going to face off with Jensen in an amazing battle of FlyQuest versus Cloud9. Meanwhile, on North American LCS 2, the Battle Theater plays host to Echo Fox versus TSM, followed by Team Dignitas versus Team Envy. During those matches, make sure you tweet to @esports with any questions you have for myself, Jat, or Zyrene at the end of the day for NA LCS tonight. Give us the questions. We're happy to answer them if they're awesome, so make sure they're good tweets. Let's talk about our matches, though, of course. We have some amazing ones coming up. The big one, of course, the match of the week. Everyone's looking for it. FlyQuest versus Cloud9.
And my goodness, no one really expected this to be a battle for first place. We're like, this will be a fun matchup between former C9 and current C9, but no. FlyQuest has been bopping people, and they had a big test coming into this week with strength of schedule, and they've already passed the first part of it by beating Phoenix One.
Right, I mean, of course, Cloud9 is the one on top of the table, though, so they have to beat them here. But honestly, I don't think people are questioning FlyQuest anymore. I think they are confident saying they're probably a top 3 team in the league, and the teams match up in such interesting ways in terms of just play style, the stories between Jensen and High kind of replacing each other and also working together. So overall, it's just going to be an exciting match to watch.
Yeah, well, you mentioned no one really needs to question FlyQuest anymore, but there are teams that should maybe be questioned, which is old guard teams like Counterlogic Gaming and Liquid, who are just absent from the top of the table.
Yeah, you kind of wonder when COG is going to turn it on until the point where you're just wondering if they're bad, because they're not able to win a lot of these games, and we're thinking they're going to be able to beat Echo Fox, but they're making uncharacteristically bad decisions. Their team compositions aren't even making as much sense as they used to, and it's been a pretty downhill season for them so far.
Right, and the weird thing is that they were the only team returning with their entire roster, and given the fact that the top end of the league seemed to be weaker with TSM and Immortals changing up their rosters, you would have thought that this would have been the team to come in and look great from the beginning, but they're actually one of the most inconsistent teams in the league. So that is just kind of weird to see.
Exactly. Unthinkable, really, that the team that returns so many players with another loss could be 2-6. And then the other thing that's surprising is Reignover, the biggest offseason acquisition in the TL hype machine, is already 2-6 because their week's over.
Right, but you look at Reignover in this Friday matches, he looked a lot better on the Graves pick. He was able to carry a lot versus Cloud9. But then as soon as they got off their main picks, they seemed to struggle a lot more in their matchup yesterday. So they're another team that's struggling and doesn't seem like they have too much cohesion in what they want to do.
I agree.
Well, we're going to see if any of these things can be fixed. We will get another look at Counterlogic Gaming as we head into our first matches of the day. So let's send it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Freak, and welcome, League fans, to the Battle Theater. I'm Julian Patriot-Timecart, and I've used all of my arcane knowledge to summon Aiden Zyrene Moon to my side for today's cast.
You're obviously not a very great wizard. You just got me, but I got my shouty Australian man here today, so I'm happy.
Well, I'll do what I can. Today's first match is just about to start with NA Legends TSM facing off against Echo Fox. And TSM are coming into this match hot off a victory over Team Envy. Only their second sweep of the entire season.
Yeah, the other sweep was them getting 2-0'd by Cloud9, though. So TSM, they've shown a tendency to actually lose a game, get beaten early, but they ultimately pull out these series wins with their resilience and their decisive late-game calls. But also their late-game team fighting, I think in this matchup in particular, is their biggest mismatch in strength against Echo Fox. Echo Fox has constantly struggled in those late-game fights, and that's the question. Can TSM win those late-game fights? But also, can TSM get an early-game advantage?
Well, I guess we'll find out, because Echo Fox are going to have to do everything in their power to prevent that. The early game still remains their greatest strength coming into this match, kind of like you were saying.
Exactly. Echo Fox have the highest gold leads at 10, 15, and 20 minutes of any team in the NA LCS. I believe they're also first or second for first blood percentage at 72%. This team is the best early game team in the league, regardless of what their schedule is going to tell you. But question is, can they close these games? Can they close games against TSM, this team that actually ends the games off of late game calls? And I'm looking at Froggen in that mid lane. He's been proactive. He's stepping up as a leader. Is Froggen the tool that they're going to be able to use in this matchup against Bjergsen?
Well, Froggen certainly seems confident. We did hear from him yesterday after their win over CLG, and yeah, he's feeling pretty good.
To me, it just feels like I'm back in Alliance because we had this thing with we always win or lose in the odd weeks, right? So it's pretty much back to that point. So I don't know. I just deal with it.
So that means you're definitely beating TSM tomorrow.
Yes.
All right, definitely beating TSM tomorrow. That's great.
Well, with that, we are going to jump into our starting roster. Starting on the blue side, and of course, that will be Echo Fox with Froggen feeling pretty good going into game 1. In the top lane, it's Lufa, the jungler Arcadian, Danish mid laner Froggen, Keith in bot, support Gate, and coach Tim Kiro.
Yeah, that team is looking great right now. Acadian kill leader in the jungle, but we're going to talk about who's on the red side, and it's going to be TSM today. In the top lane, Hotzer. Jungle's going to be Svenskeren, mid lane, the other Danish mid laner. Alongside Jensen, it's going to be Bjergsen there with bot lane Wild Turtle and support Biofrost and Coach Parth.
Funny you mention it. It's kind of been nice to see the Great Danes really do well. Bjergsen and Jensen have been very close for the last few seasons now. Froggen, a big acquisition, legendary player. I think he's finally finding some of that old form, but also mixing in some newfound aggression, a bit more proactivity, and honestly, probably just a bit more leadership on Echo Fox.
Yeah, I mean, all those guys, Danish, but also consider EU mid laners. I think they've been here long enough. They're NA mid laners now. But yes, stepping up as leaders for most of them, too. Bjergsen's had to take on shot calling roles. Froggen has now had to slowly do that with his veteran experience. And Jensen's been actually picking up more calls himself and being a leader since he's one of the oldest members on that team alongside Sneaky.
Well, we'll see what happens in our Game 1 draft here between Fox and TSM. I've earned actually the first ban there. Svenskeren, arguably been the best performing NA jungler on the champion, kind of since introducing it last week into the league. Camille, of course, banned by TSM. I don't expect too much to change on their side, but we'll see where else Echo Fox go with their target bans. Rye's going to be their second one.
Yep, TSM possibly get rid of Rengar here because you don't want Acadian to have it. LeBlanc is the champion that I believe right now in the North American LCS, we're actually pretty okay with leaving it up if there is something else that we want to ban like a Varus and keep it away. Or if we want to ban like a Kha'Zix and do a trade. Here though, TSM, it depends. They can do a 1-for-2 or they can do a 1-for-1 depending on what they want to ban. Because if they ban something random, then they pick up Varus, you get LeBlanc, Kha'Zix, or whatever junglers you really feel like you want. They're going to go with the LeBlanc, and it'll be Kha'Zix for Varus, most likely.
Yep, so they're going to take kind of the more straightforward trade here. TSM not willing to play with a potential power pick like LeBlanc. Jace was the last man from Echo Fox, so that will also be removed from the pool here. And TSM, I think Varus kind of has to be in these first two picks for me. It's what else TSM want in this section of the draft that's interesting.
Yeah, I would assume you take your jungler here as well. Zyra and Malzahar both up. Also, we're seeing more supports be flexed around. So the Varus, obvious one to pick up. And the jungler, I would think, would be also what you pick up in this rotation. And the reason people do this to match, pick AD carry, top priority, then pick the jungle to match the first pick jungle, is if they pick a mid laner here, you can at least counter pick on this round before bans come out. Because if you don't pick your jungler here, you risk it getting pinched. Let's just say you pick your support, they take a mid laner. Now, do you take a mid laner or a jungler? Because the other one's going to get pinched. But okay.
Yeah, they're going to take top.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, Maoka's a very safe pick.
TSM.
So maybe considered powerful enough to be worth picking here. But you're right. Often teams do want to do all those things and also hide a bit of information. But Echo Fox are doing the straightforward thing. They'll take the Jhin, making sure they match AD carry, and they'll take support here as well. So potential top lane mismatch with that Maokai over on the other side, but Echo Fox valuing Malzahar too highly.
Yeah, so Malzahar instead of the Zyra here, but also I was talking about the trades and stuff. That's if the other team does pick a mid laner, they have the option to do that and pinch you. So what's going to happen here is you'll most likely pick your jungler, match, and then now the mid lane bans will most likely start coming out. But I would assume TSM start banning top laners.
Yeah, again, because there's some mismatch roles here potentially. So TSM, they'll tell us a lot about the next phase of the draft with the bans. In fact, Echo Fox will do the same. So Shen's going to be the first one, like you said, starting to take away some of these premier top champions.
Yeah, it's all about how they approach the draft and their theory behind it. So they pick a top laner, Maokai, they're going to start banning away the counters. The Jace already off the table, the Shen already off the table. I think what else you would want to possibly play into that as well. We've seen like on-hit Kennen and some random stuff. Who knows what Looper's got up his sleeve, like the Singe, the Swain, right? So he's actually a very, very difficult player to prepare for.
And that's EchoFox in general, actually. They've really just been doing their own thing as far as metagame goes. So definitely a team that can be tricky to prepare for. We'll see if they have surprises this time around. Tarek was that ban from EchoFox, so picking on supports. There's the obvious tank ban from TSM taking Nautilus. EchoFox banned Zyra, and now TSM have their next pick in this second phase.
Yep. Pick Misfortune for support against the Malzahar with the 2 bans coming out on support. But you could last pick it if you have something up your sleeve. Corki is relatively safe. I think they're just going back and forth between these two. I think you pick your support here because you see the bottom lane of the enemy team. You wait to pick your mid laner because you can counter pick whatever Froggen takes, and he plays things like Anivia, things that are a little bit esoteric, a little bit you're not used to playing against in everyday scrims.
And there's a number of mid laners left open here. I mean, both these players have pretty deep pockets. Bjergsen always has the standard picks and then a few extras on lockdown as Singed, who we picked up again for Looper, has been going back to this champion, particularly into tank matchups, that Froggen will actually take the opportunity to get Corki. I think that's what TSM are thinking. Corki, he's a pretty safe blind pick. He's a very strong mid laner right now. Maybe thinking they could take it away, but probably comfortable also giving Bjergsen the counter pick.
Yeah, Syndra still on the table.
Yep.
Can still pick up something like an Echo. You could match it with the Cassiopeia. We'll see what they end up going for here. Looking at the composition, Orianna does actually fit it quite well here. And question I'm looking at is the hard CC. It's Maokai and a little bit of Orianna. So keeping that Singed on lockdown will be difficult, but I don't really think that this Graves will have too many great gank opportunities except for that top lane. That's probably the ticket lane for him.
And this is kind of, I guess my question to you is that jungle has been such a hot topic all season long just because of how powerful a lot of these carry-style junglers have been. We know that in the future patch, we're of course still on 7.2, so these changes haven't come in yet, but Rengar's stock has maybe dropped a little. He's getting banned a lot anyway on this patch, so you're not seeing him played that much. Kha'Zix is pretty clearly the best first-pick jungler that's not banned that often. Is Graves kind of that next jungle with the lethality changes? Because the tier list seems to be shifting a bit.
Yeah, it's been so strange because even the lethality changes aside, Graves jungle is quite strong into a lot of these matchups. He farms very quickly. As long as you have CC-oriented lanes and you have these high mechanically gifted junglers, like Lee Sin is also a viable option. Kha'Zix is the counterpick to Lee Sin. Graves at least has tools to escape the matchup and blow up Kha'Zix, who is now not going for Black Cleaver second item. He's going lethality, so if you get an advantage, you can really punish the other jungler.
Yep, kind of cool to see that all evolve, and both these junglers are very good. Arcadian, such an aggressive rookie player in Svenskeren. At this point, really becoming a mainstay of the scene. He's been in the league for a while now. Been with Bjergsen for a number of seasons so far. Their synergies always look good. And EchoFox, we're expecting a pretty insane start from them, as all their games have indicated. You saw the gold leads before. It's not just that they've gotten ahead and stayed ahead. They snowball really hard throughout the stages.
But that's the thing. When I look at EchoFox as a team, you take this team's early game and you slap it on any other team, you're like, that's a great team. That team looks amazing. They have like all the pieces that you would ever want for a team in scrims. You're just like, we crush the first 20 minutes, other guys GG, it's over. Like EchoFox's stats are really ridiculous. I was looking at the league in terms of gold advantages at 10, 15, 20. It's like EchoFox are like 1,600 ahead, and then the next highest is like FlyQuest at like 1,300, and then the next highest is like 100. It's that dominant of a performance from EchoFox in the early game that the third highest team is just thousands of gold behind them in terms of at 20. So it's pretty ridiculous how good they are early.
So what you're telling me is a team that gets a lot of strong early gold leads, that plays well in the mid game very decisively, and can close out games is a really good team? So 2016 TSM summer? Sounds good. I mean, that's honestly what TSM are defending here.
That's true.
They're out onto the Rift for Fox versus TSM game number 1. Sven and Haunts are lining up to maybe have a peek over at Looper, but shouldn't have anything too crazy. Haunts is going to just walk up. Sven's going to shoot the ward once, and again, just getting a bit of early information and wanting to make sure they know where Arcadian's going.
Exactly. Keep tabs on this guy who just has such a high first blood percentage. Arcadian is a monster. Like it's so cool to watch how he's transformed EchoFox, both as a brand and their performance on the Rift. Early game problems don't seem to exist for them anymore. Also, he's becoming kind of a face of this team as a rookie that has mainstays on it like Froggen and a guy like Looper who is literally using his World Championship skin right now.
Yep. I mean, why wouldn't you? I would use the skin if I was the world champion and want it.
Use your own skin in-game.
Now he's going to help out Arcadian here with the blue buff. Kate taking a lot of early damage there from the Make It Rain of Bifrost, but supports trading aggressively. We've seen a lot of this in the bottom lane with such aggressive, high damage supports.
Yeah, and that was a Nice little peek at why Misfortune is paired up against the Malzahar. Her auto attacks actually count as 2 HP out of the 3 for the Voidlings, so it only takes her 2 autos, or an auto from her and your 80 carry to kill the Voidlings, as opposed to having to hit it 3 times.
We can also see Bjergsen took some damage early, so Corki looking good in the early levels, as you kind of expect. And again, the harassment's going to continue. Level 2 almost in. It's a couple creeps apiece.
Yep, Biofrost doesn't have too much in terms of mana right now, but the level 2s come out. Gate still just storing, waiting, not using his mana.
And again, just going to chill out. I mean,
He's taking a lot of poke, though, yeah.
Yeah, we've tracked this a lot, and even the evolution of kind of longsword 3 pots being a newer 80 carry start is just kind of signaling to everyone that poke is such a huge part of the bottom lane metagame right now, and you just don't want to take too much of it. So watching those trades is actually very crucial early on.
It's kind of ridiculous because it came out and people were like, okay, what is this? Is this like Ashe is so good that she's ridiculous, we have to bring potions against her? It's like the supports are actually doing the most damage during the laning phase. And so if you get poked out and you have Doran's 1 potion, you can use that potion, you get that 150 HP, but your Doran's Blade, you need to have access to the wave to actually lifesteal. So they can zone you away from the wave. They can zone you away from creeps. And these potions actually just help you have effective HP. Oh my god, that was a lot.
He's getting snared up, but they actually might go all in, but Turtle wants it! Needs a little more, doesn't quite get it on the Keith.
That Keith walked a little too far forward. Biofrost chunked him for a ton there. And now access to the wave.
That was definitely a wild turtle flash straight forward, looking for the first blood, but does not get it. We saw Arcadian in that top side though, maybe looking to get work done, but wants it pretty safe on the Maokai, and Sven is going to join up there as well. So I'm not expecting a dive, but a little flip there from Looper is at least going to be irritating, if nothing else. And that's kind of Singed in a nutshell. He's really irritating.
Yeah, and in these tank matchups, he pretty much gets to do whatever he wants. Yep, exactly. And Acadian possibly looking for the top side, but it is warded out here.
And for anyone, any Singed enthusiasts at home, when you can do whatever you want, that's a good time. As junglers, good butt heads here. That's going with the wall. It's going to force Arcadian to leap over the wall. Blast cone to safety. Froggen thankfully pushed up in that mid wave, so no rotation from Bjergsen.
You can actually see there Arcadian was just wanting to get away. This is a red buff too. He doesn't have leap for a little bit.
That's true. He does have flash, but not going to have to burn it.
Nope. Had leap in about 2 more seconds there, but you don't chase when you pass the mid lane halfway point, because then the Corki gets to you a little bit sooner. But he did know that Acadian was level 3.
Which is good. Might sense something in the jungle here. He's going to walk down, get a control ward down actually, so pretty aggressive vision taking here from Sven. Checks the wolf cam. Guesses wrong, I guess, on the cam, because Arcadian's actually taking the Gromp, but you can see what Sven's trying to do with the information he's gotten.
Yeah, and he's saying top side is clear, so Acadian will back, probably buy, and then he'll be on the bottom side of the jungle. So in the next few minutes, bottom side watch out. And you'll actually see, I expect TSM, you can see they haven't used their wards yet on the bottom side, because they're saying, all right, we just saw the jungler top side of the map. Give it a few minutes, a minute or 2, and then go ahead and ward. And you can see right now, went up. Turtle used his ward even though he had access to it a while ago. So now's about the timing that they would be like, okay, jungler's on the bottom side.
Yep, Bifrost roaming there as well. So TSM making sure they get the requisite information. Bjergsen a little bit behind here. Sven's going to help him clear the way, but Arcadian wants first blood. Froggen, who's going to go in for it. There's the exhaust down. Arcadian, again! He got it again! First blood! As Arcadian's taking damage, but he's been exhausted. Biofrost's going to shoot him down as Bjergsen gets the trade.
Oh, Biofrost, he's already roaming. He's already there, so helps pick up that kill there and trade it back. But Acadian, another first blood for this guy. Man, he's just flexing on people.
It's been fun to see. It's Turtle going to have to play safe. Use the arrow to clear out the wave as we'll watch this exchange again.
Yeah, Svenskeren just has no fear here. Takes a decent chunk, and then he's already used his Q, so the return damage isn't there. Flashes away, the exhaust comes down from Froggen, but then Acadian goes in. He's like, wait a second, why is there an exhaust here? And it's the misfortune, all right? Nothing from Bjergsen had to be used there except for the ghost. So I wasn't really expecting that, so he didn't take the exhaust into account. That spell just really throws off your calculations of your damage output.
It certainly does. And Bjergsen, who was having a bit of trouble in the early phases of the lane, kind of expected given how strong Corki is. He's fine right now. He's got the refill, he's got the Lost Chapter, and an extra amp home. So he's going to keep the wave there, farm it up. Froggen will return. He's got a Phage as well, so he's doing okay as Biofrost snared up in the bottom. Silence there as well. Ordin's going to keep chasing it down, but the turret should keep him safe. In fact, Biofrost doesn't even need to shoot them.
Yep, the one hit from the turrets take out most pets, except for like things like Daisy. All those little ones that you had to hit a bunch. And Looper going for the proxy already.
And this is a lot of what we've seen from Singed when he does pop up, is lots of Dark Seals, a Corrupting Potion, and stand between turrets for as long as you're allowed to.
Well, this is for information on the jungler, and Svenskeren's actually not giving it away yet. The red buff is coming up quite shortly, and what happened is, oh wow, he pinged that, okay. So Acadian walked over a pink ward. He's going back to clear the control ward out. But what Looper's doing is Looper's proxying, not to, you know, get himself killed or anything like that. Might happen, but he's doing it to find where the enemy jungle is.
Popped his ultimate, he's got Ghost as well. Should be okay here. Now gonna pop the Ghost and try and survive it. He's been locked up. Too much damage, I think. Looper does go down to Haunter.
Yep, and Acadian, I think he's trying to get that red buff or possibly just wait for a gank there. Nope. Is he gonna walk away? But here comes Corki up here too, so Sven has to actually clear this out.
Yeah, I think Fox had the right idea on that play. Maybe pull people together. If Froggen had a push in that lane and Acadian was there, so they could have done something together.
Yeah, and you might be saying like, oh, Looper's just playing really poorly there. But what Looper had done is walked up, he put that control ward. Large chunk on turtle. He put the control ward in that bush that's above mid lane. And so he's like, okay, Graves is not here. Graves is not topside. If he comes in, this is the most likely route because his Raptors are up. But Graves was already there, so Svenskeren hiding in the bush is actually what made that play possible. And here's a play.
Turtle's gonna get sniped. 2 bullets is all it needs. Maybe Bifrost's gonna go down as well. Dodges the last bullet. Silence there from Gate. Snare's gonna get dodged. Bifrost with some very fast feet.
Keith with a kill, though. Got Wild Turtle low enough off of Gate poking down, and then hits level 6 before anybody else in the bottom lane is able to actually pick up a kill.
Don't see that many kills 2v2, but Jin is usually the one dishing them out given how strong his poke and snare is from long range. So good play there from the Echo Fox 2v2, managing to outplay Turtle and Bio.
Yep, looking to hit level 6. Boom, level it up. Boom, boom. That's like double tap with your control R, level up and go. Almost gets Bifrost there, but great sidestepping from him.
He does manage to save his own life there, but Turtle not so lucky. See how he fares. He is returning to lane now. Got a Dirk, a Longsword, and a Tear, so he's looking okay. And Keith, of course, also building up the early lethality. Has 2 pretty strong, aggressive components for himself as well. Loop is added to the collection of rings. Does have a 3rd Tuck Seal now. And Bergson going back for Stalk Shoes, as Froggen has also gone back for some shopping. Has a Sheen, but also Blue Buff and the package. So might be looking to leave mid lane and make a play.
Yeah, might be looking to make a play when he can. He's been more proactive, like we were saying. And roaming around the map. They know that the enemy blue buff is up right now, and they know that Bjergsen isn't there because he just shoved the wave in and had to back. So Gate, not level 6 yet, but still roaming, looking for Svenskeren.
Get some damage down. Man actually going to get himself out of the way. Quick draws away from
flash.
Froggen over there. That's going to be a kill. Gate gets that one, but Bifrost trying to turn it around. Gate hits 6, so Snares up there from the Jin, and a double kill for the Malzahar.
Now they just have to worry about the poke from the bot side and Bjergsen collapsing, but no, this is going to be them possibly orchestrating something on the bottom. I don't think this wave is far enough up. That's way too risky.
Yeah, don't have ulti for Gate yet either, so instead they'll group up and BlastCon over. There we go, 3 over the top.
I feel like they should get the blue buff while they can.
So Acadian's going to try and take it, I think.
Oh no, he's looking for blood.
Out. Actually wants to
He's
kill
going for Bjergsen?
Bjergsen has both summoners up and his ulti. You're going to get Chilling Smoke. Bjergsen just walks away. Acadian going for everything there.
Looper's trying to dive.
Oh no, Bjergsen, everyone's coming to his lane.
Wow, they actually got the TP and the Ghost out there for Looper's Ghost and his ultimate. So that's actually a win there for Fox. Getting the teleport out is huge.
One's actually roaming down as well, just making sure nothing else is happening in that mid lane. Dodges past the Honey Fruit. We'll spot Looper back in the top lane, so going to feel a little safer as we'll watch this exchange again. Gate just played this exceptionally well.
Yeah, and Svenskeren has ultimate, but he's silenced, so it takes him a second, so he's trying to get over the wall because he doesn't have flash. Doesn't have it. Hits level 6 there. Gate, the 6th level up off the kill. Makes that second one possible.
Just great collapse from Echo Fox. I mean, obvious awareness that the blue's up. They probably want to go for it, but Froggen pushes the wave in, makes the proactive play like we've been seeing from him. And Echo Fox have paid off with another good start to this one. Gold lead isn't massive so far.
Gold lead of 10 though.
Still looking good. Oh, that's true. Gold lead of 10 is looking good.
And that's the thing, right? Is that stat gets destroyed as soon as you have a negative, or as soon as you have a bad early game or a deficit, right? Like even if it's 1 time or 2 times, like it really just ruins and pulls that stat down heavily. But Fox, being a 3 and 4 team in terms of match record, still have ridiculous early game stats because they're winning the early games even when they lose the game.
Yep, consistency has been a big thing for their first 20 minutes as Bifrost is cleaning out wards in the back of the Ocean Drake pit. Twins guaranteed startup, but TSM thought a bit better about doing an objective right in front of Echo Fox. And instead he'll return to the bottom lane. You can see Turtle playing back a little more without his support, doesn't want to get himself sniped again. And so Duelin's doing a nice job here from Echo Fox, kind of zoning them off as long as they can, but TSM really are just trading wave pushes right now.
Yeah, TP from behind. This can't be answered by a TP from Haunter because it's down.
Jin ulti started. There's Gate as well. Turtle taking damage. Last bullet not going to be there as the heals used him, and now Looper going to come down.
Flips him in.
That's going to be a kill. Looper actually gets it. Another diving. Acadian. He wants Bifrost. He will get it.
Alley-oop. throws him back for Acadian to dunk it, and this might be first turret here if they continue to push. But that top lane, they have to be a little bit wary because Graves is going to show up there with the Maokai. Got to get this push on, and it looks like they're trying to split objectives here. This is interesting because now I don't think this is actually great from Echo Fox. They're trying to get too much. Just get the first turret and then get the Drake. They might actually lose out on first turret gold.
Have to see, the race is on for the turrets. Drake goes up,
TSM's gonna get it.
TSM are going to collect the bonus gold. Fox will still trade objectives, but do lose out on a bit of that extra money.
I think you just get that bottom turret faster. Then you have 2 people do Drake, you have 2 others back, and then you go ahead and you can match top so they can't fast push it. But that just seemed like they tried to get so much at once. Also, like Kha'Zix is probably fine actually soloing the Drake as well with Evolved Claws.
Well, perhaps a bit greedy, but Echo Fox still get a decent end on that trade. TSM, though, doing the smart thing, making sure they get something given the situation. And Biofrost is maybe not as safe as it looks. Arcadian again is around the side. Oh no, Turtle. Arcadian's like, okay, I'm out.
Yeah, he has a misfortune, but that's a weird tell because that almost looks like the bottom lane is going back down bottom by the way that Acadian was positioned. So now Keith can kind of show up anywhere and has a little bit of an element of surprise, but he's going to go back down bottom. So if he was actually just showing up mid for a W, it's really strange because you're like, why would Acadian be there? So it's interesting because we have God Vision, but seeing what they're actually giving up to each other and trying to play around that is really cool.
Again, another proactive teleport, and this time from Looper is actually really good to see as well.
Ooh, Gate flashing that arrow, and then Looper. So good on Singe, because he just runs around him, doesn't flip immediately to try and get the damage and fling him into his own poison trail, flings him into his team, so he takes that extra second to get all the way around.
Yeah, and that was certain death as Looper still at it. Proxying yet another wave here. Haunts is trying to cut off what he can.
Yeah, when you don't have teleport, you go for that engage.
Froggen again with the package. Bjergsen taking damage. Not enough. He's going to burn the flash, but Looper's maybe around for yet another turret dive. That's the nice thing about being up between those turrets. You can quickly answer. Oh, it's just going to cancel the recall. Hey, jerk.
Looper is playing this quite well. He proxies the top wave, and then his team makes a proactive play. So if the jungler's on top side trying to get Looper, then he can just run around by time. Hold on, open up.
Fire for a snare, ulti up from Jin. Needs to block it. No, Svenskeren doesn't stand there. Hornton are caught out of position. Going to go down as well. Arcadian gets himself another kill. Svenskeren could be targeted. Ultis himself out to safety. And Echo Fox just keep racking up kills.
Oh,
Bjergsen ultis Gate back in. He's under the turret. It's a good play.
Looper's
but Bjergsen actually caught there as well. Looper just going to dive in. Flings Svenskeren. Froggen takes down Bjergsen. There's another kill for Froggen as he takes down Wild Turtle. And a third one as Looper.
That's an ace. That's a 14-minute ace for Echo Fox. They are destroying TSM.
Gonna take this mid outer turret as well. They have so many kills, and now they're gonna reap the benefits of the extra gold as well. All of a sudden, we talked about their early game. Under 15 minutes in, they're almost 4,000 gold ahead.
Man, we've been talking about how Echo Fox look good in the early game, but it's those team fights that they seem to struggle. But Looper, the skirmishes look so clean from him on this Singe. The way he's flanking, the way he's weaving in and out, giving the enemy a false sense of security, playing on the left side, and having access to TSM's members before reinforcement, because he goes on the left, gets Hanser, wraps around here. Now this turret isn't even safe, and TSM try to stick around to defend it here instead of backing all the way up. They go back in for Keith. Now here comes Looper with the Ghost, the root onto Bjergsen, and then I love this, that Looper flips Svenskeren back instead of Bjergsen for the kill. Looper's target selection is great. You can tell he is so good on this Singe.
Yep. And that was something that, I mean, you know, he played in a league where there are a ton of team fights and target selection was very important. So he's brought that over here, and Echo Fox looked like a well-oiled machine once again.
Oh, Gates in the wings, though.
Froggen gonna have to get out, but Gates here for support. Froggen still taking damage. Haunter able to get the kill. Exhaust is not enough to save him, and now Gate actually could take damage here. Looper is going to come in, but Arcadian going to try and turn it around. Biofrost here as well, but that's not enough as Keith gets the kill. Keith, though, locked up, taking damage from the MF ulti. Huge damage as Biofrost will go down to Looper. Keith barely gets out of the way as Haunter has to flash out from the snare, but here comes the Jin ulti. Finds Haunter for one, Bjergsen for two. There's three again onto Oriana, the fourth shot. Just poke after poke.
And he just zoned them all to the bottom right side, so TSM need to go mid, try to push mid turret. Top is going to get pushed in by Echo Fox, and they'll get top jungle control before they back.
Keith bailing back, so he's going to heal up and maybe run down mid. Arcadian going to stick with his team to try and shut down the turret. Turtle and Bjergsen need to make some sort of trade here for TSM, but trading objectives is not a good sign. We talked about TSM looking a little lost sometimes in the early game and falling behind. We know Echo Fox's early game is good, but this looks exceptionally good against such a strong opponent.
Yeah. Echo Fox, I mean, they've been able to do this against pretty much every team that they faced, is get that early game advantage, and that's why I was saying before, the averages will bring that stat down so hard, but it's not down for Echo Fox. And that's just how good they are early game. They are the most dominant early game team in the NA LCS. They just have to close.
And it's starting to look cleaner as well, so the start is good, but yes, like you mentioned, we'll have to track how the rest of the game goes out. TSM are well practiced in playing from behind, particularly this season, given that it's been a bit more of a struggle.
And this is interesting as well, because they're playing from behind with less vision, but here, Fox are trying flanks.
Turtle does juke out of the way, but the rest of the team is there. Acadian leaps over, the exhaust is in, and Lupa's going to keep running forward. Spenskaren firing shots along with Biofrost as Froggen goes in there again. Sven flip back in is going to be a kill as Acadian gets low. Bjergsen takes out Gate on the other side, but TSM can't overextend. Lupa is caught out of position here as Turtle's low on health. Can't re-enter the fight. Snare onto Bjergsen, ulti there. They need to kill Lupa, but he's very tanky. Not enough as there's the snipe from Turtle.
And TSM start turning it around right there. Echo Fox, again, a failed team fight from them. They don't get much out of it. They'll get mid-wave pressure because they've already been allotted that in this game. And they'll start pushing it up, but they only have 3 members, the 4 of TSM, with 1 coming back up. And Drake on the table in 10 seconds. That's where we're seeing this next fight.
This may be a good example of aggression versus calculated aggression. Echo Fox showed a lot of intelligent aggression up until that last little fight, which was a bit too scrappy. While Turtle is going to have to back off. I mean, Echo Fox still have a good advantage here, and that Drake will only add to the lead they've managed to build up. And if they are struggling to maybe close in siege, Mountain Drake certainly helps there.
Yeah, this is interesting because TSM don't have the crucial ultimates yet. They don't have Orianna Shockwave. They don't have Wild Turtle's ulti. They don't even have Svenskarens. But Echo Fox have theirs. They have almost all of their ultimates up, and they're still not on Drake. They should actually be right on it right now. Because Wild Turtle had to back. They saw him low HP. They should actually be doing it. They should be on that Drake.
Well, instead, they're going to actually defend the mid push here. Loop is around the side looking to get pushes happening, and Spenskaren might just start it. TSM know that it's a very valuable objective.
Their cooldowns are back now, too. You had that small window where you should do the Drake as Echo Fox, and now you're going to lose this Mountain Drake.
Bifrost spotted. Gate's going to maybe cut him off here. Ulti out from Jin's going to open up.
Looper in the back.
Low. Looper actually with a good little flank, just going to run them down. Bjergsen flip back into the team. Ulti by Gate, and that's going to be a kill. Bifrost lets loose with the ulti, but Looper still alive as Sven falls as well. Acadian now hunting, finds Bifrost. It's going to be a double kill. There's going to be the triple kill. Acadian just going off. Haunter now trapped in. The Drake goes over. So I'm not sure who just yet. Looks like Jin got it, so Echo Fox get it, and Haunter, and yet another ace.
A quadra kill for the rookie. Acadian's ridiculous.
Looking good here as Echo Fox get their second ace in under 20 minutes. The early game stats look good before this game. They're going to look so good.
Man, this is just blowing my mind. This guy came into the NA LCS. We saw him in Challenger, and he looked a little bit timid, wanted to play Rengar all the time, etc. But Acadian is just popping off. He is actually taking control of these games, and it is so refreshing to see. And on Echo Fox, I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better rookie to pick up right now because he is making a name for himself. Watch this flank from the backside. Bjergsen gets flipped in, so now everybody starts collapsing, going, save Bjergsen. But then Svenskaren is now in trouble. Looper is doing so much to disrupt and then get out at the right time, wait for the regen, and Acadian goes in, playing leapfrog right now with Froggen. And then he gets the quadra kill on the end of it there, too. And if you picked up Acadian in Fantasy, whew, that's paying off.
It's going to be a good week. Certainly, if you do manage to get him on your team. 7-1-5 on the Kazakhs right now. And you can see, win rate's not been too hot, but the leads have certainly been there for Echo Fox.
They're definitely there.
I have to say, I mean, like you said, they had an opportunity to maybe make that fight a little safer, but they just brute forced it and won handily.
And they got the Drake, too. During the middle of the fight, they were able to pick it up. Yep. Able to pick it up. Now it comes down to...
Oh, Voidling and Lupa is not what you want. Bjergsen with a bit of a whiff there on the ultimate. Got like 0.75 champions. Lupa's so tanky.
He really is. He's deceptively tanky, too, for the items he has, and he has so much movement speed. He's a huge disruptor. And it's interesting because we talked about frontliners, and when you look at a team that has double marksman and an assassin,
Gate's
like,
the bait. Gate's going to take damage here. That's going to be a kill. Whoop. Looked a little too juicy. Echo Fox already. Sven might get blown up. He ultis out Acadian. No, he doesn't die. That goes godlike. As Jin's going to let loose again. Bjergsen flip back in. Forced to flash instantly, but Lupa takes it down with a poison after the crit from the Jin bullet. Oh, Lethality's a good stat.
It definitely is right now, Pastry, and they're going to go top lane. They're going to start hitting this turret. Lethality also works on turrets.
Shout out to Keith, man. 3-0-8. We've had a lot of criticism leveled at him. As Looper just diving in again. He really doesn't care. Going to proxy farm, going to proxy turrets, and maybe should have been a little more careful there. Yeah, look. Can't win them all. Arcadian, though, is going to play clean up. There's one. Honson going to get locked down as well. Jin, there's the snare.
He's going to leap again.
Froggen looking
There he goes.
Yep, he leaps in. Legendary. There's another kill. 9 kills now. Actually, Keith got the last one on Thematic. He's going to share the life here for Echo Fox, but they took some turrets. They have 23 kills in 22 minutes. They're actually operating at a pace that at least Loop is probably used to from the LPL. Oh, man, this is breakneck.
Oh, Arcadian, we're talking about kills. Guy is leading the league in kills. He was at 97 before this game, 106 already for himself. And we're talking about kills on top of it. Wild Turtle, 998 right now, regular season. 2 away from 1,000. He picks up 1 right there. So look for 2 more himself. Arcadian with the jump in. Gets the kill, gets out, and then Looper, I was talking about.
Poor Bjergsen.
Yeah, oh my god. Bjergsen just, whew, it was Deathfire Touch on top of the fact that he was just going to be poisoned. And Looper's doing so much damage, and part of that is he was able to get 9 stacks previously on his seal. It's like, this is just ending up being such a value item for him.
Yeah, I mean, Singe is going to build it anyway. You could see kind of the early consumable plus Dark Seal.
He's held onto it for so long because it actually has 8 stacks. Usually you would sell it by this point and start buying the HP for your Wardens fail into a Randuin's. But he's like, nope, this is such a good item for me. And it's working out.
You know, Froggen talked about being a big team player. He has 14 assists. Been very proactive around the map. He's not getting all the kills. He's kind of leaving the glory to both Arcadian and Keith here in this particular game. And TSM, they are insanely far behind.
Oh yeah, Svenskeren really got destroyed in the jungle right now. Like, it's pretty crazy. Him, Biofrost, it's been a big struggle right now.
All right, well, we did say Echo Fox's closing ability is something we want to watch. TSM still being proactive, trying to look for plays here. Svenskeren tops the edge of night, looks to get it onto Arcadian. Trying to force some damage down, but TSM are really blind, and Haunts is going to get caught. He's not that tanky, I don't think. He's going to get locked up by Gates. Ulti snaring from Jin. Firefrost lets loose. Is twisted about to keep him alive. Froggen actually goes down to the MF ulti. Redemption not in time. Keith trying to snipe, but it's blocked by the rest of TSM. Now Looper taking damage. The rest of TSM going to try and take him down. Good ult from Bjergsen gets him back in, but he's pretty tanky. Does go down to Wild Turtle. TSM collect 2 kills.
And that was Echo Fox playing to the left side, warding Baron, and it looked like they were trying to bait it, trying to set it up. And then Looper goes in. Looper goes in a little bit too early, I would say, as well. And then Wild Turtle's ultimate combined with Biofrost prevented Froggen from leaving. And so Froggen ends up getting gunned down. Knows there's a ward there. Yeah, Looper goes in. Doesn't get the root, but it doesn't matter. Then they all follow up. And right there, Froggen with the Wild Turtle ultimate and Biofrost ulti ends up getting taken out. And then Looper, the heal reduction as well comes through. They have a Executioner's Calling, so the ultimate regen from Looper is not doing as much as it was before.
No, like you said, Wild Turtle now 1 kill away from hitting a career milestone. 1,000 regular season kills. First person to ever achieve that was, of course, Double Lift. Got it in the very last moment of their last regular season game in summer last year.
Which means that if Wild Turtle gets 2 kills, he's actually the all-time leader for regular season kills in the NA LCS. He would pass Double Lift.
Well, it'd feel good to hit that sort of stat. 1 more kill is going to tie that, and of course, any more will equal it. Might feel better to win this game.
Yeah.
Given what's happening, it's kind of like, hey, good work, Turtle. Get 1,000 kills.
Winning does feel
Sorry
good.
you lost game number 1.
I mean, TSM have actually been losing a lot of their sets. They've all been 2-1s except for the one against Envy and Cloud9. Those are the only 2-0s, one of them being a loss for themselves. Looper split pushing.
Good pressure here from the Singe, does have the TP. So Echo Fox, I think, realizing that, okay, our Singe is still very strong. Let's split up a little bit more and play the map. Yeah. Again, kind of question some of the mid to late game closing ability. They had a strong lead here, but faltering a bit in the big 5v5 moments.
Yeah, Looper, though, doesn't really have any TP wards. You can see all of the control wards from TSM are in positions where Fox would want to go do Baron, put down a ward in one of those brushes, and then have Looper TP flank, but TSM are actually covering all those options.
They know that Baron is pretty important. I mean, there's Notion Drake up and ready, but at this point, TSM probably thinking it's not worth losing the game over, so might just give it up. In fact, they're even getting a push down mid, although Looper has taken a...
He's proxying.
Scenic route. Arcadian's going to take the Drake for himself. Yeah, Looper is actually continuing to proxy, even with 5 champions in his way.
But that's sick, because what he just did is he proxied that wave, and what normally happens in this push and pull is you have your jungler doing Drake, and so they 5-man push mid. You can only 4-man answer, and you have to clear out the mid wave as well. And so you have to wait for it to walk all the way down mid, but Looper just catches it, kills it, and that actually frees up Echo Fox. So the Singe is actually taking away pressure that TSM are trying to exert.
And bluff not bought there by Echo Fox. Actually just scry's off the Baron, so know that they're not there. Have to have a pretty good idea that they're hiding in a bush somewhere.
They're all up there.
This is the right play from Echo Fox, recognizing that TSM are trying something.
TSM are trying to flank as a 5-man unit. This is reverse base right now. This is the awkward situation.
Gonna proxy the whole team. Haunter goes in. Onto Keith, gonna try and find it in. Bjergsen flashes in, finds the ulti and gets Keith low, but damage is just massive. Legendary now for Arcadia as he slays Svenskeren, and Keith will get shut down by Haunter, but Bjergsen's already dead. Turtle gone down as well. Frogger gets another shutdown, and Echo Fox are just gonna keep walking forward.
Yeah, and they're gonna have minions actually pushing down in 2 waves. They're at least gonna get another inhibitor. They'll possibly get some of these turrets on top of it because they have a wave and they have the damage.
Might just try and end the game here as well. They're at least going to do significant damage. They're going to look for one Nexus tower. Bifrost getting chunked. Froggen is just unleashing with the damage.
And Echo Fox, depending on the defense.
Canadian! He's a nutbag. Absolutely crazy. Just goes straight in for it. Looks to reset it up, and this could be it. Echo Fox is going to tear the Nexus turrets down. Haunter is just not much interference right now.
5 on Bjergsen.
The death timers are low. Are they low enough? Gate goes down. Svenskeren in time to maybe save the day. Nexus turrets down, but the Nexus stays alive.
And Echo Fox have to start looking at those calls. Maybe they actually should have backed off a little bit earlier, or they should have had more focus fire on a certain target and figure out exactly what they want to do, and that's been their weaknesses. Those desperate calls. We even saw it when they were doing Drake, is that they didn't actually allocate resources to get first turret at the beginning of the game. Bjergsen here puts the ball on Keith, gets exhausted, keeps chasing Keith down instead of turning on to Froggen because they wants to get that kill, and then Froggen gets the crits onto Wild Turtle, picks him up afterwards, and that's just a strange play from TSM because they have priority on Baron, but their base is getting destroyed. They don't have enough time to recall, so they have to flank.
I mean, they can't see the goalie, but I think they just know that, you know what, we tried something, it didn't work, and we have to make a play.
Yeah, you got to
here.
do something.
So it looks silly, especially when it fails, but TSM trying to make a play to keep themselves in a game that they know they are very far behind in, and we know that they are 10,000 goal behind.
Yeah, they have to infer all of that. They do have 2 turrets, but their base is in shambles right now. Their bottom wave is going to have super minions in it, and now Echo Fox. The strange thing is, like, Echo Fox don't have crazy CS leads. They actually only have a CS lead in 1 lane, and that's that mid lane. But it's been the skirmishing. It's been those early plays that they started to snowball off. And Bjergsen
dead. Keith's going to get him actually with Deathfire Touch. I think Bifrost's going to go down as well. Last ball's not going to matter as Froggen is now on a killing spree, and TSM going to get caught out again in their own jungle gate. Ready with an ulti. Get a flash for it. Svenskeren snared up again by the Jhin. Arcadian wants a few more kills. Gets another turtle. Going to be another as well. There's a double for the Kazakhs with 13 kills.
Oh, he's trying to stop him.
He's just waiting for Haunter. Lupa's going to come in, flip him over. And Haunter, I don't think he can defend the wide open Nexus. Echo Fox will get their 3rd ace of the game and claim game number 1 versus TSM. Absolutely insane finish. 32 kills from Echo Fox, and in just over 30 minutes, they'll clean up TSM in the first game.
Echo Fox don't miss a beat once they start getting those kills. What are they doing?
Diving into the fountain for one last kill, trying to pad Arcadian's fantasy points, I think.
13, 1, and 8 for Arcadian. Right now, the record for kills in a single game in 2017 so far is 14. He's 1 away. He was 1 away from matching.
That must have been it. They're going for the record. Not going to get it, but they'll take the game 1 victory. We expected them to come out swinging in the early game, and we said, hey, what happens when the game goes later? How's their closing game? Turns out when you never get to the late game, don't have to answer that question. That was a slaughter.
Yeah, bad early game team. Don't need to get the late game to actually throw. It's great.
Exactly.
They have no idea what to do in late game. Doesn't have to get there.
And seriously, they transitioned from that early game exceptionally well into the mid game. Sure, they made some mistakes in fights, got themselves picked off where they probably didn't need to be, but didn't play it particularly safely. But I don't think overextended themselves too far. Played just aggressive enough for like medium risk, high reward, and got paid off almost every time.
Yeah, and that was super cool to see, especially like Looper for me in this game. This was a standout game for him, looking at how he was actually handling map pressure, not on just his own, but also relative to his team, because we've been criticizing their teamwork. They've been throwing at team fights. It's been that as their Achilles heel. That didn't show its head this game. It was just completely dominance, map control, and they were able to take those skirmishes.
TSM were fighting back here and there, but I mean, kind of an interesting thing to look at is Turtle. It's actually not going to tie the record that game. I don't know if he's like happy to be shut out from 1 kill.
1 kill.
Might look a little bit better after that one, but for a deep dive into that game, we are going to check in back with the analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And we are here to talk about a pretty interesting game. Echo Fox unexpectedly taking the win over TSM. What do you guys kind of have your first thoughts about on?
I mean, I think the first thing to touch on is the draft. It was going fine for TSM until the second ban phase for me, when we saw them start banning out pretty common tanks that would be good against a team like C9 or someone who plays more standard. But against Echo Fox, who likes playing the Singe, the Swain, the weirder stuff, I don't like the Shen and Nautilus bans.
Yeah, I mean, because they were able to play the Shen, it doesn't feel like it was effective. But I don't necessarily have a problem with that because he can play it as a pocket, and it changes their style. It forces them into being more proactive, trying to win early. The problem for TSM is that Echo Fox did all those things. They were actually incredibly strong early once again and made a ton of really proactive, positive plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Statistically, this was the worst deficit TSM's had this year at 25 minutes as a Pacific Slice, but it was Echo Fox, like, early lead, as you expect. Acadian was something like, this is his 12th First Blood kill across 19 games. Like, he has as many First Bloods as all of FlyQuest, who is the #2 team in First Bloods. Like, Acadian kills freaking everybody.
Participated in 13 of them. 12 of the 13 were kills. But it's kind of crazy to say again, Zyron said this in the pregame, this is the best early game team in the league.
Yeah.
They're consistently able to do this, and if they can get better at closing out the games, which they had some improvements here, although a little bit of shakiness down the stretch, it could be pretty promising for them.
Absolutely. So Looper getting a ton of credit, of course. He gets player of the game. The Singe pick obviously looked great for him and just snowballed it well. And we have somewhat of a highlight reel of Looper playing so well. He had some good early plays, some early flanks. He'd like force a TP out and then come back in. So here's, after he forces TP advantage, dives the bot lane.
Right, so initially he had just roamed down mid with the pressure that Singe naturally creates, forces the TP out of Haunter, so then they can make this play later, which is free. They're able to come in, Looper gets behind, flips one guy into the rest of his team, and then sets up Acadian to start going off and picking up a ton of kills. Obviously, Acadian was super fed, but a lot of it was off the back of Looper doing a ton of work. Here, he cuts off Maokai, who was coming in to flank the sieging Echo Fox. They basically cut off this attempt to stop the siege before it can really get off the ground. And once again, he coming from the backside.
Yeah, and he can just keep going here. Like, you underestimate a lot of times a stacked Dark Seal Singed in the mid game. Does a bunch of damage. We were kind of wondering how he picked up this Svenskeren kill because Svenskeren didn't think he was in danger of dying, but guess what? Poison, Corrupting Potion, Deathfire Touch, just dead.
Yeah, and this is just kind of what he's been able to do is, you know, get 70 free ability power in the early game and kind of snowball things off. And you can see that gold graph. Like, that is a sharp, you know, gain right there. And I mean, 12,000 damage out of your top lane. Heck, he outdamaged Keith, which maybe you could blame Keith for, but still, it's a lot of damage out of 6.
I mean, you got a 10 sealed or 10 stack Dark Seal. It's pretty easy to do a lot of damage. So obviously a great game out of Looper. There was still like a couple questionable macro decisions in terms of later in the game they had that one bait attempt where they had Looper in the top lane instead of splitting him, which is what Singe is best at. So there were a couple small things like that, but they figured it out. They put him bot lane after that, and immediately afterwards got a good fight.
Yeah, I agree, and I think something that was kind of unnoticed in that game is I just saw on the damage graph, lowest damage on TSM was Bjergsen's mid lane Orianna, so he definitely didn't have a good game. Froggen, top of the damage chart, is going to happen on Corki, but Froggen was consistently first to the roam as the Corki. Orianna is a good laner, right? So Bjergsen needs to be more involved in that if TSM wants to come back and win the next game.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And of course, you saw the squishes getting picked off a lot from TSM as well. So you've got to reset, get yourselves in a game 2, right? Echo Fox, we already know their First Blood Kings. TSM, they've got to turn things around. What are you changing for them?
I mean, it's tough because I didn't see anything in the early game that says, like, oh, just change this one thing. It was like there were a couple initial trade kills and, like, Acadian going a little aggressive in the mid lane. And then after that, it was a great invade by Gate to set up a couple kills. And then from there, they honestly just played really, really well on the side of Echo Fox. So I think TSM can't let Echo Fox get the first couple kills. They need to find a way to just heavily vision control Acadian, because if you can stop him from getting First Blood, I think that's a huge step in the right direction.
Yeah, TSM lost that game from the jungle and mid lane. Acadian and Froggen were able to outpressure, and it has been a little bit of a bigger problem for TSM as their early game has been a little bit lackadaisical. Even against Envy, they were down a lot of gold yesterday as well.
Especially game 2, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every time you listen to Reggie in the huddle, he's like, be more aggressive early game, but it's kind of the same story. They need to do better in the early game.
Yeah, all right, we'll see if TSM can fix the early game or if Echo Fox can ride another game out to a 2-0, which would be a huge surprise. It'd be TSM's second match loss, the only one otherwise being to Cloud9.
Absolutely.
So props to Echo Fox if they can do it. But now we're going to step away for a quick break. However, when we come back, it's going to be game 2 between TSM and Echo Fox. So stay with us. You're watching the North American LCS.
We did win quite a few games in a row now, so we can take a loss.
Yeah, we can afford a loss here and there.
Bjergsen a little bit behind here. Spencer's going to help him clear the way, but Arcadian wants first blood. Froggen, who's going to go in for it. There's the exhaust down. Arcadian again! He got it again! First blood! Ulti started. There's Gate as well. Total taking damage. Last bullet not going to be there as the heals used him, and now Looper going to come down. Flips him in! That's going to be a kill. Looper actually gets it. Another diving. Arcadian, he wants Fire Frost. He will get it.
Alley-oop!
Oh, Bjergsen ults his Gate back in. He's under the turret. It's a good play, but
Looper's on
Bjergsen
him.
actually caught there as well. Looper just going to dive in. Blinks Fed Scared. Froggen takes down Bjergsen. There's another kill for Froggen as he takes down Wild Turtle. And a third one is Looper.
That's an ace!
Only 3 people. Only 3 people. Hey, kill him, man. Kill him. I'll help you. Run. Back away from River.
Fires by
Resets.
A double kill. There's going to be the triple kill. Arcadian just going off. Haunter now trapped in. The Drake goes over. So I'm not sure who just yet. Looks like Jin got it. So EchoFox get in and Haunter. And yet another ace.
A quadra kill for the rookie. Arcadian's ridiculous.
Wherever love goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. My love, it grows with the memories like a symphony. And you and I, we got history, yeah. And when you're alone, do you say my name? Or you say her name? Yeah. My love, it grows with the memories like a symphony. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep, and you and I, we got history, yeah.
EchoFox has been surprising me a lot too. Their jungler Arcadian has been playing extremely well recently. And they've been playing really niche picks like Swain top, Anivia mid. And because I guess they don't scrim with any of the other teams, they just make their own meta. And I think it's going to be an interesting series playing against them because I don't know what they're going to prioritize in the pick ban phase or how they're going to play in game.
Well, Totoro's right. It is looking a little tough. Welcome back to the North American LCS as the teams are readying up on stage for round 2 between TSM and EchoFox. And like we heard, the weird picks have been there, but didn't really need them this time unless you want to include the Singe, because that was just clean early game snowballing.
Oh, yeah. EchoFox looked ridiculous that game. They were super good at snowballing. It took a little while to actually get off the ground, but once they did, they actually looked really, really clean. I think there's only a few things you could actually point at and be like, that was a big mistake, but nothing really to cost them even close to the game because they just had such a dominant performance.
And it was good to see them kind of moving around together, transitioning much better out of their strong early game into some of those advantages. But you look on the other side there for TSM, we know they're good at getting themselves back into games where they are behind, and they haven't had the strongest early games this split, but usually it's on the back of Bjergsen, who had an atypically poor performance.
Yeah, that was actually Bjergsen's lowest damage game for this split so far. So he was pretty invisible. His shockwaves were never really large, and he was just kind of destroyed by Froggen and the crew. Like, everybody showed up, made it his first blood on him, and then he wasn't able to really get back into the game. Froggen said, you know, he beat TSM. Maybe that's happening.
Maybe the even weeks will hold true here for EchoFox. Well, we'll find out as we are going to move ourselves shortly into game number 2. But I think Bjergsen having such low damage numbers, very few shockwaves you can remember from the game, isn't just Bjergsen's fault. It's actually just a product of how well EchoFox were playing.
Yeah, I think EchoFox were doing a really good job of paying attention to where Bjergsen was, focusing him in a lot of the team fights. You saw Gate would flash in, Looper would fling Bjergsen in, because that's the thing is when I was talking about frontline versus a diver, like Singed is kind of a frontline diver. It's really different. He's a disruptor for the backline. So he runs straight at these champions like Orianna, and it's the other people on the team's job to peel for him because the Orianna wants to shockwave, not a Singed. Like, that doesn't work to actually win you a team fight. You want to hit those 4 other squishies. But Looper is just causing so much mayhem in the backline that strategy really doesn't work without him playing that well on Singe.
And he had a fantastic Singe game, you know, landing just fine, proxying the waves, kind of doing what Singe is known for, and of course Looper is a highly proficient Singe player. I think what we should give him extra credit for, despite how good a game Arcadian also had, as you can see on your screen, I think reaping a lot of the benefits that Looper was creating is that Looper's coordination with his team looked almost the best we've seen it all split, because that was our biggest criticism of Looper, just wasn't on the same page as the team, and it seems like week after week they're building on that communication.
Yeah, you look at that, the way that he was playing the Singed and in the backline, that doesn't work if the team is like, all right, we're half HP, we're bailing. It's like the Singe just slowly dies a painful death. But everybody was collapsing, and as soon as they would as TSM would focus down, oh god, Lord Froggen's talking, I can't interrupt him. Still, as soon as they would, TSM would focus down the Singed, EchoFox would start advancing again. They would start moving forward. So the coordination, the communication, like you're talking about, seems to be clicking into place for EchoFox.
And I think the thing to watch for them, as you can see, the rest of TSM are returning to their seats. Once they're going to sit back down, we'll need to refocus. Didn't have a particularly tough plan, but yeah, TSM, a team that is known for this, been in the situation a lot of times already. They've lost a lot of game ones in this year already. So again, not unfamiliar situation. For EchoFox, when you're ahead, it's usually much easier to look good. You know, shot calling's easier from ahead. You can make riskier plays as a team. You can afford to beat Looper, who's got this huge lead as this big tanky Singe, and run in and look a little reckless with the way you're playing. If they fall behind, and that hasn't happened very often, to be fair, for EchoFox, it'll be interesting to see if that changes. Is Looper significantly more disconnected when the team's not as ahead? And I think that'll be something to track in this game if it happens, and certainly throughout the season.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, because they've had those dominant leads. What does this team look like when they're behind? Do they just roll over, or are they a team that keeps throwing themselves at you to try and get an advantage back? Are they a proactive team when behind? Do they feel desperate? I feel like depending on the pick that they're on for Froggen, that would really dictate it. If he's on a Nivea or Gangplank, we've seen historically it stall the game out until Froggen hits a power spike. And that'd be interesting if that is still the case on a team that has Acadian and Looper on it.
And I think the other thing is we've given the top side of the map a lot of credit in general for EchoFox. Acadian's looked great. Froggen's looked good, particularly behind him. And Looper's starting to clean his play up. Certainly looked at that in this game. Bottom lane actually played really well for EchoFox this game.
Like, Gate has actually been a silent performer for this team.
Agree.
And you know, a lot of people will be like, oh, Keith, you know, he's not doing too well. But Gate, I think, has been a big part of this bottom lane. I think Keith is actually stepping up as well. We saw that they actually got a 2-on-2 kill in the bottom lane off of Gate harassing, Keith following up with a level 6 power spike, immediately using the ultimate after ranking it up. He got chunked out of lane early, mistake there that could have cost them, but they're able to get themselves back in.
And Keith, on point roaming with his team. W's were very accurate, using his ultimates intelligently and correctly. Just really cleaned up a lot of the play. And sure, again, when you're ahead on a champion like Jin, it is pretty easy to look good. But Keith, a much better game than we've seen, and that's great news in general for Echo Fox. But throw it all out the window, we'll reset it. TSM versus Echo Fox. The only thing we're not taking away is the match score there for Echo Fox. 1-0 up in the series. Kazakhstan from TSM on the blue side. Ivan from Echo Fox on the red side, and already we have a divergence.
Yeah, we've seen some teams actually just go away from banning the red side OPs. I think you still probably take away LeBlanc, and now Rengar and Camille still on the table. And TSM, if they ban one, then Echo Fox will ban the other. But then Ryze is still left up, Varus is still left up. And you see what happens. And TSM now actually really have to think about this ban.
Actually took Tom Kensho as their second one. That's
Yeah.
the support gate has shown up on quite a number of games. So I kind of like that. A pretty
weird.
specific ban, but I think certainly a strong ban versus Echo Fox.
Yeah, especially like if you wanted to play like a Malzahar or something. And so they're going to ban the Rengar, which will probably prompt Echo Fox to ban the Camille. They've already seen Hanser play it against Darshan. We know that he plays the champion. You can't leave it up.
No, and they ban it away. So kind of interesting to see TSM forced to ban away Rengar here, but Echo Fox going to get quote-unquote free ban out of the deal. And they're going to take Ivern away.
Exactly, they get to take the Ivern away. That leaves Ryze up, which we've seen Bjergsen actually make some great highlight plays on it. That leaves Varus on the table. Jungle is slightly pinched, though, with 3 junglers taken away, so I expect them to also go in the first round here, but I think the priority picks still hold true.
Yep, Varus is, I think, the most first pickable champion often left open, so TSM will continue to prioritize that. Total did have a decent-looking game, and the laning phase was looking good, but again, TSM fell behind as a team that game, so individually it's hard to blame anyone too hard. Echo Fox, though, where are they going with their first few picks here? You mentioned jungle, kind of an obvious candidate for an early pick here. See what happens for the first one.
Yeah, Malzahar and Graves, I would assume, would be the 2 picks here as pickups, unless they want to take Jhin early on and then wait to see if the Ryze comes out. So this, I would assume, is a Graves, a Ryze, or a Jhin.
Well, I think Graves and Ryze make a little more sense, although Jhin is good. Probably can get it for their 3rd pick here in this phase. But I think maybe the deliberation right now is do take Ryze. You know, is Froggen comfortable playing against? So they actually take Jhin. So I'm wrong. Well done, Zyrene.
Yeah, it's because, you know, if you what happens with the jungle pool, or what happens with the AD carry pool, if you let it fall through, they could take Ryze, and then you're like, okay, we have to take, if you take your jungler here as Echo Fox, if they take Ryze, you either take Cassiopeia or you take an AD carry, and then they ban either 2 AD carries or they ban away the counters to Ryze. So you have to pick one thing here.
Makes sense. There's Zyra and Shen actually from TSM, so mirroring the bottom lane and taking a top laner. We'll see if Echo Fox feel compelled to take a top laner themselves, or if they want to take, maybe in their mind, a higher priority pick, like something like the Ryze or even the jungle, taking Graves for themselves.
Yeah, jungle or
Corki.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, is that the Corki coming out here, and then they pinch mid lane, I would think, because you pick your jungler, or you think TSM's gonna pinch jungle. So I think TSM would pinch top lane though. Jace, I think, would probably get banned away, maybe Maokai, but I think you want to play into Maokai as Shen.
And there's the Ryze ban, of course, for Echo Fox, so that all makes sense. Maokai banned away is a very good team fighting tank, so even though the lane matchup's pretty neutral, wanted to take that off of the Looper's hands.
Oh man, this is where you scratch your head and you go like, okay, is Singed really good into Shen? Okay, is Swain really good into Shen? It's like, Looper pool. Did we play against this in scrims? No.
Ban Singed, get out of the way maybe. Echo Fox actually banned Zed, which is kind of cool to see. Bjergsen, of course, pretty good on that champion, as it turns out. Recent highlights still showing that despite some changes, Bjergsen and his Zed is very deadly. But what's TSM's final banner is going to be Singed, which I think is a very necessary respect ban.
Oh yeah, Looper was able to dominate the top lane and get roaming, and that's the thing, is his scoreline won't look that great, but if you just watch the map and what he's doing, and not just always what he's doing, it's when he's doing it relative to what his team is doing, it's just really good.
Well, there's Graves for Echo Fox, so going to take that jungler away. Kind of interesting to see Jace come out there, so TSM going to take one of the other marksman mid laners that's been seeing some play. Now, Svenskan is having his pool pretty narrowed here. We'll see what jungle he wants to fall to. But I think a lot of top-tier junglers have been taken away in this draft, so Graves and Lee Sin a little lower on those lists, and they'll be the junglers for this game.
Yep. Lee Sin coming through, thinking about how good it'll be here. He'll have to get some kickbacks. Those are a lot of really squishy members. I like the Poppy as the last pick there. Stops the Shadow Dash, can stop the Jace from getting in, can also stop the Lee Sin from getting a kickback, which looks like the win condition for TSM is to actually get a kickback or just poke them down. I think that's actually, I'll take that back. TSM, they have engage options, but I think like they just want to poke. They just want to throw a whole bunch of damage at people under turrets.
Yep, they've got a good split pushing top laner as well for that. So TSM may be looking to play a little bit more conservative, a bit more of that macro style they've shown off. And again, the aggression's been waning for them. We'll see if EchoFox can be just as turbo on their game in this particular one, or if TSM have kind of found the formula to slowing EchoFox down, because that does seem to be the #1 thing versus EchoFox. Doesn't really matter what champions they get, and they do pick very uniquely for themselves as a team, although this draft's looking a little more standard. Just find a way to stop them. I think the Analyst has said it best, like, just don't give Arcadian first blood. Find a way to halt some of that momentum and play a slower game.
Yeah, that's actually true. What happens if you just, trip them a little bit? Go for the feet, sweep them out from under them, and see what happens to EchoFox afterwards if they can regain their balance. Haven't been tested just yet.
Well, have not, but you can see the comps there on your screen. TSM going into the series down a game again, not an uncommon occurrence this particular season. But we'll have to find out. Very curious to see how Bjergsen can do on kind of a mid lane that's rising in popularity. We've seen Corki been popular thanks to High mostly, at least in NA, throughout the season so far. Jace could have considered a strong top lane pick with those lethality changes, but maybe finding a more suitable home in mid lane.
Yep. And then it's an all physical damage team, though, so you have to watch out for Looper. But also what happens with Biofrost, and if he can get off the ground, because then he's there, mixed damage.
Well, we'll have to find out here. Game 2 between TSM and EchoFox is now officially underway. EchoFox looking for a sweep versus TSM, which would be mightily impressive.
Even weeks.
If you told me that last year EchoFox would sweep TSM in 2017, I would have called you crazy. And that's a possibility here after what we've seen in Game 1, and a very real one at that.
Oh, yeah, because it was the #10 team versus the #1 team. EchoFox ended up in last place, and then TSM first. So I would call you crazy with inverse records.
And look, EchoFox doing much better this season already, and I think a lot of games like the last one is proof of that. But it's not like they're completely taking over the standings either. They're doing very well, but they're climbing right now. So beating TSM not only is good for like morale for the team, but also for their standings as they're trying to really climb up to the top.
If games ended at 20 minutes and the other team, whoever had the goal
EchoFox will be undefeated.
deficit, had to surrender, EchoFox would be the best team in the league. So those last few parts, but that's honestly what you would want to work with as a coach. You would just be like, this team just can't seem to end the game. Well, they're getting those leads, which is honestly one of the hardest parts of League of Legends, is getting those leads, and people will usually find the easiest thing is closing out once you have it.
We'll see what happens here in this one. Biofrost and Wild Turtle playing back. Don't want to face check Malzahar and his Void Links. Fenskaren going to bop himself over the wall. See if his Lee Sin, which has shown up on in many a game, can get work done here. He's going to get some help from Haunter. Luby's going to do the same for Arcadian. So same side starts here for these junglers. Pretty standard. Making sure the top laner can help out. But Graves pretty quick through the jungle. We'll see what Arcadian can get done. And he was playing this champion kind of before it came into vogue recently. From week 1 or week 2, I think, he was showing up on this as well.
Yeah, it's a fantastic pick, especially for him and being so aggressive. Also, his route makes it so he takes no damage. Doesn't really have to use any potions either. I'm actually interested to see if any adaptation occurs where a Graves gets like a control ward early on level 1 instead of the refillable control ward and a potion, but refillable does come in handy when you do get in a skirmish instead of having to back and getting destroyed, which is one of the reasons that people take longsword 3 pots. Oh, level 2 for both teams.
Heavy trading. Ooh, good snare dodge from Biofrost. Has been on point with his dodges, though. Unfortunately, can't really run away from the Voidlings.
Yeah.
They're going to take big trade damage back, though.
And this is just a great combo in the bot lane. The Jhin alongside the Malzahar. Hold on. Hey!
Caught Svenskaren. Sven's like, oh, I'm kind of trapped here. Gonna try and fight the Graves, but usually pretty tricky. 1v1 jungle combat. Who's gonna win? Lands up the wall. Jhin gonna disrupt it. Gate in there, though. Arcadian! Oh, he gets it again almost. Participation for first blood.
Doesn't matter. 14 out of 20 of the first bloods for Fox have been Acadian. Getting an assist or kill on it. That's ridiculous.
And now Looper maybe getting 1v1. Haunter with a good little trade. Building up the wave nicely. Looper gonna have to play under that turret. Looks like Haunter Shen has been on point once again. Bjergsen, they're getting pushed in still by Froggen. Good shock blast to get some damage traded back. Now Bjergsen wants in, he's going aggressive.
Froggen's making it look good because Acadian's off on the right side and counter jungling. So he didn't have to blow any summoners there, but he knew that Acadian would be able to back him up if Bjergsen hard committed to it.
Good damage back as we'll watch this one again. Sven just kind of got caught. He was like, oh, I have to fight.
Yeah, and this is where they're like thinking about it, but he's right up in Acadian's face. Graves does more damage the closer you are to him. Gets the Q on the wall, has to flash the W because the bottom lane actually had the inside track from Echo Fox.
Good play there as Gates visiting mid lane at level 2.
Double buffs Malzahar, get out of here.
What a jerk.
He's gonna zone him off from here too. He's like, nope, walk around, Bjergsen.
Bjergsen's like, fine, I'll just try and kill you. Gates like, fine, I'll just try and kill you. And Bjergsen's like, that's 5 of you and 1 of me. That's a little unfair.
I actually think about the times that Bjergsen played against Malzahar. He actually usually gets destroyed by it. The time that Echo Fox, or sorry, Phoenix 1 beat TSM, Game 3, it was Malzahar for Pyrian, and the Voidlings actually killed both Bjergsen and Svenskeren. It's like, this guy, he's really aggressive. He doesn't respect the Voidlings, but right there, he's just saying, I need that CS. I have to walk forward. And so he takes all that damage and backs, but gave Froggen a little bit of a better back timer.
Yep, good play from Gate, honestly, as well. Just doing what he can with the buffs, knowing that Keith is kind of safe down bottom lane for now. Acadian, though, visiting top side, looking for second blood as well. He knows Horns has been aggressive in this lane, but Sven could be right behind him.
Yep. And if the Poppy can actually get in, he can stop the Shadow Dash with the W. Stop it. Oh, revealed.
Nice
Good
plant
spot.
usage there, and Acadian's just going to give up the potential gank. See if maybe Acadian wraps around again, or if he fancies the visit down. Sven is going to have to reveal his position a little there, using that plant. Just loop up onto Haunter with the space that Acadian did kind of create for him there, able to get a positive trade for himself.
Yeah, and the grasp as well for the Poppy, trading back and forth, getting a little bit better of them. Despite having a corrupting potion to a Doran shield and not even having any potions used out of Haunter, Haunter's gonna start winning these trades actually.
Luca doing well so far, getting the lane pushed in as best he can. Biofrost and Gate gonna match up once more. He's now gonna get dodged. Biofrost has been on point, dodging his Jin Ws, but unfortunately the damage is sticking as well. He's Acadian and Svenskeren maybe up for round 2. Svenskeren's like, nope.
Yeah, he's like,
I don't like this at all.
No flash, no good.
You know, after that he typed in chat, he's like, come on, man. That was a 1v1.
Yeah.
Why you do this to me?
Why Gate, why?
Once again, a TP back to lane. Barmy's Cinder, refillable pot purchased up. Looper with the same, actually already used his teleport, so top lane is just going to get back to lane ASAP.
Yep, but Stand United available for Haunter. Also, the Shen starts getting a little bit of the better of these matchups at this point with the pass-through damage and the extra auto attack speed and all that. It's kind of strange. Like before, I'm like, oh, you know, Haunter's gonna start winning these trades as he's losing a trade, but it's because he has the Doran shield and effective combat stats. Looper had no more potions left, so now it just kind of resets. You go back to trading for a bit. Haunter even got his own refillable to try and match, and then it just comes down to the trades with the pass-through of the Q for Haunter.
Puck's actually hitting recalls in the other lanes as well as Arcadian. Busy jungling. Level 4 right now. Sven actually upper level, so I think after that initial scuffle, it's just been power farming through, making sure nothing goes wrong. And Turtle and Biofrost still getting pushed in here 2v2, but Tyr's stacking up. He's got the early serrated Dirk. Actually, both marksmen will have that now. Looper trying to trade with Haunter, but good block on the shield there with Spirit's Refuge. And kind of a fun matchup to watch. A lot of little interactions, but for the most part, nobody dies.
Welcome to top lane.
That's top lane. You have to do every little thing right, and then nothing happens.
That's a wrong move.
That is. Good slam there from Looper, getting him into the wall. That wall always gets people versus Poppy.
It really does, because anybody's just... Because when you're walking away from the turret, you'll usually walk towards that wall.
Red side Poppy, dude.
Red side Poppy, that's it.
Looks like Sven snuck his way in.
Gate?
Oh, hello! Good sneak on a Gate. Turtle gonna try and follow it up. He does have ulti. Gate's gonna flash. Oh, Chain Corruption's gonna miss. The Exhaust is down as well. Gonna keep chasing for it. Should be a kill. Turtle! That's his 1000th kill!
There it is! 1,000 kills for Turtle.
Good way to start it off there for our Turtle. And now actually more action. Keith, he has to flash into his turret, getting dove there. Sven gonna try and take it down. Turtle, 1001, takes the turret hit, heals it up, and now gonna take first turret. TSM looking much better this game.
Yep, 1001 for Turtle, now the NA LCS all-time kill leader in the regular season. Wild Turtle, coming up huge, 2-0 at the start of this game. And that's gonna be TSM taking that early lead, about 2,000 gold already.
Svenskeren been so much more active. Sure, the level 1 seemed like a bit of a misstep in the early stages fighting Arcadian, but this looks good. He's going to donate blue buff over to Bjergsen, stealing that away from Echo Fox's jungle. Arcadian is trading on the other side, so nothing lost there, but Frogger might not get it. They're going to start a Drake as well. TSM trying to take the maximum off this play.
We'll see what happens here on this top side of the map. Because Poppy, slowly but surely getting that turret. Acadian is hanging out in this bottom side jungle, though. And Wild Turtle, ooh, didn't get the turret.
Might miss it, actually, because the dual end's coming up for TSM. Drake goes over. TSM looking almost transformed in this game. Turtle here joined up.
Yep, and now Looper having to back up.
Can of creep. Not enough work done. Bifrost's going to zone him off the wave. Acadian's here as well,
If
though.
he zones too hard, though, Acadian exactly comes up. He's going to ward.
Uh-oh.
There he is.
There's the Graves. Red buff causing some problems. Turtle's going to stand and fight. Takes the pass-through damage, but whew, that's a bit better poke there, perhaps. Acadian forced to back away. They're going to go in onto Looper. Stranglethorn's down after the roof. Looper with the fight for Turtle! 1002!
But he's going to count every single one now. But 3 there for Turtle, coming up big. He had a great game yesterday where he was popping off, and I believe he had about 13 kills throughout that series with 1 death. 12 kills, 1 kill, and 6 assists yesterday throughout those 2 games. He was playing quite well. You know, first game wasn't really great to him, but this one coming up big so far.
This is why they waited. Didn't want to take the kill then in game number 1 when things all looked pear-shaped. TSM off to a rollicking good start here, looking to take the top outer turret as well. And 2,000 gold ahead of Echo Fox for the first time in a while. 10 minutes in, Echo Fox are pretty far behind.
Yeah, they usually get that first blood. Got it again, right? Acadian consistent in getting first blood. But it's the revisits, it's the step afterward, that it's not as much of a punish this game as it normally is.
If they lose this turret, could be very positive gold trade there for TSM. Bjergsen and Frogger with their dueling blue buff still farming away, but Sven Skaren fancies himself a go here in the top lane, perhaps.
Yep. Stand United almost available. TP's up for both, so we're probably going to see a large dive.
There's the TP. Arcadian's here, but Gates the target. Bifrost's going to look for it. There's the kick in. Should be enough for the kill, and Sven gets it. Has to flush away to safety, but Arcadian chased him down. Keith goes down to Haunter. Crazy no-scope taunt's not enough, though. And now Haunter taking too much damage. Turtle on a rampage for 1003. Turtle still shooting away. Looking for a few more as Bjergsen's roamed up as well. It's a bit of a mess, but it's 2 for 2 for now. Froggen looks for Bjergsen, but just gets poked.
Almost. Haunter there went for the taunt, got dodged and tried to flash to match it. Came back, did actually work out there, but didn't get the kill immediately. Took him a bit.
Poke being traded still by the mid laners, but TSM, I think, get the better end, although good dive. Looper under turret, doesn't care, gonna hit it, needs a couple more. Oh!
There you go.
Slaps it down, gets the gold. And Wild Turtle just gonna run away from that Poppy. Top lane turret holds for Fox as well, so good response to the dive, despite it being well-intentioned for TSM.
Yep, Gate, not level 6 yet. Rather close, but gets picked up by Sven Skaren there, even through the exhaust, which seemed to be a little bit late. Keith takes a lot of damage, and then Haunter miss taunt. There you go. Haunter hit a taunt.
The no-scope, dude.
Took him a bit. There you go, and then Acadian picks up that kill, gets 2 there. And is definitely the person who walks away with the most out of that fight.
Well, turret's now even. See just how keen TSM are to take the turret down. Gonna keep pushing through. You can see already with the early lethality, Varus doing so much damage with that poke.
And looking for a play on the bottom side. Gate actually just roaming by. Has the level 6 now, so he's looking for a pick. We'll see what he does, because he has Flash and Ultimate available. He was a big playmaker in the previous game for Fox as well.
Looper coming down also, so lining up a dive for Echo Fox. Haunter gets some vision, knows what's up. Oh no! Gate ults him out of the taunt. And now Looper's here to look to clean it up. Haunter knows he's just going to fight his way out, but Looper's going to move in. Who's going to get the kill? It is, of course, Arcadian.
None other than your boy, Acadian, coming through, picking up the kills. Going to get this turret as well, but tempo for TSM on the top side. But there are more people for Echo Fox on the bottom, so they might actually be able to outmatch this with the Graves and see what they end up going for, because they're going to test it, they're going to wave clear, they're going to get up to this tier 2. Let's see what happens.
Race could be on here. Total and Bifrost already working with a good wave here on this top lane turret. But Looper at least going to go back. I think Arcadian staying with the cluster. TSM going to take down another turret. But again, Echo Fox doing a nice job trading and kind of evening the map back up. TSM did kind of have things started early enough, but it's going to be a wash after this one. 3 turrets apiece, and now all of a sudden Echo Fox only about 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, and you have these long lanes as well, and that's what's going to start happening to this game is Haunter will be able to go down these long lanes, hold, use his globals, maybe out-global Looper as well with the double, and start abusing the Shen if TSM do want to go with that route, or they go for some flanks here.
Or a tower dive, perhaps. Froggen could be in trouble. Ulti gonna miss from Turtle, gonna package himself out of the way. Poke's still coming in, but Froggen willing to fight. The team's in for reinforcements on the right-hand side as Gate. Queued up by Spencer, and they've got to block the Jin ult. Spen bodyguarding for his team. Good safeguard to kind of minimize that damage. Froggen still firing away, but Turtle firing back.
Yep, he's already got the
So is
Ghost Blade.
Bjergsen. These two, we talked about the poke element of TSM's comp. Oh!
Yeah, he's like, I don't know if there's an acceleration gate coming or not, but he's got to back off.
So I couldn't quite see the particle, but Death by a Touch was holding my breath just in case.
Like, oh, what if a lot of Varus actually just take Warlords instead of Deathfire
Makes
Touch?
sense.
It's Jin and Misfortune that usually take the Deathfire Touch.
Froggen is safe for now. Bjergsen though, looking good here. Good CS lead as well onto Froggen, 20 CS ahead. Turtle also up a healthy amount of CS, actually 30 right now with those 4 kills and the assist with 0 deaths. Turtle on the verge to have a huge carry performance this game, and remember, still panning that lead for as long as he can. Let's see how bad my math is this game. That's what we'll really be testing.
Oh man, I've been so off on my math a few times the last few days. It's like, never do math on stream.
Still on track. Turtle still shooting away. Haunter and Looper. Good stun there actually. I think Haunter was a bit surprised, but not feeling too threatened on the Shen. Poke again on the Keith. And that's going to be a mid turret. You can see how much work the sieging element of TSM's comp can do, and they feel in very firm control.
Yeah, after champion select, I was like, oh, let's try to do this. I'm like, wait a second, scratch that. This is just a poke comp. They're going to try to get you underneath turrets. Hold on, though. In the bush.
Teleporting in. That's a surprise for Wild Turtle. Oh, it's a disaster. He's been shut down. Spencer also taking damage on the other end as Haunter joining in to try and save him. He's on the front side, blocking the rest of the team. Looper ults him up, though, but he taunts himself away. Damage still there. They're going to re-poke it in. Bjergsen still with a good, healthy amount of damage.
You have to be wary, though, if you're Echo Fox. Sure, you got the kill, 5-on-4, but it's a poke team. You're going to try to do this Drake, and they're going to try to just poke you down, whittle you down as you're doing it.
Ooh, aggressive commit here from Echo Fox.
Yep.
I'm going to try and start this. Keith ulti. Haunter needs to block these. Bifrost gets tagged by another, dodging a third. Last bullet coming. Spencer!
Yeah, trying to make sure he can't jump in the pit. That's actually really well played there.
Ooh, Drake reset, but it should be enough. They will get the Infernal.
Yep. And the fact that they got Wild Turtle, who's the main poker on the team, Varus is a large percentage of this team damage, allowed Echo Fox to do that. The Jace, they were able to just zone off. His poke is few and far between, but the walk up, the kill onto Turtle, the right target to go for there, even though you had 3 that you could possibly jump on. And so Tyrion...
Fang getting chased by Froggen. Why would you flash? Auto attack's going to follow him in. Froggen just weaves through the jungle and finds himself a free one.
Yep. Doesn't work since about Season 2, when you could actually flash auto attacks. Would disappear if you flashed and it was in the midair. Eventually changed.
Did he try and flash into a brush? Wasn't quite paying attention. That looks like it would have been warded anyway, so no luck there for Spencer. Wild Turtle though, sitting mid lane. Queuing down waves, feeling good about it. Haunter down the bottom side. Ulti not quite back up yet. It's got just over a minute until he can make that play again. And Bjergsen's actually topside trying to finish off the turret. I believe he got it. He's going to back away now.
Yes.
But a few members of Echo Fox are converging. So, all told, only 1,000 gold up still for TSM. I think if they can hold the siege pattern for as long as possible and take territory objectives that way and continue the poke element of their comp, they are looking good. We'll see how Echo Fox respond a little bit behind. Not hugely, but they're not after the same lead they were in Game 1, and this will be a good look for them.
Yep. I think they have to worry about Looper, though.
Yep, he's splashing out of Stranglethorns, getting poked by Wild Turtle.
Yeah, the good thing for TSM is they have % HP magic damage from the Varus and his Blighted Quiver, but then from there, it's not really much. They have also the Jace E, so Looper
found him.
kind of
Looking
free to
for
build
it. Gonna
armor.
kick him in. That's enough with the Tempest. Very nasty play. Gets himself snared over the wall, though, as he safeguards to a ward. Great pick from TSM.
Yeah, if they can stop Looper from actually getting off the ground and just building 5 armor items, 4 armor items, then they'll be in a really good spot. Because if it gets to the point where Looper can just be in the back line and deal with Turtle, then it's a big problem.
Yeah, that's a good thing to note. There is somewhat of a timer on this game. So TSM need to kind of do as much damage as possible while their comp is in its power point, and they've really hit it here. Oh, Turtle caught by ulti. That's not good. He's going to go down again. Gate collects credit for that kill. Spencer getting stand united on by Haunter, but that's still damage, and Haunter doesn't make it in time for the channel. Spen goes down. Fox pick up 2 kills.
Yeah, Echo Fox also get mid lane wave, and they'll be able to push this up, deal some damage to this turret. They have double marksman plus the Graves. And so they'll be able to actually deal a lot of damage to, especially with that Trinity Force. I want to say Froggen and Acadian have been doing work this game again. This combination is just huge right now.
Yep. Gate also some credit for setting up picks with Malzahar. It's pretty straightforward, but he's been a nice element to the team, catching people out of position while Turtle too far forward there. Yet to add to his kill in a little while. You can just see, we wanted to hit the turret, but needed to be a little more aware.
And this is Gate making the play. Uses the double W, flashes, and then gets the ultimate. That is very fast. Turtle couldn't react to it, had his own flash. I think a QSS should be in the works for him, but I think he wants to get that Edge of Night first. Because if he has Edge of Night there, you pop it. Maybe that doesn't happen unless Gate gets an E on you before the combo. Could delay it and give you enough time to flash.
Certainly a lot safer to siege that way, so TSM gonna have to kind of check themselves next time they're standing in front of a turret, and the gold lead is almost tied up now. Echo Fox only 500 behind. Really done a nice job picking TSM off and getting the gold back. And sure, they're still down 4 turrets to 3, but the longer their structures stay up, the more fun that Looper gets on the Poppy. Now starting to stack up some big ticket armor items. Things only improve for Echo Fox, and sure, they don't get massively bad for TSM. I don't think they get heavily outscaled, but I think they do get outscaled.
At TSM, once you have somebody who can just absorb your shock blasts, and you're much less effective. The arrow from Bearsalon.
Stranglethorn's gonna knock him up into the kick. That was stylish. Fan scattering with a shutdown.
Yep, gets another kill there. Oh, missed Chain of Corruption.
Yeah, Acadian wants it, but I think Bjergsen dodged the ulti. Damage is now coming in from Bjergsen, who's hammering away with the Jace, but Keith gonna keep them out. Haunter needs to come and block in. They're gonna stack up together. There's 3.
Hold the last shot for as long as possible. Keep them zoned.
Bjergsen's like, whatever. Now perhaps Bifrost on the other hand.
Buy as much time for this death timer to come back up and for Acadian to back up. And then come back in. He got himself Asterix as well. This has been a Graves build that we've been seeing a little bit more, especially in LCK and against Rengar in particular. But against an all AD team, still works.
Yep, once got knocked back, but turret's gonna fall. Gate getting low as well. You can see how much work the TSM poke elements can put in here. TSM, though, take another turret. That's good news for them, but might have to back before the next objective. Ocean Drake up in a minute 10, which feels pretty good on this team, Cole.
Yeah, it does. And Echo Fox down right now in terms of gold at 20 minutes. So TSM, they had that early lead. These have been eluding them a lot. They haven't been able to pick up too many in this split. It's been those comebacks off of team fighting and comebacks off of macro plays. Or Baron calls. So TSM, if they are able to actually close this one out in a good fashion against Echo Fox, that great early game team, and could bode well for them in this series.
Echo Fox.
Look for a pick.
Ooh, Bjergsen on the edge of night.
Yeah.
Make that a bit tricky.
Pop it anytime you're walking by Fog of War, just in case.
Gonna get taken off there by the smoke screen. Good setup there from Echo Fox, but Turtle does have his completed now as well, and they can play quite a bit more aggressively now with the spell shields up. Have to, of course, back off when they're not available, but they're up pretty often as it turns out.
Yeah, and for Wild Turtle, he has 2 kind of paths here. He could just say, I'm going to play it safe, go back to the poke pattern instead of walking up and hitting turrets, because you just poke people off the turrets instead of actually deal damage to it, and he won't have to purchase a QSS and risk getting caught out and just stay with the Edge of Night. Or if he does really want to damage the turrets, he'll go for the QSS. But I hope that he goes for something like a Last Whisper right now. Starts looking for Looper damage, because that's what they have to fear.
TSM also a blind around Baron, I think, because they're pinging onto it. Drake's going to move down with Haunter and help him out on the Ocean Drake, so no jungler required for this one as the teams are splitting the map as far as objectives go. And Froggen is continuing to do work here on the top side. He's got a few friends. Gate's hoping somebody walks by for a quick burst combo. And it's sort of weird to see the map split this way, but good pressure from Froggen to take down a turret and get those turrets close to...
They aren't answering. Why TSM are answering so slowly on Froggen's top lane push. Trying to block the Lee Sin. 4, 5, give me another Void Link.
Don't have enough vision, they're gonna make an aggressive play. Haunter coming in, good taunt onto Gate. Really nice pick. And now Bjergsen looking for Arcadian, he dashes over the wall. Chain of Corruption, Legend Bjergsen, insta flashes on top of him, and there's a shot to over Turtle, 1004.
They're right at Baron, they decide to collapse, and then Froggen, he gets out, but then everybody else, here comes Looper.
Baron as well, could be a bit of a problem. Keith gonna open up with the ultimate, there's one, hits Bio.
Yeah, don't shoot them, just wait. Zone them off,
2 hits Bio again.
Oh my God!
Stepped him!
How?
Physics, dude.
Angelina Jolie'd that, man. Just wanted. Oh my God.
And TSM off the Baron. That's good news there for Keith. He saved it.
He was just happy to poke him off it, but he'll take the kill as well. And now Froggen with the package might look to get real aggressive onto the minion wave. That's Froggen.
He went up, he's checking the bushes, thinking that they hit up there. But that's going to give them a turret. And EchoFox, I believe they have a gold lead now. Just barely afterwards, they're back in this game. That's Keith actually saving the game.
Well, early game stats are going to take a bit of a fall, but EchoFox now even things out, which they'll take.
If I'm EchoFox, I'm okay with having those stats go down a little bit if my game record, my match record goes up.
I was going to say, you know what the best stat is, Zyrene? Match record.
That's what gets you into playoffs. But look at this, doing a Baron right now. They have the Malzahar, they have intense damage on it. This is actually getting shredded. They're gonna get the TP out of Haunter.
TP in, and Baron is dead, I think. They need to get in and try and steal a Bifrost. No, he can't do it. Gate actually secures it, but he has to flash out of the way. Still looking for a few more as Lupa gets kicked out, canceling his ultimate, but TSM
doesn't get a follow.
Can't get anything. Haunts are gonna try for something. Bjergsen looking for the poke, finds Froggen for a good chunk of damage, but it's only a chunk.
They got out. EchoFox got the Baron, they got out. Now they're up in gold. They have the siege potential, and TSM's wave clear isn't that great. It's the poke tool. They can't poke you off the turret and clear out the wave simultaneously. It's so difficult to do, and EchoFox has to be standing in like their caster minions for that to happen. So they play it right. This is going to be a rough few minutes here for TSM.
And we asked before the game, EchoFox, they showed strong early game, but can they show us good closing ability? This is a great field for them to really demonstrate on.
And watch this. This is just the TP in to try and stop it. They smite so early. That looked like it was a call for burst. Keith used the fourth shot right before. And then Looper goes over, but Svenskeren doesn't get the cue to follow. And even then, don't know how much he actually has to deal with it, because then everybody else has to follow. TSM are looking for a death brush here, but I actually think you have no business going that way right now if you're EchoFox, because you can see Loopers on the bottom side of the map. EchoFox is going to go top. EchoFox is going to go top mid.
I mean, the other reason is that they don't have a reason to go through their jungle because they want to get the lanes pushing anyway, so maybe trying to catch someone in an ambitious or greedy transition, but no one bites from EchoFox. Haunter and Looper gonna meet here. Bjergsen's actually around the side as well. Hitting the recall button. Looper gonna rejoin his team now in mid lane. And
he's actually been so sneaky. He wasn't spotted by anybody there. And so this Poppy just shows up middle after being bottom. Avoids Bjergsen. Now they get some damage on this turret.
Yep.
Yep, they're gonna try to 1-3-1 or 1-4 with Froggen and try to get these turrets, because the wave clear, like I said, from TSM, you have one champion that can really wave clear and do it effectively.
Good catch out from Froggen. Nice prediction from Bjergsen. Shock blasts him out of the Valkyrie, but tier 2 and mid down. 6 turrets to 5 now for Fox. They're actually up in turret for the first time in the game.
Yep. Getting those turrets, getting that gold lead, but now it's take the jungle. They're going to get the blue buff, they're going to get the red buff, they're going to try to starve out TSM and use some of this Baron timer instead of sieging turrets and pushing minion waves, and denying the jungle and getting experience that way, because that's the cool thing about the jungle, and when you're ahead is, you know, you're actually taking experience away from your enemy. So Svenskeren 2 levels down now off of the Baron being taken for Acadian, but also his own jungle getting stolen away, denying him his own.
Good Fox positioned pretty nicely here, and they've built up a nice little Baron power play for themselves. 3,000 gold ahead already. Have an Infernal Drake that they can look at in a minute 30 as well, so should get a lot, both in total gold and objectives, if they continue to play it right. Bjergsen top lane right now trying to clear it out. EchoFox all attention on this bottom side of the map, as they did get some recalls in to try and be strong as possible for the next potential engage. TSM gonna have to wait it out a little while longer. Just over a quarter of the buff left for Fox. Running out pretty quickly, but they did some nice work there, and they'll end up out of the Baron take with a lead.
Acadian actually doing some housekeeping on the top side, clearing out. Krugs.
Ooh, good knock up there. Haunter forced to flash away. Froggen came down, was trying to get something started.
It's strange that they're all split up. It's just EchoFox, they're kind of doing nothing for a few seconds here, just trying to get summoner spells out. Acadian's top side farming his Krugs, so he's like, oh, maybe that doesn't get taken when they do Drake, which is the next objective that's coming up. In 35 seconds, the Infernal Drake will be on the table. It would be the second one for EchoFox, and it would definitely start propelling them further in this game. Baron buff.
Pretty much dropped off.
It's pretty much gone now. Acadian has it for a few seconds because he has the mastery. People who didn't know, Runic Affinity actually does increase the duration of Baron buff.
I did not know that. Today I learned. Thank you, Zyrene. Yep. Wild Turtle poking in. Got a little damage done there to Acadian, but not too worried. Actually pretty tanky on the Graves. One of those things that's nice. You kind of naturally a little bit buffer and some other 80 carries. Froggen chilling out. Actually going back. I think it wants the package, but the Drake is up now.
Froggen going to collect his jetpack and zoom down the mid lane. Looper's actually top as well. TSM are going to try and force onto this Infernal.
Yep, here comes Looper with the teleport. Damage actually slows. Acadian gets a few shots on it. Now Svenskaren's in the back of the pit. He's actually jumping out now.
He wants to steal it, I think. They're going to try
One
it.
in.
Goes in, doesn't get it. Sven locked out by Gate. He's looking to fall down here and should go down.
Bio?
Almost goes down to Keith. Huge play from Keith, finding a way to take out the Zara. Now Froggen all the way in. Redemption down. Svenskaren, he wants him so bad. He's gonna get it. Froggen goes as deep as possible. Bjergsen
Exhaust.
can pay for it. Exhaust is down, but it's not enough. Arcadian though. Clean up. Great flash out of the taunt by Arcadian. Absolutely insane mechanics. And now Looper gonna lock down the tank.
Watch out for Turtle
here as well. There's good damage. Haunter does get the tray kill in the end, and now Turtle could be caught out of position. Looper, we're gonna take him down as Keith gets it instead. 4 dead on the side of TSM.
Echo Fox get the Infernal Drake. Now they have a wave that's pushing after, winning that fight. Big play from them, and they might actually be looking at getting a lot here. This will be a turret, maybe an inhibitor.
Gonna try and break the base.
We'll see. They don't have much of a minion wave. They have something, but Looper, he's gonna tank it instead, and this is great. When you have a tank like this, walk up.
Yeah, Looper's just gonna dodge around, picks his shield back up, dashing through a minion.
No, they're actually not gonna get it. They're a little bit afraid here.
Have enough. Haunter with a taunt finds Gate. Good damage, Haunter. Able to take him now. Bifrost flashing forward, barely catches Looper, but Looper with the ulti might save himself. Sven tags him with a Q, but Looper trying to stay alive and save the team. He will go down to Svenskaren, but he buys time for Keith.
Yeah, Looper had used the W there just to get movement speed, but that's when Svenskaren came forward, and then Looper's like, I have to turn. I have to make sure that, you know, he can't reach Keith. Otherwise, it doesn't matter, because he wanted to use the W reactively. This here, again, Biofrost, I swear he's a magnet for this right here. It's like, Haunter can't block anymore. He's ultiing. And then Deathfire Touch is going to kill him, so Wild Turtle has to use heal. And then he gets sniped.
Great play there as Froggen.
The daring Bombardier, living up to his name there. Froggen gets the kill. Let's go, Lord Froggen.
Actually, maximum amount of cap close potential from Corgi.
Froggen actually hates being called a passive player or having a small champion pool. So he's made it a bit of a mission to be like, you know, people call him passive. He's like, did that look like a passive mid laner to you?
No, that looked like every possible movement cooldown used forward. And gets him a kill. Snipes Svenskaren in his own jungle from like 2 screens away. And Echo Fox continuing to look strong here. 3,500 gold up. Baron is back on the table. Where do the teams want to go for it? Svenskaren's got a dodge. Shot Keith again. Biofrost better run. They're going to run out of the area though. Oh, Biofrost tagged again.
It just happens.
Keith just saves the last shot. I think you're right. I think he's got a big magnet in his forehead.
It's the worst. He's got a target on his back, magnet in his forehead. It's getting worse every day.
Svenskaren got a GA, so he can afford to play pretty far forward. If he makes a big kick play here, especially with Looper out of the picture, could turn things around quickly for TSM. So certainly not out of it just yet.
Yeah, I like the GA purchase there. And something I've been noticing about Gates' build is it's not actually just that, it's not a damage Malzahar at all. It's just redemption, block it. He's building shields and heals for his team as a champion that you typically see will buy like a Leandri's Torment to try and shred a tank, maybe even go for a Rylai's Crystal Scepter for the slow. So he's just trying to offer defenses for his team. Oh, it's interesting to see, especially since he's just trusting his 3 marksmen.
I mean, yep, they've got a lot of inbuilt damage already, so okay, very effective CC, but kind of only just that apart from the healing. Froggen clearing out a wave though, level 17 with 3 items and a Void Staff on the way. By the looks of that blasting one. So he's going to be doing an awful lot of damage on Corgi. Echo Fox just prepping, I think, trying to bait TSM towards the Baron. Once again, excellent vision control around the objective. Going to get the side moves kicking here as well. Froggen will take this one down.
Corki's just such a strong champion. And when teams get Jace in the mid lane, it's usually, you look at that and you go, man, that could have been a Corki, or maybe that should have been a Corki earlier. It's just rough, right? It brings the mixed damage, which the Jace doesn't. It brings exhaust without feeling bad about it. Jace, on the other hand, brings exhaust where sometimes he wants to bring the teleport. And so, you know, the draft ends up starting to hurt TSM a bit as Looper picks up all armor items.
Yep.
And even some for Acadian too. He's got an armor item and he's got 2 HP items. He's just trying to live. If you don't get poked out, you pretty much win that situation as Echo Fox.
Got 2 Infernals as well, so plenty of damage. Froggen's got the package once again. Might be looking for a play. Loop are going to go back. Teleport available. Global's actually up on both sides, so those top laners will be ready to go if any fight is to break out. I'm curious to see Frog in the one in the bottom lane. It looks like he's going to leave now and rejoin his team.
Yeah, he has package, so you treat package as if you have like a teleport cooldown up, or like you have a 1 minute I can teleport, so you just split push, and then you can join very quickly. It gives you out of combat movement speed as well.
Good block there from Gate. Another hard passive off, but happy to take that shot for his team. Baron is up. Checked by TSM.
Yep. Beat out the blues. Wait a second.
That's it. I mean, we can see that.
And then you go.
Yep, now they're going to go for it. Want to try and take a turret, but Fox just straight onto this Baron.
Svenskaren's on the backside.
Got snared. Echo Fox might want to pull away here. They're using the tanks only. Make sure the rest of the team doesn't take damage.
They don't have
going to go for it. He's in. Haunts is in as well.
Going for
Arcadian. They need to get him down. Redemption might keep him alive. Keep getting chunked as well. Bifrost almost dies on the other end. Baron goes down. Echo Fox secure it. And now Sven's going to leap out of the way, but the shutdown is on the key. TSM get a decently trade there. As Sven's got to get his way out of the trouble. Turtle still firing into Arcadian. Looking for a few more. Haunter getting chased down and barely anyone going down. Just keep the kill for now. Both teams incredibly low. Turtle, look for it again. Not going to find it.
Oh, on a knife's edge right there. And here comes Acadian running down the mid lane. And if they start to do Cloud Drake, like, Acadian has a Potion of Wrath. He can just clear this wave out. He's going to go forward. He has Baron buff. So he has options now. He can go find them at Cloud Drake if he wants to. He can go top lane, try to push that in. I think he goes mid. And there's a TP from Looper.
Yeah.
Looper's going to try to split push. They might try to get a turret.
I mean, Bifrost can't do anything. This wave is massive. And Echo Fox have the Baron buff. That turret's going to go down. Incredibly forward-thinking play from Looper. Gonna have to back off now, but he kind of breaks it open in an unconventional way, which is exactly what Echo Fox needed.
Exactly, and now they have mid lane priority and top lane priority, so they can go back and forth between these with the Baron buff that they have. Whenever there's a cannon minion, just push up, deal some damage to the turret, don't get caught by the Shen, and you should be good. They're doing this even without Keith there.
And when he gets there, he's gonna have the ultimate ready. Not quite rank 3 just yet. Poke onto Arcadian's nice. But again, just healing it up. Starrick's gonna proc. But that turret's almost dead, just needs a couple more shots. Echo Fox get a little eager for it, but Wild Turtle burns the ultimate.
That was a good voidling as well from Gate. It actually blocked Svenskaren's Q, and that may have been a Q onto Acadian that would get a kickback and possibly a kill there since he was low. But Acadian's gonna back off, and here they go, they open, they try to get this turret by pushing him off.
Ooh, poke on a turtle, big poke,
oh,
he's almost going to go down. That's going to be a kill. Sven in the back, looking for Keith. They will take him down on the back line as Sven managed to assassinate him. Turret's going to get broken as Echo Fox now going to turn the fight around. Looper slams Haunter into a wall. That's going to be a kill, I think. Haunter barely living, but not for much longer. Bifrost now down as well. Uses the ultimate and tries to kill Arcadian. But that's 4 kills for Echo Fox as now they're moving forward.
Ah, and there's the dead redemption there from Gate, just healing him up. Maybe they can end off of this. I don't think they have enough minion waves.
They're going to try to do as much damage as possible, though, pinging onto that bottom side turret.
Look at that wave bottom. That's a huge wave that they want to crash in. But now they're kind of push and pulled between. Looper is going to have to zone Bjergsen, stop him from getting in.
Bjergsen needs to kill some of these carries, but they do so much damage. Bjergsen needs the 1v3. Broken gets out of the way. Great block from Looper. There's the end for Echo Fox. And they're going to take down the Nexus. Echo Fox, they do the unthinkable and take down TSM.
Even week, Echo Fox 2-0 again. And they take down the second place team. Echo Fox are now tied for 5th place. If the season ends now, they are a playoff team.
They're 4-0 for the weekend, correct? That's it. Odd numbered series they can't lose. Can't win a 3-game series. That doesn't come with the story.
2-0 against CLG, 2-0 against TSM. Echo Fox, for the first time since this organization was formed, they said they were a summer split team back in spring. Now we're looking at spring 2017, and they already look like they are a spring split team for this year.
Took them a little longer than maybe they'd like. Needed an extra split to kind of work out some of the kinks, but they look incredible.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, is their early game stats are consistent. This game, they played from a deficit. They played it pretty safe at first, and then it was explosive. They made those Baron gambits. They worked. Looper is synergizing with the team way better now, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from both Acadian and Froggen and that synergy between them. And that was, honestly, if you were watching that game as an Echo Fox fan, that is something to get really excited about because this team looks good.
I think so as well. Unsung hero might even be Keith there. I mean,
he saved it.
How often have we seen that Echo Fox's all five players have played consistently well throughout a game, in a game where they weren't just smashing in the early game. Game one, you can almost write it off. They did their thing, they got an early game lead, and they just closed effectively, playing very aggressively and just smashed TSM. Yeah. You can do that to almost any team, but to play a closer game, to have to play more macro versus a team that has incredible map movement, is known for macro play, strong team fighting, and good comebacks, that's something else.
Yep, and that's the thing as well, is like you look at it and you go, man, Echo Fox, they played a really solid series just as a whole. That series was really well played by them against TSM, who's sitting at number 2. Right, second place team, that's going to knock them down a little bit pending the results of the following matchup with Cloud9 and FlyQuest. So we'll see if that actually knocks TSM down to 3rd. But Echo Fox, well, they're getting into those top slots. They had those early games that look so consistent from them, but this team, they're coming together, and this is scary for the rest of the league, especially those people at the bottom who are like, maybe we can pass Echo Fox. You're going to have to be really good to do that right now.
Yeah, I have to think so. It seems to be on the heels of a lot of these top teams. And again, the way in which they're doing it, starting to evolve a little more. First few weeks, it was just aggression after aggression. That was winning them some of their games. Playing better, I mean, talk about improvement week after week for every team. Echo Fox seem to be taking that very seriously.
Which is so cool to like think about too, because people were talking about how they aren't getting scrims. It's like, then we're gonna make our own meta, you know, with Blackjack and Thresh.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna be all
Nivea,
great.
woo! Yeah.
And then Nivea, and they're gonna add all this other stuff, and they're Camille support. So it's so hard to draft for Echo Fox, and so they're using this thing that would be a weakness for a lot of teams in terms of practice. They have their sister team. I know that they actually scrim some other teams in the LCS that they've been getting scrims recently, but they're keeping a lot hidden. They're keeping a lot underneath the hood, and people aren't really getting a good glimpse into how they operate yet, but they're definitely improving without those other teams helping them out.
I mean, if they're trying to make a statement, they're doing a good job at it. But for more on that Echo Fox win, let's check in with Kobe and that First Blood King.
That's right. I'm here with Acadian. Congratulations on your victory. You guys are off to a pretty good swing here now. One thing that you said when you came into the league, as a rookie, you definitely wanted to be proactive. You didn't want to be one of these scared rookies not making plays, and you definitely showed that here today. How are you guys feeling after this victory?
It feels pretty good. It feels like we played together. In the second game, felt really good because we didn't just stomp the early game like usual, and we just played together well after that. So it felt really good to win. I don't know.
And you guys are actually confident even coming into this match, which says something because these are the defending champions, definitely formidable opponents. What are the changes going on inside of your team as far as your improvements from the beginning of the season until now in the mid-season?
I'd say it's just communication, mostly communication and understanding how each other want to play the game, the best way to play. I think our communication week 1 was pretty poor. And that's basically the only thing we've been focusing. Well, not the only thing, but that's a big part of what we've been focusing on. Is just
well, it definitely shows. I also wanted to ask you one question about the current jungle meta, because you look very comfortable on Graves. I know you put a lot of time in on that champion. How do you feel about the overall pool of jungle champions right now, though?
I think for competitive, jungle's pretty OP role, to be honest. Like any champion you pick up, or most champions can just completely take over the game if you play well enough. And I think. I really enjoy it just because I can do that. So, yeah, that's what I think.
All right. Well, congratulations again on your victory. We're going to send it back over to the guys now.
Thank you very much, Kobe. Great great interview. I was going to say analysis. That's our job.
Yeah, that's what we do.
We're smart. We kicked out Jat. Now it's only 2 great brains here in this one.
Give me more time to talk.
Absolutely. You're basically a Zale in training. It's beautiful. Just lose your hair, and I can't tell you apart. Speaking as a bald person myself. Anyway, let's start by talking about the fact that Wild Turtle got number 1,000. Pace time spent some time casting every single one that he got afterwards.
And the best part was, of course, the air horn going nuts during this. But overall, a great play set up by Sven Skaren, who's one of the best leads in NA, of course, and a good collapse by the bot lane. Turtle able to get in range to finish this off. You saw Sven try and take it away.
He almost got
unable to do so. And then he picks up his next couple kills shortly thereafter off the back of a dive that they set up using, there it is, the great Turtle.
Yeah.
Pointing at you, the fans. Thanks for supporting him over the years.
It's all you're doing.
Yeah, but
and now
overall,
he's the record setter. He's like 1,000 and something.
Every time now that he gets a kill, you can say a new record.
I will continue to do that. I will every single play I ever have of World Tour getting a kill rest of the year, new record every time.
Right. I look forward to that.
It's not going to be annoying or anything. All right, let's get to the game at hand. What actually happened here? We're going to start with picks and bans because there was some criticism. The casters had it. You had it as well. I have it on how TSM prioritized champions. We look at the pick ban phase overall. Okay. Bans make general sense, and then kind of run through what you care about here.
Yeah, so obviously target some junglers against Acadian. He's really the big threat on Echo Fox in terms of the early game. Tom Kench is something they use as well. Echo Fox was going for the more standard bans, but they also throw in the Ivern as well, targeting Sven's best jungler. First pick Varus on blue side, no surprise. That's kind of the standard things. And from there, it's mostly falls out normal with Malzahar being grabbed, followed by the Jhin, and then the Zyra Shen, obviously being the other priority picks. TSM liking the Shen a lot. And then the Corki grabbed for Froggen, trying to prevent some kind of mid pinch at all and maybe get one on to TSM. Where things get interesting is we see TSM target the top lane again in their second ban phase, like game one, but this time throw the Singe in there as well. We see the mid focus from Echo Fox. They end up grabbing Graves next, the jungler that they're most comfortable with, which is a great pick, followed lastly by Jace and Lee. So this is where the draft really gets interesting. The Jace pick is actually more to protect the Shen. We saw CLG do this as well, where they say, okay, our Shen's kind of exploited. If they take the Jace pick, we'll take that early. And then with that, you have a really physical damage team comp, and then they take Lee.
Jace, Varus, right? Okay, you've got a Zyra there, kind of, and that's kind of something. Of course, obviously, Shen's low damage. But right, and so the debate we had is you wanted to see Elise here, right? You wanted to see a heavy magic damage jungler. And the debate in my mind is this, right? Is like, obviously, he's much more comfortable on Lee Sin, right? The early game lead TSM got was because of his Lee Sin, his mechanics Lee Sin. He's just better at the champion. And if you are playing a poke team, which I would say this is a pretty big poke team, and you're
mostly,
he's a better disengaged champion, right? If they're trying to jump on you with a Poppy, ha! Out she goes, and you don't get your backline killed. And I think that's relevant, right? That's valuable. But it means you've got to snowball. Their early game lead has to happen. You've got to keep going from there, and you've got to keep the game in your favor.
Absolutely, and when we talk about TSM, we're not talking about a team that has great early games or like even decisive mid games. They're a team that's extremely mechanically proficient and doesn't make big mistakes. But that's not necessarily a comp that you want to run that with, where you're just, okay, well, we'll just, outscale them or something. This is a team that needs to snowball early, and despite the great early game that we saw Sven, when they started grouping around mid game, they weren't clean enough. And there were a couple of close fights that Echo Fox took. Echo Fox also, to give them some credit, made some smart calls where they were swapping the top side instead of contesting dragons. Those kinds of things stalled out long enough for their comp to become much stronger.
Right, and that's, credit to Echo Fox, of course, for trading objectives instead of fighting for ones when you've got gold deficits. Here we've got a replay of Keith with his,
hero play.
I think his first of 2 solo kills against Biofrost as they struggle to dodge and block the bullets and they can't do it, and just gets him on the shoulder.
Yeah, and this was right after that TSM had collapsed on that top side and gotten a free pick. So you're scared here, oh, if we take this bear, maybe this is exactly what we need to snowball like they needed to do. But once they got shoved off, Echo Fox make a great call to reforce on the Baron, and they pick it up for free. And from there, that's when you're looking at this comp from TSM, and you say, okay, they're down 2K gold. Can they ever kill Poppy without 30 seconds of free hitting him or something?
And that's what kind of struck me then as we get into the late game, where it's like, what if TSM sack farm on Turtle and let Biofrost farm and be a legit Zyra mage? Like, yeah, you're going Sork Shoes, you're getting Leandries, and you're getting a Void Staff third. And we're going to say, Biofrost, that damage number, instead of 15K, let's make that 25K, and maybe that makes a difference here.
Right, potentially. I mean, I think you can also look at TSM's overall play over the course of this game and say that was not up to par either. Because even if you put in the Elise there or something, would Echo Fox have just run away with the early game? Because we saw Acadian invading early, right? So there was a lot of factors here. It's hard to know what the right decision was, but ultimately Echo Fox played the game out better and had a great team comp as well.
Yeah, that is what it comes down to. Echo Fox played better as a team. They improved to 4-4 as a result. TSM, of course, their second match loss. And props have to be given finally to Keith in the bot lane for Echo Fox, player of the game. And I think it was close. He had some slightly ugly deaths, but the fact that he was the sole reason they got the Baron. He won them a lot of team fights. His snipes were super on point. I've got to give him the respect. I think he deserved it.
Right. I mean, this is a great game from him. And, of course, the whole of Echo Fox, I think, is a great story because of how they've changed their identity so much since last year, where they were this passive team that would sit back and not get much done. And now they have the best early game in the lead. And even this week showing some resilience in terms of coming back in games as well.
Right. So, I mean, I got to say, Echo Fox fans can feel really good about that one. Everyone can just yell Rick Fox in their solo queue games and know that you're backed by a team who's in playoff position right now at this point.
Why wait till solo queue? Do it right now.
That's true. Everyone yell Rick Fox! And everyone can learn from Keith McBrief.
All right.
And it's like the #1 chant in esports behind TSM, so that makes it #2. Either way, great games from Echo Fox, a great match win for them as well. And now we're going to have more league action coming your way. Team Dignitas is going to hit the Rift up against Team Envy next, so don't go anywhere.
I'm like pretty much deaf.
Yeah, you are. You're pretty much deft?
Yeah, deft.
Yeah, bro.
Deaf.
Yeah.
Turtle gonna try and follow it up. He does have ulti. Gate's gonna flash. Ooh, Chain Corruption's gonna miss. The exhaust is down as well. Gonna keep chasing for it. Should be a kill. Turtle. That's his 1000th kill.
There it is. 1,000 kills for Turtle.
Good way to start it off there for our Turtle. Katie forced to back away. They're gonna go in onto Looper. Strangleforce down after the roof. Looper with a flash for Turtle. 1002.
This is on me. I'm dead, I'm dead.
I'm below, Kevin, I'm below.
I got him.
Cut down, cut down, cut down.
Oh. Yeah, get up. Get up.
Turret's gonna get broken as Echo Fox. Now gonna turn the fight around. Looper slams Haunter into a wall. That's gonna be a kill, I think. Haunter barely living, but not for much longer. Firefrost now down as well. Uses the ultimate and tries to kill Arcadian. Echo Fox, they do the unthinkable and take down TSM.
Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and to my right is Mr. Sam Kobe Hartman Kinsler himself, and we are about to jump right into our second match of the day with Team Dignitas versus Envy, a battle for 9th place that both of these teams need to win to stop the bleeding and start to turn this season around.
Yes, sir. I mean, both these teams have been struggling around the bottom, but
Dignitas in particular looked very down yesterday after their loss to Immortals. The team, they were not making many proactive plays at all. There was that hour of game time that did pass without getting a single kill. And if you looked at the player camps as well, almost an hour before the players' mouths even moved. So the communication has also still been quite a big problem for them as well. And Stunt is coming in. This is a big change for them. They're going to take out Xpecial and sub in Stunt because they felt like they needed to make some changes here. And you can definitely tell from the communication as well. So maybe this does mean a positive trend for the team. We will have to see how he performs.
Maybe that little bit of a roster change is exactly what the doctor ordered. Meanwhile, Envy showed some moments of strength against second place TSM yesterday, but they are still showing big weaknesses in the late game.
Yes, Envy as well are not without their own problems. You know, they are in the middle of the pack for gold at 20 minutes if you look at just the average stats for teams in the league. So they are keeping pace during that laning phase, but the lack of team coordination and the shot calling has caused them to fail to transition past the mid phase of the game, and late game is where they have been dropping the ball. So it is important to remember that these teams right now, they are down a couple of wins though, could just bump them right back up. The teams at the bottom of the standings right now are all fairly close, and there's still a lot of time to turn things around this split.
Right, we're still only on week 4, and Envy may be down, but Seraph is feeling confident about today's series.
I mean, Dignitas and us has a same percentage of Korean. You know, like top jungle mid all Korean and bottom new is resident. But I'm 100% sure our bottom lane is gonna crushing them. I know their sucks, so I don't worry about that.
This is my favorite part about this particular matchup because the bottom lane did transfer. They used to play with Seraph, and he very clearly does not like Therum.
That's fighting words right there. But let's go ahead and check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Dignitas with Someday in the top lane, Chaser in the jungle, Keen at mid, Lod bottom, Stunt supporting him today, and Coach Jungsu Kim.
All right, and on the red side, it will be Team Envy. Up top is Seraph. In the jungle, Lyra, mid Ninja, bottom Apollo, and support Hakuo.
With Coach Dylan Falco.
Which Coach Dylan Falco is on stage with them, trying to help out with the picks and bans, which actually both these teams have also struggled with. So we'll see if these flex picks do come in, because a lot of crazy stuff could go down. You know, Seraph loves playing carries in the top lane. He loves split pushing. He is a big part of the shot calling as well. So we'll see if they go that route, because all of the, you know, he talked about Koreans at all the same positions for these teams. A lot of these guys have a very healthy amount of respect for Someday up in that top lane as well. And, you know, maybe he wants to take that challenge and take it to the famed import.
Honestly, Someday and Seraph is going to be one of the best matches of this entire series. We're going to get to see two teams that really like to have their top laner be some kind of a carry, go head to head and see which one of these two guys is really going to be the main character of this show.
And with the junglers also being in tow, we probably will see them hovering around the top, you know, half of the map, as both of the bottom lanes, the English-speaking parts of both of these teams have been kind of left to their own devices down there without a lot of support.
So into champion selection for game number 1. Very typical red side bans coming out for Team Envy, while Dignitas decide to remove Jace and 2 of those power pick supports from the table, and also get to grab Varus for themselves first pick. Very popular to do right now.
Yep, Varus, super strong laning phase, builds into the lethality, so it's great even through the mid game, and the lethality is answered here very quickly with Jhin. You do not want to get pushed deeper down the AD carry list, but same thing being said here. Lethality is basically the theme for all of these roles, jungle included, as Graves and Kha'Zix are the next. So we're just kind of dropping down the tier list right now. Nothing really crazy coming out in pick bans so far. Some teams do prefer the Maokai for the more standard team fighting. Does scale extremely well. It can be that hard blocker on the front line, but Shen opens up more options. We talked about Seraph liking to pull a lot more you know, creative shot calling from the top side. This allows him to affect the rest of the map a little bit easier.
And these first 5 picks actually came through lightning fast. It was just boom, 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 boom.
We've got to that point. We're at the stable point in the patch where everybody's pretty sure what they want, and they're very sure as well as what the enemy team is going to pick. So it's just kind of, we're kind of filtering down here through the AD carry jungle.
and even top lane tier list now. So that does leave support in mid lane.
Support in mid lane telling us exactly where the bans are going to be focused here in part number 2 of the new 10-ban system. Rise taken off the table first and foremost by Envy. Don't want to be dealing with Keen on that one today.
Yeah, we'll see what Team Dignitas have in store as well. These are where more of the crazy picks come out, right? We talk about Keen and all his deep champion pool, the Urgot mid, the Hekra mid, these sorts of things from his past that he has used. And Ninja is definitely no slouch as well.
Right.
He likes to be on the front line as a mid laner. But the standard one's just coming out now. You know, Corki as well, extremely powerful in the current meta. And just going take out a little bit off the top here. Orianna, Cassiopeia, these things are still left up, but they're switching over to supports now.
I'm going to touch both roles a little bit, not completely focus on that mid lane. Decide to hit bottom up a little bit harder after the Malzahar and Zyra bans from phase number 1.
Yeah, you know, Syndra is still available as well. Definitely could provide that extra burst. It's also a pick, you know, I kind of like versus these carry junglers. We're seeing so many of these carry junglers. Early on, they really do have to respect mid laners like that to have so much burst around that level 6 mark. So might give them a healthy amount of respect towards the middle of the map. But yeah, we're just splitting again. Supports here. I guess it's just super target ban at Hakuo because Thresh is a actually pretty rare ban. The thing is, we've dropped down 4 supports now if you take all bans in total. And that is prompting the Lulu pretty early here from Team Envy, as they'll have a little bit of extra safety. I always like supports like that when you're playing something like Kha'Zix as your carry, looking to get the jump in and go for these resets. The extra wild growth is just tremendously helpful in getting you to that next reset.
And an interesting thing to point out, this is actually going to be the first time in Spring Split 2017 that Hakuo is playing a support that is not Zyra, Malzahar, or Karma. That's been his entire pool so far. And granted, it's also going to be the first time we're seeing stunt play support at all. So it'll be an interesting approach.
His first
between
Nami
these two.
ever.
First Nami of 2017, locking that one in, as they're also looking at potentially picking up the Orianna there to deal with the mid lane. They do have to pick this one blind, as Envy has saved that mid laner for last.
Yeah, super duper standard here from both sides. There will be that slight global advantage here for Team Envy with the Shen from the top lane, but Maokai quite fine in that matchup. I do think Shen just provides you a little bit of extra pressure because the laning is just great early on versus Maokai as well. And then obviously you do have the extra cross-map tool, but no surprise here as well. Cassiopeia does come in versus the Orianna. And we'll see what Ninja can do. I actually do like Orianna here in that matchup as a little bit favored with the extra range, and you can use the Shockwave to disengage if she ever does go for those all-ins where she's chasing you down. But Orianna does not have to look at Cassiopeia to get off much of her damage at all, even though you do like to thread in auto attacks. So can play around that pretty easily.
You know, one thing we were talking about in previous instances of Dignitas games is Dignitas working a lot and focusing a lot on the communication between these team members. They want to make sure that they have healthy communication between everybody on the team. They don't just want to have Keen slap a band-aid on it and translate for everybody and everything will be fine.
And it has not been that. It has been the opposite of that so far for the team. So we'll see if their roster change does help out in that area and we get more talkative here because we've been looking at it a little bit, and Keen, while he does know both languages, isn't like a super vocal person.
Right.
And it is a little bit difficult to get those in-game spot translations in the heat of action.
But on the other side, Envy is also a team that's historically had some communication problems. They got they didn't have the real roster for the first couple of weeks. Things were a little bit shisty for a while. So hopefully both these teams can kind of work on those communication issues a little bit and find ways to better manage themselves in the mid game and the late game that have been so problematic.
Yeah, they're starting at the bottom. Got to make their way up now. 9th place is the first step on the ladder.
Exactly. You're at least ahead of somebody else then, and at the end of this game, somebody's going to be feeling good with that extra win under their belts, starting that upward momentum. As Envy moves out as a unit, not bothering to do that 5-point spread. Looks like they might be going for some kind of a level 1 move here. Moving in, Keen spotting them out, just kind of pressuring up further in towards this Raptor camp. Not going to go ahead and throw out any wards or anything just yet. but Dig is wanting nothing to do with this so far, instead just kind of mounting their own sort of a counter-attack, counter-invade here towards the enemy red buff.
Sunday probably gonna drop one off here. Envy being cautious, rightfully so, after going for a strong invade down bottom side. You know that Team Dignitas had plenty of time up in your red quadrant, so grouping up for safety. Buckle up and
It's the
group
buddy
up.
system. The buddy system. You got to stay together during this. Keystone Mastery's there at the bottom part of your screen. Grasp the Undying for both Maokai and the Shen, not bothering with that Courage of the Colossus anymore. Thunderlord showing up on both teams. Deathfire Touch on the Jhin. Warlord's Bloodlust on the Varus.
Yep, not too surprising. The one change that people, if they haven't been paying attention recently, that might catch them off guard is that Courage of the Colossus that you're talking about. But I think pretty much everybody's used to the nerf now and the prevalence of the grasp taking over. Lyra is starting with the Raptors. This is a trend we've seen more and more from quite a few junglers, mostly Graves, but Kha'Zix as well. Because you can start with the W and get the AoEs, you get a little bit of extra experience right at level 1 because they're considered to get that extra bonus with your jungle item, and there are the most number of jungle monsters in the Raptor camp, so you get the most out of that little early lead. Then you transition over to red and go blue quadrant right after that. So we will still see both of these junglers end up on the bottom side of the map. However, I think that it is quite likely that we do see them double back. Wow, maybe even see them visit mid lane. Is Ninja got a very favorable trade, it looks like, early on there, maybe level 1 even.
Yeah, things are looking kind of sketchy for Keen right now. Luckily, he's still got some healing going on, still scarfing down those biscuits, working that health back up. But you got to respect what the Cassiopeia can do, man. If he gets on top of you with those Twin Fangs, the damage is unreal.
The damage is definitely real, and it is there. The one thing is that usually you'll see him go super low on mana for those trades, but it doesn't look like he burned through too much of the mana either, so probably got a lot of help from minions maybe. Didn't quite see what went down there. Looks like Lyra is first to the Scuttle Crab, but Chaser isn't even bothering going into the river. And just going for the hard full clear here.
Lyra grabbing that Scuttle Crab on the bottom part of the map means as Apollo and Hakuo are kind of shoving up down here, they're going to have just a little bit of extra protection, a little bit of extra vision in the river in case Chaser decides to pay them a visit.
Yeah, you can see the wards covering the 2 entrances into the river, and then the Scuttle Crab covers if there's any sort of shenanigans coming over the Dragon Pit. So every single entrance down there is now covered, and the bottom lane fully confident to push up. Usually, though, we would see like Varus Nami very strong and able to get a lot of push. The Envy duo lane definitely good to get control of this early on, though.
Problem for them is, even though they're the ones with control of the lane, they're actually still losing, even though it's ever so slightly in terms of the farm. The Varus still having a couple more in his pocket compared to what Apollo's Jhin does. Stun going to be taking some damage there from the Lulu from Hakuo. And again, keeping eyes on both these support guys. It's Hakuo's first champion that's not Malzahar, Karma, or Zyra. And it's Stun's first game, period. Look at that fan vote. Everybody is putting their money on Dignitas today.
Dignitas fans. Dignifans. The Dignifans are coming out in force.
The Dignifans are out in full force today, 89% to 11.
All right, well, let's see if the team can make it work for themselves, because on the top side of the map, you see a little bit of jungle pressure here, but Sunday's going to back off after that, so Chaser not going to go for anything. They did have a lot of vision here inside that quadrant of the jungle. Graves slipped over and has a pink ward, so Seraph needs to be a little bit cautious. They saw Graves head up this area, but they don't know that he's in this exact bush. Yeah, I see that ward down there by the Gromp. Did see him come over, but there's the snare, and they're going on Seraph.
Here we go. Seraph going to be eating some damage from that end of the line. More bullets going to be poured into his back, but a flash away keeps him alive. Chaser not quite able to grab the kill, but the Summoner spell is still a good result.
Yeah, and that's going to definitely draw out his teleport as well. Going to use his teleport to get back to lane, so we should have teleports being answered here. He'll lose out a couple minions maybe for that gank as well. Yeah, a couple melees there, but for the most part, should now just turn all his attention to farming to 6. And we'll see if either of these teams actually do focus that bottom lane, because like we we're talking about, you know, that's where the big break in communication for both of them does come with the English-speaking bottom lanes. And there has been in the past a bit of reluctance for them to work around that area, but it is extremely important in the current meta, especially since, you know, we have Varus and we have Jhin, the 2 premier AD carries at the moment in this game.
And it's hard to just throw your AD carries under the bus and say, oh, well, they're not going to come online until 30 minutes anyway, because now we've got these lethality builds. And lethality's like, yeah, he's online as soon as he's got a ghost plate. Those suckers hurt.
Longsword number 1, ready to go.
All we need now is about 17 more of them, and the lethality build will be ready to fly.
Through it now.
Dignitas still just pretty much forced to permanently set up residence under their turret.
Yeah, Envy bottom lane still retaining that control. And the CS is pretty close as well. Chaser going to show first, clear out this control ward. And it looks like Envy do want to collapse on him.
Oh, that's a really nice grounding from the miasma. Perfectly done by Ninja.
Chaser, no respect for the Cassiopeia here. Just waits around, gets caught by the miasma, and then as well doesn't turn his back. Ninja, that level 6. So we talked about level 6 respect for mid laners. Coming from the junglers. Syndra was the example that we were using in Champion Select, but Cassiopeia, another one of those mages, high burst potential, huge amounts of DPS, especially if you're going with one of these DPS junglers like Graves. And Chaser, zero respect for Ninja right there. Cost him his life and the first blood money. Going over to Envy.
Mobility skills, including summoner spells like Flash, do not work at all on top of that miasma. And Chaser
You can still walk and like turn your champion to not get stunned, but
Chaser was just, he was fully committed to hopping back over that wall to safety. Oh, Cassiopeia can't get me. Turns out she can. The play from Ninja comes out big here.
See, he wants to use his dash here, but I think he dashes into the wall too. Oh no, he doesn't even have to
never
use it.
gets it off.
He just wanted to save it. Didn't respect him at all. And Keen's like, trying to save you, both, but
give you a shield, I guess.
Now you gave the enemy mid lane a first blood, where Keen was working up a very healthy CS lead in that matchup. Like we talked about, I like the Orianna versus Cassiopeia, but with that first blood going over, that's going to change the entire story here, because Cassiopeia, while there is that small laning advantage for Orianna, she scales up to be an absolute team fighting beast as well. Chaser right back at it though.
Chaser into the enemy jungle on that Graves. He's got help from both Someday and Keen to try to steal this one away. Sadly, that is a very impatient Brambleback, and he's not going to be putting up with this for too long, so he resets. Chaser should still get this without too many problems, as Lyra hanging around on the bottom side of the map might be looking to return the favor, steal away Chasers, but he is going to be spotted out by that control ward when he goes for it.
Yeah, don't think they'll be able to do anything about it though, and he should be able to clear it on his way out. Actually, just calls over Ninja to help him clear it out. As well as provide support since the duo lane did just recall. Now they need to get out of the jungle, and healthy respect now for the miasma from Chaser, as they're able to exit and just make that trade pretty even. Okay, so next playmaking that we're looking for in this game. Big abilities are the top laner. Shen does have ultimate ready. The thing is that it's been so long since they used their teleports to get back to lane that Someday technically can answer, just takes a lot longer. But it's not going to happen. He's not going to have time.
Stunt getting himself jumped on. Seraph's here with the stand united, and Lyra cashes in on a freebie for himself. Sidestepping that bubble, too.
Just right in the enemy jungle. There's the immediate ultimate. Seraph's teleport won't be up to get back to his lane, but another kill for Envy, and Team Dignitas seem like a lot of individual plays still at the moment, and fairly quiet over there.
Envy's living up to that stat that we
what
said
odds are you
earlier.
giving Lot here?
Ooh, secured. All right, Envy's got it. It's taken care of. Ocean Drake is theirs, working towards that gold advantage at 20 that they have that we were talking about earlier. But remember, this is where Envy normally does well. Once you get into 20 minutes, that's where Team Envy usually starts to show some weaknesses, some cracks in the armor. Have to see if they can keep this up.
This is one of the most dangerous points of the game, is when support, the duo lanes get their first backs and supports go out for their early warding roams. Lyra was ready. They saw him on that last ward over by red buff that they left around, and jumped right on him with the no hesitation on Stand United.
4 curtain call shots coming out in bottom lane. 3 of those going to find their way into Lod, as Stunt gets himself away from a potential KO threat if he would have been eating more than a couple of them. Apollo and Hakuo still continuing to push this up. Now they've got control of the CS like you were kind of expecting based on the lane tempo earlier. A 16 advantage for Apollo. Serrated Dirk already picked up for him, working on the long swords for the Caulfield's Warhammer. And with the Boots of Swiftness completed, he is significantly faster than his no boots opponent.
Yes, sir. Jin, one of the only, if not the only AD carry going for those Swifties, because of the way attack speed works for that champion. And if we're checking in on the bottom lane as well, the Lulu that people are seeing more and more, there was a round of buffs, right? It wasn't just a single buff that Lulu got to help her really come into the meta. It's also a lot about quite a few of the matchups, but yeah, you are going to be maxing the help picks as expected here from Hakuo, and they've had no trouble at all in this laning phase, save for just landing the last hits early on, a couple of unforced ones.
It's gone pretty well for them. More fighting between these two tanks in the top side. Going back to sort of the conversation we were having earlier about these two, Seraph and Someday both really high on carrying the game.
Definitely true. We have a lot of movement around top side too. The whole team here from Dignitas are up on the top side. They are making this, if you're looking for team plays, this is definitely a team call. They're swapping lanes and bringing more than just the duo lane up to the top side. They want to get this early turret, so they're calling Graves as well. And one of the advantages of bringing a ranged jungler is that Graves can come, join, help push down this turret. And it looks like, since it's so low there from Someday, working on it while Seraph used Stand United across map, Dignitas should be able to grab their first objective here and cash in on the first turret gold.
Envy lets the turret go, but now they're looking to make some kind of a counterattack here. Curtain Call used, going to be interrupted after 2 shots by the wave. Lyra bound up by the Chain of Corruption. Can't get Seraph in there how he wants to with the Stand United. Now Someday into the backline. Lyra is going to be bursted first. More damage onto the tree. Cut him down. Apollo's got kill number 1. 1 for 0. Envy at least picks something up for losing that objective.
It was a great macro call here from Team Dignitas to look to get something back for Shen leaving the lane, you know, and taking something with the work that Someday had done on the turret. But after 4 members of Team Dignitas had disengaged there, and everybody was making their escape, they were pretty much clear and clear, you know, down the lane there. Someday goes in on the bottom side, and the lack of coordination, it still seems to be there. They give up another kill, so even with that turret gold, the gold is still even. Because look at this. This is 3 members pretty much escaping. The tidal wave is good to disengage there. He lands the Chain of Corruption, so the Team Dignitas bottom lane is able to get out. But then Someday completes teleport, and he is in there. Keen tries again. This is one of those situations where he's like, I'm trying to help you. You're pretty deep, though, and no escape.
Would have just looked to see that teleport canceled, more than likely, because the disengage was just so perfect. I mean, Nami Tidal Wave is such an effective tool for stopping curtain calls as well. As soon as you see that big triangle firing range open up, you just point the Tidal Wave in the general direction, and he's not allowed to fire all the bullets.
Yep, and very accurate Chain of Corruption from Laud, almost got him out, but regardless, Envy now, they're actually sitting pretty here. I mean, they've got the gold lead already, and they should be able to work down that outer turret on the other side in trade from Team Dignitas. Maybe Team Dignitas can try and set up some more vision around the bottom side while this is happening, because they definitely can't stop this from going down. But what they can do is try and prepare for the future. Try and prepare for this Infernal Drake that's about to come up. You know, that is something that holds a lot of value towards the end game, and maybe have their eyes set towards that area.
Infernal Drake going to be real useful for these 80 carries, given that much more damage to stack with all the lethality they're going to be building. Also, both junglers, we're not talking about tank-style junglers in this game. These junglers would love to get that extra kind of damage on a Graves or a Kha'Zix and really make it so when they show up, you've really got to be afraid of your health hitting 0 just from one rotation.
Yes, sir. Fire Drake, the most popular.
For a reason. He's the funnest one.
And it looks like 50 seconds. Team Dignitas still do have control over that bottom quadrant of the map. They've got plenty of vision set up there. Now they need to use that vision to gain a health advantage. It's going to be difficult for Team Envy to walk over there and try and face check into all these brush. So Team Dignitas, if they have everyone coordinated and ready to go, they should be able to get it. But Someday currently is up in the top lane. Maybe, you know, if he starts walking now, he would head down to that Infernal Drake and be here for the confrontation. Because if he doesn't, Seraph can easily join the fight. You know, he's got 2 methods. He can even join the fight, turn it, and then teleport back to top lane to try and stop the split push. So definitely expect them to call Someday down, because you want that Maokai on the front line when the fighting begins.
You got to make sure that you're putting everything out there to start this fight, as Lyra's going to be caught out. That should be huge. No way to contest the Drake when you don't have your jungler. Awesome pick for Dig.
The rewards of vision. Oh, you talked about, you know, setting that up, and you know, Lyra walks right into it. So Team Dignitas will be able to get that Infernal Drake and get them right back in here.
Dignitas picking up a very valuable neutral objective for themselves. Going to be giving them that extra damage both ways. Someday trying to just pose a threat there on the front line. Spirit Visage done for his Maokai, so pretty darn tanky against any sort of AP damage going to be heading his way. Still pretty vulnerable in terms of things like the Jhin and the Kha'Zix, though, so he's still got to be kind of respectful of what he's haphazardly throwing himself into.
Healthy amount of respect. Currently against the Shen, a lot of magic damage there, so he should be okay. But if Lyra is dead, you can't gank him.
Right.
Lyra dead right now, as there's the face check we talked about. Pretty clear and simple. And clean objective right after. Plus, quadra buffs now for Team Dignitas.
Very good feeling right now. Less than 1,000 gold separating the two teams. The Drakes are even. The turrets are almost even. Dignitas has a 1 advantage in that department. Warrior enchantments completed on both of these junglers.
Soon to be equalized.
Soon. As Apollo and Hakuo pour more damage into this bottom lane tier 1. The caster minions helping him out. Keen shows up, but it's too little, too late. And now everything is equalized in terms of the objectives, but because of that kill lead that Envy has, they're still up about 1,000 gold. But we're getting ever so closer to the part of the game that Envy really struggles with. And it's important to point out because this team has almost methodically failed to find results in the mid game, failed to find results in the 20 to 25 minute mark especially. And they're going to need to do that against Dignitas because Dig just showed, they're like, hey, if you start to stumble, if you let us do what we want to do, we're going to find you.
And a big part of where those problems have come from, it was a very clear example of that dragon setup, right? Team Dignitas had set up around this dragon for a good 50 seconds with all the vision. And then your super squishy assassin jungler is the one face checking here, gets killed and gives over the objective. Those are the types of things, these vision-based setups is where the team has been lacking for Team Envy here. So that's going to be step number 1 for them setting up, because the team fights moving forward will have much greater rewards.
Absolutely will. There's not a lot to really fight for at this point in time, considering each team only has 1 outer turret left going. It is that mid lane turret. Everybody's kind of setting up shop here anyway, so it's hard to ram your face against that and actually manage to knock it down. Meanwhile, with Drake dead, Rift Herald's the only thing alive on the map, and he's not a very popular guy. Nobody really likes taking Rift Herald unless you're Immortals, and then you take him every game.
Sad but true. Good old Rift Herald. That's okay. He's only got a minute and 45 seconds left on the Rift, and then he can go home.
Then he can
back to the Void where he is appreciated and people love him. They celebrate him every day.
Him being around.
How do you know that in the Void, right at 20 minutes every game, they're like, yay!
They're throwing a
Rift
party.
Herald's back!
Yeah, they're just waiting. Everybody's waiting in the dark to flip the light switch on with their hats and the cake and everything. They're so happy that he comes back.
It's like, whew, I finally got out of Summoner's Rift, guys.
Everybody on Summoner's Rift is just so happy he's gone.
Meanwhile, it looks like we will have a fairly inactive mid-game here, because Team Dignitas, their initiation does look like the teleport flanks from Someday, and it is nice to have that Maokai there early so that you can really coordinate with your Orianna, set the shockwave up, chain this Varus ultimate as well. They have a lot of tools for themselves to set up for the team fights. It's just that since both these teams are quite standard in their setups, it is going to look very similar. There is this one pretty nice ward I do like in the mid lane that's a little bit deep for Team Dignitas, and if you get behind ooh, another face.
Lyra gonna find Chaser there. Important thing to point out, Lyra's got those souped up rockets. So they're gonna be doing more slows. He's obviously shooting out 3 volleys of them instead of just 1. But he doesn't have reset wings. Something that you want to compare to something like what we saw in the Echo Fox versus TSM performance, where Acadian was just jumping all over the place, just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth with all his wings. Not going to be happening yet for Lyra. Still has to wait 5 more levels for that.
Yeah, and that's become the more popular build. Just the likelihood of you using the combat power of the triple spike or the isolated slow that you're getting with them is just a lot higher, especially in the early game here. The likelihood of you getting multiple giant resets is a lot more towards the end game. So that's why people have been okay delaying the wings to their 3rd evolution and opting for the spikes a bit earlier on. However, if the early game is going super well for you, by all means, don't feel like you need to follow along in the footsteps and always go into the pattern of Q and then W evolves. Oh, we got to fight here though. Let's go.
Breaking out, Chain of Corruption coming in to disengage this one. Lyra gonna be pulling himself back now. Wild Growth keeping him alive. Someday right back into the mix, looking to lock these guys down however he can. Deadly Flourish gonna be holding him still. Envy gets themselves out, Dig gets themselves out, everybody's walking away, and it's 40 seconds until Infernal Drake number 2, so both teams gotta regroup quick.
And 8 ultimates were used there in that fight. Couple of summoner spells on both sides as well. So pretty even tools used here. Ninja still has his though, and he's ready to go. So does Keen, so you really have to respect the Orianna ball still. Both these mid laners could make fairly big plays around this Drake, and it is an Infernal Drake, so probably we'll see a lot of action here.
15 seconds until it spawns. Stunt has not been able to back. Still very hurt from the previous fight. Really needs to be mindful of exactly where he puts himself and how easy it is for somebody like Lyra to pop him if he's in the wrong spot.
Yep. Seraph also doesn't have Stand United, so it's hard for either of these teams to really split off and try and get a side wave advantage. The minions are pretty even down the river as well, so we're just having a standoff here. Scuttlecrab is in Envy's control though, so it's hard for Team Dignitas to force. Whenever the game is this close in gold, neither team really wants to take the extra damage, even though it's not huge from the Drake. Stunt gets snared up though, and he's the low health member already.
Envy doesn't want to pull the trigger on it though. Very, very cautious about this. They want to go for somebody, one of those big damage threats. Seraph off to the side, looking to make some kind of a pincer attack, but just can't find a chance to do it and feel good about it.
That's right. The team fights here for Team Envy do look like Lyra on the outside just throwing those volleys of spikes over and over until they're able to get some damage onto one of the squishies for him to try and go in, because a Kha'Zix jumping into a team with, you know, Nami as well as Maokai for Peel is definitely dangerous for the Kha'Zix, and neither team really wants to commit at this moment. Keen is with the rest of the team, whereas they're trying to have Ninja split, even though Seraph Stand United has just come back up. Team Envy are trying to pay attention to the side waves here. Now they're sending Seraph up to the top side, and they've had Ninja down on the bottom side for quite a while to you know, get both side waves pushed out to really prep for this dragon, set some advantages in motion for themselves. You want to get these waves pushing and then pull back to the Drake pit where you can use some time to set up vision.
And there's no way to answer that for Dignitas right now, because Sumday's teleport is again just not synced up with Seraph being able to come down to the fight. So if they send Someday up there, they have to stare down the barrel of that 5v4 at the Drake fight, which when it's one of these valuable Drakes, you never want to be doing.
And that means that it's much more likely for Team Dignitas to try and set up here first and force the issue, because if Team Dignitas just let Seraph continue to split push, they slowly lose out some top tower health and a little bit of the map here. Time is not working in Team Dignitas' favor, so we may see them rush into something here. Starting up the dragon, Someday can tank it really easily, but he also wants to be able to zone for the initiation of Team Envy. And they're actually going to be able to take it very quickly. Envy decide to make the call to stick with the split push. I don't know how much damage Seraph is getting on that turret. Shen takes a long time. Yeah, without the extra voidlings coming from looks like a Zerat portal, he takes a very long time.
I mean, he's beating it with a Thunder Stick. How long do you think it would take to break a rock with a Thunder Stick, Kobe?
That's a good question.
It's probably a real long time.
I don't know how, maybe it's a question of how many Thunder Sticks do you have to go through before you can actually break a rock, because I feel like your Thunder Stick's gonna break first.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna go through more than a couple of them, but Seraph has to get himself out of there now, not quite able to grab that tier 2 turret in exchange for the Drake. Dignitas happy to have 2 of those under their belts now. The next one spawning is not going to be another one. It'll be Mountain this time, so that'll offer some extra objective control if they decide to get that later. 25 minutes into the game, Baron is now also a factor. Either one of these teams can find a chance to maybe set up around there, find some kind of a pick, and translate into that.
Yeah, which has not been the case so far.
Nope.
Not.
It's hard to find picks when there's 4 Edges of Night in the game.
I found picks right there on screen.
Oh, no.
Freak level.
I didn't think I was
answer.
casting with Freak. What is this? Okay. Picks is on the screen, but we're talking about the real kinds of picks, the ones that you try to make on guys but can't do it when they have a spell shield. And those Edge of Nights make it pretty difficult to pick somebody up.
Maybe we'll see some action here. We got Vision in the river, as well as Team Dignitas moving in for the Scryer's Bloom control. Oh, who's gonna get it? No. Backs off. Lyra takes.
All Lyras. Gonna spot out a couple of those wards. See stunt as well. Still only 3-1. Team's playing this very, very, very cautiously.
Yeah, and this is a lot what we see when we're talking about, hey, both these teams.
Look at Lyra going in like that. Edge of Night, Withstand United. Seraph with a
Chaser's still
flashlight
up.
after him. Ninja's coming too. Chaser getting run down. A little bit more damage.
Whoa,
but
Keen!
Lyra goes first. Keen makes a play out of it somehow as Hakuo now going to be taken down by Someday. Dignitas goes 1 for 2. Now looking to grab even more members of Envy. Ninja gets shot. And Lod grabs that one. Seraph now alone having to face 4 members of Dignitas. Apollo's hanging around trying to help however he can, but it's going to be a tall order. There comes your rain of arrows, and Lod's grabbing a killing spree. Dignitas originally looked like they were going to lose their jungler, and they go 4 for 1.
They're the ones first to the Baron area, setting up all the vision, and then the initiation here from Envy. They do not take down Chaser with that assassination. He lives for so long up there with Keen, and Keen, big play right there, flashes in with the intentional sombrero to be able to get the melee range shockwave and turn the tides of the fight. Team Dignitas with a very nice Baron here after the kills. That should mean the difference, and they will get right to pushing down turrets after this. Let's take a look, because this is the attempted pick here. Okay, if your Shen is able to get the taunt right after this, then Chaser is down. But he flashes early. Seraph also tries to flash at the end of his taunt, but taunt had already timed out, so he didn't get it there. And it took them so long. Ninja uses the Cassiopeia ultimate in chase, didn't even get damage out of it. So a lot used by Envy to chase here. And they do overchase since Team Dignitas were already, as a team, grouping up around the Baron, getting ready for, this objective, this confrontation. And there they go. Team Dignitas are able to rally around Chaser, even though he goes down. Valiant fight and a good sacrifice.
Very good sacrifices. Team Dignitas now has themselves Baron buff up and running. They've got all 5 men middle pushing down this tier 2 turret. It's time to grab some of that objective money. Someday going to be caught out a little bit here, stuck in the miasma, going to be soaking a lot from those twin fangs. Tidal wave coming out. Ninja may just be the target. Lyra jumping himself away over the wall, trying to bait Someday in. Lod and Keen eating the shots from this curtain call. Stunt takes bullet number 4, and Dignitas get themselves out.
Seraph is actually teleporting in. They want to cut him off, but he's pretty far away from the rest of the squad. Could take a lot of damage.
This is a 1v5 scenario. Taunts himself back over the cliff and doesn't want anything to do with that.
This is the thing, and these are the strengths and weaknesses of these 2 top laners that we talk about, right? Maokai is totally fine teleporting into something like that. Now I'm in the middle. I'm holding him here for you guys. Shen, a little bit weaker towards the late game here as just a straight-up tank, and the strength does come from that pick potential that we're supposed to see you try and capitalize with, but Envy were unable to make the pick turn an advantage for themselves. In which case, Maokai taking over, double Infernal Drakes for Team Dignitas as well as this gold lead, so they are feeling very confident here about the late game.
Want to see them make more with this Baron that they have, though. They've still got plenty of time left to work with on this, still about 1.5 minutes-ish, I believe. And that needs to become more objectives for these guys. There's still tier 2 turrets standing in both the top lane and the bottom lane. That's extra money they could be going for, and they want to get as much out of this advantage as they can so they can keep working from that position of power after it wears away.
Yeah, keep pushing. You can also starve out a little bit Envy inside their base and then just pull back to that extra Mountain Drake. Keep stacking Drake control, so you get some gold for yourself first. Then you draw back through the jungle where you just laid a bunch of wards. And go pick up your Drake advantage as well. Lyra's just up here trying to slow them down. It looks like they're actually going to keep this push up because they want to make the most of the end of the Baron buff. And if you can actually craft inhibitor turrets with this early Baron buff, that would make finishing out the entire game quite a lot easier.
Dignitas is putting a lot of work into it. Curtain call opens up. Lyra off to the side, maybe looking to make that delivery with Shen. Ninja takes so much damage from the piercing arrow. Envy now just kind of standing back and watching Dignitas dismantle this bottom lane. Inhibitor falls 30 minutes in. Dignitas, they've got control.
Those arrows onto the back line just really take all the fight out of Team Envy. If your Cassiopeia was one of the big playmakers in the late game, one that's going to have to carry a lot of the team fight DPS, gets chunked down to 25%. There's no way they're going to go in on that. So Inhibitor taken, plus now they can draw back to the Mountain Drake, and Team Dignitas is going to roll this one pretty steadily through.
That Drake is the last little fella that's going to be spawned in this game too. All of them from here on out are the big bad Elder Drakes, the big boys themselves. First one of those is going to be spawning a little bit after the 36-30 mark. And with 3 Drakes under your belt, 2 of which are Infernals, that is going to be one mean burn if Dignitas gets it. Envy, though, now setting up shop in their own jungle. They finally got a chance to breathe a little bit, in and out, and in and out, just sort of taking it easy, trying to get themselves the composure back, regain a little bit of footing in the rest of the map, hoping that they can stop this Dignitas advantage that has just ballooned after the Baron.
Yeah, very difficult for them. They're going to try and keep Seraph down on the bottom side to hold off super minions, but he's not. It's going to take him so long to even push up. He's basically just dealing with the super minions here, and he's kind of pinned down, whereas Team Dignitas can move on up to the opposite side of the map and try and pressure top side to get some secondary turret action going in their favor. Pretty decent Baron power play. I'd say that's about average, 4,500.
Good stuff for Team Dignitas as the curtain call opens up again. Lyra and Ninja off to the side. Miasma going to be zoning Chaser away. But the tier 2 is still going to be taken down, and now Apollo does not have one of those big zoning tools to try to protect the next one. Dignitas goes marching on.
Maokai tank on the front line with Nami healing right behind him. Perfect setup here, and they're able to just brute force wear down the turret. Team Envy, it's so difficult because your only really advantage is if you get a good flank, but someday here, screening on the front line, Team Dignitas aren't giving them an opening at all. Another inhibitor turret drops.
Envy can't find their chance to keep it alive in any measurable amount of time. Dignitas now firing off that tidal wave.
Ghosted.
Rockets coming in. Ninja trying to make some kind of play. Stand United comes out onto him. They got to get in there now. Seraph looking to find some kind of a taunt. Someday's the only one in range. Keen's going to be bound up. Nice shockwave. Ninja's done. Seraph having to retreat, but Someday is still in hot pursuit. You can't run from nature itself. Someday will chase these guys out. Dignitas grabs inhibitor number 2. They've still got a minion wave behind them. Why stop now?
Solid team fight here from Team Dignitas, and they can just walk this through as well. 3 members here from Envy trying their best, but
what are they going to do?
There goes the Nexus.
There is no way to keep these things alive. Dignitas moves on to the Nexus, and a couple of arrows, a couple of shotgun shots. Apollo's right back into the fountain, and Dignitas take game 1.
And the Digna fans go wild.
The Digna fans, that 89% was not a lie, Kobe. They believed.
All right, this whole game was a story of one team fight. Yeah. It was an attempt from Envy to get a Shen pick there with the Kazakhs jumping in, your assassin with the Shen on his back, and Team Dignitas were able to evade just long enough. Chaser, some fancy footwork there on Graves, able to delay, and the overextension, they punished. They got, what, 4 kills? Almost an entire ace off of that, and then the Baron.
Yeah, that Baron just completely ran away with the game. Up until then, 1-3 game, everybody's super quiet, everybody's kind of tiptoeing around a little bit, trying to make sure that they don't do anything too loud or crazy, and then as soon as Dignitas grabs the Baron, they're like, wait a second, we can do anything we want.
Yeah.
Let's win.
And that's why so many teams are drafting the Maokai for the front line. This is a very solid standard team fight setup that they've got for themselves. And if the team with the extra mobility isn't able to make use of that mobility, then you see the wins in a pretty standard style like this. Now, we do have a replay of that fight that we're talking about here. This was the entire game. Ninja, pretty close to fall here on screen. He's going to be able to use his Cassiopeia ultimate. And the big thing is, that Cassiopeia ultimate doesn't even get the damage onto Chaser. He flashes forward for it, but Chaser dashes there, you can see, into the brush. And Keen doing another ultimate flash for himself. He actually does find the kill, so Team Dignitas there cleaning up on the backside. A lot of these kills did go over to Laud as well on the Varus here. Getting a lot of the snipes in. Chain of Corruption, he gets that one. And then eventually they chase down Seraph as well and retreat back to the Baron. So it was the 4-for-1 team fight plus Baron afterwards that allowed them to gain such a tremendous gold advantage.
And it was trending towards Envy there for a while. But what did I keep saying throughout the game? Envy looks good early. You hit that mid-20-minute mark, that's when Envy starts struggling. And this game is just another repetition of that fact. They've really got to break that cadence and find out how to fix that.
Yeah, they did go for that pick without total vision, right? It was kind of an uninformed pick just hoping that Team Dignitas were spread out. And actually, it was, even then, even if it was uninformed, it would have been okay if they had actually killed Chaser on the spot. If that taunt lands right when he's coming out and they finish him off, then they're the ones with the 4 to 5 advantage. But Chaser with the flash right after, dodged Seraph, and he was able to survive long enough to draw out some more cooldowns.
Yeah, Chaser did a really good job playing that out in general, just making sure that he was buying as much time as possible. Sometimes when you get jumped on by a Kha'Zix and you're like, he's
with
got
the shed on him as well.
He's got the shed on him. You're like, man, I'm just dead. I might as well stand here and spam my dance or something. But no, Chaser's getting himself out. He wastes so much time. The Cassiopeia ult just completely whiffs, and it was well done by Dignitas. And even more well done is the fact that they were able to translate that into such a smooth victory afterwards.
Yeah.
I was a little bit concerned that maybe they're going to stall out. Maybe they're going to wait for another Baron. Maybe they're not going to push more tier 2s, but they went tier 2, tier 3, inhibitor.
Put up their Maokai shield,
is done.
Nami heal him, and just move forward. They just slowly push down the turrets.
Someday is a brick, and he is walking right up into it, and nobody is going to be stopping him anytime soon. That was the game plan. That's what worked. And in game number 2, we'll have to see if they can manage to stop that on the side of Team Envy, because if Dig's allowed to just have that Maokai again and run crazy with it, it's hard to answer.
Yeah, the teams are now taking their break, going back to strategize for game number 2, see if it will be a difference in champion select. And even in a lot of it is in execution. You can, like, this is not a champion select loss. This is an execution loss. So we'll see if they can regroup and make this a 3-game series, or if Team Dignitas can end it out 2-0.
We'll see what these teams bring out in game 2 of Envy versus Dignitas. And as we head to the break this time, we're going to listen in to some of the pros' high-level strats on the latest edition of Mic Check. Take a listen.
I was playing video games in front of an audience. Hog and
That's what I would do. When you have an existential crisis. Referee! 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 Referee!
Do you think we're like the most annoying team for refs? Like, just genuinely curious.
Maybe.
Yo, did you know you can R flash on Draven?
Yeah.
Alright, well now you know again.
Yo, do you want to look for Arrow?
No, I don't think
Even's probably hovering
Okay.
near. Oh, Corky
Yeah.
top. They're gonna send Shen bot. You come bot flank?
Okay, I'm going. There.
What? He flashed it.
Hey, no flash. The strength of the pack is the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is the pack.
Right.
Hey, Balls, you want to do this?
I'm here. I don't have
You see
ultimate.
Maokai, you see Maokai.
Karma, we don't need you.
Back. I'm flashing.
I mean, I can't get
That's not flash.
you know? Lamont's on the way.
Let's just space race. We should win it. We should win
They're
it.
fighting, so they're winning.
We got turret. Make time. Team, sir, make. Okay, they're fighting still. Okay. Make time.
Graves is low.
Okay.
I'll take a little bit.
Tank it. It's fine. We're getting tap and hip. We got tap and hip, Turk. I have ulti in 24. I still have TP.
Graves is here. I cancel the recall.
Careful. Do this slow.
Do they have you guys should just back.
If you out damage me this game, I'll give you 2 cookies. $30? Okay. Yeah, I don't think you've out damaged me yet.
If I out damage you, can I get the jacket?
If you do it as Ivern, okay.
Yo, complete full AP. Yeah, you don't want to say that because I'll go death cap.
That's not more damage than me, buddy.
I'm sorry, but you guys don't really know about rap. Rap is about feeling.
Form,
There's
bro.
no rules on that.
Spaghetti.
Just go for it, guys. Let's get it.
Okay, Listen's coming.
Alright, we go mid. They're mid. Yo, coming.
Yep.
Okay.
Teleporting? I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm coming mid. Yeah, go Echo. Nice. Run an Echo. Nice. You got him. Good shit, Zion.
I was almost being so fed, and then
Yeah.
my plane crashed, dude.
Your plane crashed. What
Yeah.
the?
Well, I was driving a plane, and then my plane crashed.
Bio Daddy! Bio Daddy! Bio Daddy! Hey, we can go flash. Let's go bot. Okay, bot. Oh, we can find Nautilus. Nautilus! Careful Ori. I like it. I just redemption for heal. I just keep shielding Kevin.
I'm fine.
I shield Kevin. Oi? Okay. We can end.
Redemption.
Good game, guys. Nice! Oh. Woo!
trapped only by frozen memories. Lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight.
Wait, why do I have to play this game? I want to watch C9 versus FlyQuest.
And it looks like Envy do want to collapse on him.
Oh, that's a really nice grounding from the miasma. Perfectly done by Ninja.
It's not going to have, he's not going to have time.
Stunt getting himself jumped on. Seraph's here with the stand united, and Lyra cashes in on a freebie for himself. You got to make sure that you're putting everything out there to start this fight, as Lyra's going to be caught out. That should be huge. No way to contest the Drake when you don't have your jungler. Get Lyra going in like that. Edge of Night with stand united. Seraph with a flashlight after him. Ninja's coming too. Chaser getting run down. A little bit more damage.
Whoa,
but Lyra goes first. Kane, nice shockwave. Ninja's done. Seraph having to retreat, but Someday is still in hot pursuit. And Dignitas take game one. Welcome back. The teams are gearing up for round 2 of Envy versus Dignitas. But before we get into that, we got to talk about the player of the game.
Keen! We saw right there the put the ball on your head, flash in for the shockwave onto Lyra. He was the one to get the first kill, snowballing in that all-important team fight that really did decide the entire game.
Yeah, when one fight decides the game, when everything is so calm and all of a sudden there's just this massive shift, the man who's responsible for the shift is the man who's responsible for the game. That gives you player of the game material.
Yeah, I mean, Team Envy were picking up, as you said, early game leads with the Shen teleports, getting a couple kills here. Chaser not respecting level 6 in mid lane, gets caught out by the Cassiopeia, and so some gold started to build up for Team Envy. But again, once you get to the late game, face checking in around the dragon, and then that one Baron fight, were really all that Team Dignitas need to then. Once you have the money to fund this Maokai juggernaut, and they just move their whole squad as 5 behind Someday into the turrets and mowed them all down.
Increasing the budget for the national parks, man. These trees are going freaking crazy. This Team Envy now has to find a way to stand up to that from Team Dignitas, or they are going to find themselves 2-0'd here. Dignitas, of course, really liking the sound of that prospect, looking to get that done for themselves now. But Team Envy on blue side means they're going to have more ban flexibility. In this game, Dignitas likely going to be needing to answer the unholy trinity of Camille, LeBlanc, Rengar from the red side. Ryze and Varus banned away first from Envy. Dignitas starting off with LeBlanc and Jace. So not the big 3.
We're going to have one given over here, probably. Either the Rengar or Camille. That would definitely change the flavor of the game. I'd like to see some split pushing, some carries for the top lane. Everybody wants to see Someday on carries. Everybody wants to see Seraph on carries to try and see who can win that split push war, because both of them do pride themselves in that. And yes, the Kha'Zix is going to come up, so that's either Camille or Rengar final ban. Or actually, Dignitas are not going to ban either of those so that they can trade one back, because you don't want to ban out one of them and then be left with nothing.
Yeah, you ban one away, then you're putting yourself in a really bad corner because you're just giving away free presents and you don't get anything in return. Feels real bad, man. But Dignitas now have to choose what they do want to ban away, and the answer is going to be Malzahar, keeping that support away from Hakuo.
All right, so no surprise there. They instantly jump on the Camille. So much of these teams is about their top laners and the way that they do shape the teams. Camille up here, we have seen a variety of champions that some top laners have prepared ready for Camille. Poppy is one, can deny a lot of the jumps. Actually, most of the things that Camille tries to do. But you can also, try and take. I want to see a carry to carry match. I want to see someday take the Poppy role and just be a Camille blocker and try and hold off Seraph from doing things in the team fights later. But regardless, when you give over the Camille, as you said, they're not going to ban out the Rengar. They do trade that one. Plus, because Team Envy banned the Varus, they also get another super high priority pick in the Jhin here. So they get the lethality 80 carry, the other one that is left up. And that is going to mean that while Ashe can early on have a good laning phase versus Jhin, once those lethality items start to come through and Ashe is still building up crit multipliers, it takes a lot longer for Ashe to have the same impact in the mid game that Jhin will have.
Right. Once the Jhin has a Yumu's Ghostblade and an Edge of Night, and he's running around doing all this damage, Ashe will have an Essence Reaver and part of a Hurricane and be like, now you hold on, I'm going to be done with this soon, and then we're going to be even. But Ninja, on the side of Envy, going ahead and picking up that Graves for Lyra. Going to be answering the Rengar with that in the jungle, a high damage threat versus a high damage threat, as Dignitas decides they're going to go ahead and pick up the Zyra support before it has a chance to be banned out in the second part of the picks and bans.
Yes, sir. Not going to look to answer the top role at all. So I would expect Team Envy to try and whittle down on that top role, ban out some of the answers we've already seen to Camille. But it's very interesting that Team Dignitas have said, okay, someday you are the player of the team. You're the one we're building around. And we are going to have full confidence that you are hiding this pick. And you're going to take your top lane matchup into the #1 top laner, which is Camille. And you're going to take an extra round of bans. They're expecting...
That's some faith.
Yeah, that is definitely some faith. Jax has been used in Korea. And that one's not going to be available. So they're banning out the carry options, which is the ones I wanted to see.
That's what I wanted to see, too. I want to see
carry.
Seraph and someday have this epic clash to decide who ultimately wins this series. And this might be the time we actually get to do it. I always get so curious when you see champions like Camille and Rengar that have like a 97% ban rate or something ridiculous. I always start wondering, I wonder what the games with them in them actually look like. And now we get to see. We get to answer that question.
Yes, sir. So will it be the Poppy that they're going to decide to go with into it? Or does someday have another carry prepared? Well, Swain is an option as well. You can try and use your range for bullying up there. The rest of the team comps are filling out pretty nicely, though. We again see the Nami here. We're also seeing a lot of times as Nami is opted into that matchup for the sustain because can help you get through that super punishing Zyra laning phase. But what we're all really wondering is what is someday going to use into this Camille after Jax and Fiora are both banned as well.
That's someday pick B. Lod grabbing the Corki for Keen in the mid lane, as Victor will be the mid laner on the side of Envy. What is the answer for someday? And it looks like it's going to be the tank option again, going for the Shen, throw down the Spirit's Refuge when Camille wants to beat on you in her ultimate, and just sort of annoy her.
Basically, you are going with the I will make plays elsewhere path. Try and take your, bullying a bit in lane. It's not too bad. Shen is actually one of the ones that's a lot better at holding on to that because that Spirit Refuge you talk about, but also being able to CS fairly safely. And then get out of there. Make some plays with Rengar. You jump on the back of Rengar, and you're instantly into the back line. So that'll be what they're looking for the side of Team Dignitas. Meanwhile, Team Envy, they got all their money in the Seraph Camille basket here. Apollo will be firing off Ashe arrows to try and get things started. So there is some guaranteed engage for these guys as well. And maybe we'll see some more proactive uses of those tools.
And Camille can also be an engager in her own right. Hextech Ultimatum, that person is stuck in there, usually until they're dead because she kills them pretty quick.
Yeah, it does knock away any teammates that are currently next to you. They'll have to come back. And that's usually enough time for Camille to actually kill her target, actually.
Yeah. I'm honestly impressed with myself for remembering the name of her ultimate, considering I never actually get to see her in any games. I was hoping that I would manage to do that by the time that I finally got a Camille game, and today I did it. Dream achieved. But now Envy's got to achieve the dream of actually translating the pick into a win. That's the thing. You can pick it. That's great. Everybody's fantastic. You've still got to blow up the enemy Nexus, and they do have to go through an equally banned away pick in that Rengar to do it.
Chaser's Rengar. Let's see how he does start out. Because last game, he did not have that healthy amount of respect for the level 6 mid lane burst. Got caught out by Ninja and did give over some early gold. Didn't end up costing the team too much, but definitely something they'd like to improve on. Rengar probably won't be doing too much around mid lane till he's post level 6. And looks for some ultimate kills.
Camille has such a strange running animation.
I mean,
Strides
if
so...
your feet are blades, your running animation's gonna be strange.
Give her a little slack, man. I don't know. It's a really, really strange, like, she's so over dramatic with it, you know?
I want to see Captain Flowers on stilts and see how normal you look.
You're gonna see a guy walking about 2 inches and falling over on the ground. That's all you're gonna see. Someday and Seraph not gonna be finding each other up here, both just having a good time spamming back and forth short walking animations in the brushes. Keystone Masteries at the bottom part of your screen. Fervor versus Grasp there on the top side. Warlords versus Deathfire Touch for the 80 carries yet again. And 5 different Thunderlords in this match.
Woo, surprise.
Zap.
All right. This time around, Keen piloting the Corki in the mid lane as well. Into that Ninja Victor. He had quite a good game last game for themselves. Coming up with that big play when they needed it. See if he can get the early pressure on Ninja, you know, and try and force him into a poor back time. And one of the best things to do when pressuring Victor, try and make sure that he's not able to get to that sweet Hex Core purchase, and see if you can dish out enough punishment to make him go back early.
Yeah, making it so he can't get the second part of that laser. Really, really big. The Rengar start is going to be similar to what we saw from the Kazakhs last time around that you were talking about. You now start the chickens, you clear all those out, you get the extra bonus experience. Nice for early on.
Meanwhile, Lyra didn't get the notice on that, and he started the red one first, so it's not terrible. He just loses out a little bit of the extra bonus experience from the level difference. It's not a huge deal, but most, especially of the pro junglers, are doing the opposite order that Lyra just did. Chickens first, then red.
Then walking on over to the Wolves, Lyra doing just that. They're going to end up on opposite sides of the map this time around. We'll see if they can make any sort of interesting plays or decisions based off of that one, as Seraph just taking control very quickly here in the top side.
Yep, Camille gonna push him in here on the Shen, but Seraph still feels just fine. Right in front of his turret. This is actually the perfect space. Just gonna CS, doesn't have to worry about the jungle ganks. You know, even if Graves is heading up there, he hasn't taken harassment, so they're not gonna dive him. And that's really what you want from your Shen. Good job, just CSing up there, farm your way up to 6. Meanwhile, Chaser, even though he's super low health and it is risky to go for that Scuttle Crab, he's got the confidence to do it. I don't think they got any vision on Lear, and he's just extrapolated. Oh, they did have the ward on the Raptor camp. That's why he has that confidence. Plus, they did see that he started down there. Still a little bit risky. I'm always nervous going for that Scuttle
There's
Crab.
always some kind of a risk to it if you're at 200 HP and you're walking into neutral territory.
Because you're like, okay, we had some vision on him, and I'm banking on the fact that he's still not there because Raptors are cleared. But there's that off small chance that he looped back around.
5% chance that you get first blooded at 3 minutes is still a kind of high chance when you put it in context.
Meanwhile,
he's happy. It didn't happen. That's all that matters. He's got some long swords under his belt. Going to be working towards, I'm sure, plenty of lethality himself this game.
Yes, sir. Rengar, plenty of options as far as the build path goes. You can't go Cleaver, you can go plenty of lethality now. The world is your oyster when you get to pick Rengar.
Seraph fighting back against Someday. The shield, of course, blocking the magic damage from Someday because the Camille shield blocks whatever type of damage the champion does most of, and built into Shen's kit through that Spirit Blade is a lot of % HP magic damage.
Yep, it's nice when you do have mixed types of damages as well. Meanwhile, Lyra on the Graves as well, just continuing to clear out, and got to go back for his long swords.
Waiting for chicken camp number 2, just hanging around.
See, if you had done that first, buddy, it'd be up now.
Chickens would already be there. What are you waiting on?
Come on.
Lyra.
Gotta optimize your timing here.
All right, there we go. The chickens are back, and as soon as they show up, they're gone. Rough life for some of the Raptors. Taking a look at the CS across the board, everything's pretty close. Most pronounced difference actually between Apollo's Ashe and Lod's Jhin there in the bottom lane. Ashe Nami doing a good job being powerful early on in the lane like you were talking about earlier. Jin's going to come into his own more as we get a little bit of ways in around that first item point once he can have the lethality and sort of just outpower spike the Ashe.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing why Ashe was valued above Jhin before the lethality buffs because of this laning phase and the bullying. Not to mention the arrow, but a lot of it is about this early start down here. And once the lethality changes came in, that's the thing that really pushed Jin over the edge and caused him to rise up back above her, because he hits level 6. He's got so much of this early power, and you know, we say mid game. That's pretty early mid game, just hitting level 6 for the Jin. But around that time, he also has at least a serrated Dirk, depending on how well he's doing, and you can get a lot of control. Meanwhile, Hawkshot going over here to scout. They do have a ward on Chaser, and he's going to get an end of the line in the head.
Lyra taking some burst, Chaser taking some burst. Lyra still on the hunt, though. Going to be forcing Chaser to flash away from that one. Lyra doing a good job in that fight, and Chaser is sent home to lick his wounds at the Gromp, but I think that Frog's a little bit too tough.
The Gromp is a one heavy licker here. Giant Tongue going to chase it back out, but it's actually not that bad for Team Dignitas, because you know, both teleports were used and canceled there, I believe. So Chaser, even though he was in a bad spot, he was like sitting on a ward, one of the worst, you know, spots for a jungler. He was able to jump onto the graves to get his way out there, and only had to burn his flash. So not the worst thing in the world there for Team Dignitas, even though the vision advantage was in Team Envy's favor. And we continue to farm it out.
Long swords and potions, still just the only things in the inventory right now for Apollo and Lod. Neither one has really gotten a chance to go back and do anything with their itemization just yet. As I say that, Apollo gets his chance to go back to base, pick up the BF sword. Going to be a lot of extra damage coming out onto him now that he's got that, thankfully. Dignitas with a very, very, very slight gold lead working with for the time being. Sheen, first item on Camille in the top lane. I don't actually know what is the usual build path on Camille because I've never seen it.
Getting Sheen as early as possible does wonders for your DPS, because one of the best things about Camille is that, I mean, there are a lot of them, so you gotta count a lot of things, but
quite a few.
One of the best things is that her precision protocol, the Q for Camille, we'll see it activate second here. When her legs start to glow white like that, it means her next activation or her next attack will do true damage, and it actually also converts your Sheen proc or your Trinity Force proc into true damage as well. So
that's dirty.
It's a tremendous amount of damage, and that's where a lot of the DPS does come from. So nice to get that early. Not to mention, it's always cool to have extra cooldown reduction on her as well.
So good first item coming out from her. Bomby Cinder on Someday, going to give him a little bit of extra control and push power over that wave, as well as building towards that Sunfire Cape that you like to build against those serious attack damage threats.
And since in that little bottom lane jungle confrontation, both top laners did at least start teleports. Someday did get to cancel his. It looks like Seraph actually full channeled his and then had to recall. That's why the timer's quite a lot longer. Means that Someday is going to have map-wide advantage here. You know, be able to try and turn something around. Since Someday is both pushing Camille in and has Stand United ready, Team Envy has to be a lot more cautious on the other side of the map there, because if Someday shows up and you start to chain kills with this early Jin, then things can go the exact same way as last game, actually.
Keen's got the package. You can see that big golden glow on Arcade Corky. Means he's ready to make some kind of a delivery, but he's only got a very small amount of time remaining. He'll clear out the control ward from enemy territory and then likely just drop this on nothing, or he'll not use it at all.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you have package, Rengar post 6, Shen post 6, and Jin also with the ultimate available, you're itching to make a move around bottom lane, but Team Envy do play cautiously, and they don't fall into it. Now they're also cautious about even walking into their own jungle, and rightfully so.
They know exactly how long-reaching this Dignitas composition is and what kind of tricks they can pull out. Being aware of those and never allowing them to get off the ground with that is pretty imperative, because a composition like that has so much potential for reach is one that can snowball very, very rapidly, and you're quickly finding yourself just stuck under turrets for the rest of the game, wondering where it all went wrong.
Yeah. And we do see a lot of motion down here in the bottom side of the map. They still want to get some of those ultimates off in this area, because if you get kills down there, you know, maybe you can chain into the turret, then you can chain into this Cloud Drake, and there's a lot to be gained for control of that area of the map. And look how dark the map is for Team Envy. They're trying to play defensively, but makes it very difficult to scout out where Team Dignitas are coming from if they haven't been able to get even any vision into the river. Hakuo has been really pinned down in that bottom lane, so he hasn't been able to roam and get much wards done. Apollo, even with the Hawk shots, actually.
Full on 2v2 bottom lane. Curtain call going to be opened up. Chaser looking to work his way here into the fight. Now he's stunned up, cleanses that CC, runs himself away. A lot of abilities blown, a lot of flash and fireworks and fanfare for a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, the double flashes of the NV bottom lane now will be on cooldown. However, couple of ultimates used. We'll still see. Someday has the ability to move around, as we said. Now Seraph can actually answer him because it's been so long and the teleport has come back up. But yeah, you can tell they want to force it so bad down bottom lane, but Envy knew this, trying to play defensively, and Apollo is just barely able to flash out of that Zyra engage.
And I'm really a bit concerned for Envy because what you were talking about with their points of vision being a problem. Hakuo is not able to rotate around. They're not able to get the wards where they need to get them. This is the same thing that ended up costing them those Infernal Drakes last game that you pointed out. You said Dignitas has been setting up for this for 50 seconds, and all of a sudden Envy just strolls in like they own the place, and Lyra gets popped.
Yeah, and it's another symptom of that, you know, teamwork, right? Jungle and supports are supposed to work together in this vision battle, and not even just jungle and supports. It takes your mid lane pushing up. You need to buy time for your bottom lane wave as well. So the coordination just hasn't really been there for them. Meanwhile, Team Dignitas, they've got Stunt roaming at the same time as Chaser taking the Scuttle Crab. There are 3 control wards down in that bottom area. He's even moving in to get the ward onto the red buff, so Brambleback might even be the site of some action here as Envy, they've completely given up on that bottom side. You know what? We're going to make this push like Team Dignitas did in the last game to try and go for that first turret gold on the top side, and it's going to be a race. They are the ones with the first wave, so they're on the turret first. See how risky Someday wants to get.
They've also got that Sheen pushing top laner, but the Sheen pushing mid laner is the response from Dignitas. Envy will find this turret first blood slightly faster than their opponents. The rotation ends up working out in their favor. They grab themselves a small gold lead that's now going to be answered down to about 600K. Envy still with that lead.
And when you make this trade, you want to keep up the pressure as the blue team because,
Someday now getting jumped on CC all over the place. Hex Tech ultimatum. Lyra firing in that collateral damage over the wall, dashes in for first blood.
And it looks like the rotations up here are going to be a little slow for Team Dignitas, but the reason you want to keep that pressure up as the blue team is that if you back off there, then yeah, you did get the first turret gold and they traded, but you also give up the dragon. So by keeping up that pressure, going for this dive, they get the kill plus another turret. And while Team Dignitas do have people down by this Drake, it costs them so much more than if they had given up early.
Truly does. 2,000 gold advantage for Team Envy. Dignitas grabbing the Drake. But we were talking so much last game about how the Infernal Drakes were so cool and everybody likes them, and this is kind of like the sad, not so cool Drake. The Cloud Drake, not generally with as much of a fan club as Infernal Drake has, but hey, at least he's something for Dignitas to pick up. Ocean's gonna be number 2, spawning at around the 19.5-minute mark. This Chaser trying to grab this blue buff, really wants to give it over to Keen, says hurry up and Valk over here before this thing kills me, and now he's going back to base.
All right, so pretty good, you know, early game gold lead again for Envy, but as you said, you always caution whenever they do get this. It has not lasted in the past. We'll see if they can keep it going though. Rotating everyone over to try and keep the outer turrets chaining for themselves. Mid lane is the next target.
Trinity Force power spikes up and running now on both Camille and Corki. That item, one of the best items out there in the game of League of Legends for giving you that single power spike if your champion can use all aspects of it well. We know both of these champions can use that very, very capably. So keep your eye on these two as the fights go on to see exactly what they're able to contribute to this. 124 to 110 CS, Camille winning in that respect as well. You'd expect her to, considering how often she is banned, how strong of a pick she is right now. Everywhere else on the map, farm staying pretty close, at least in the bottom lane. Mid lane's a slight lead for Corki, and Graves is farming up a storm over the Rengar.
Yeah, and they've actually rotated Keen down to the bottom as well. He picked up a bunch, very big wave of minions that Seraph had just pushed into the turret, so helps him out a lot in those CS numbers. And the Rengar is ready to roll once again. I mean, we still haven't seen a successful combo of this Rengar Shen dive. See if Team Dignitas can pull one of those off. package, I believe, is timing out pretty soon for Keen. Yeah, it's gone now. So they don't have the added impact of the package, but that training force you talked about is still doing decent work onto the turret.
Whittling it down piece by piece. Dignitas trying to catch up in terms of those objectives. They're still 1-2 in terms of turrets, with the 1-0 advantage regarding the Drakes. 15.5 minutes into the game, only 1 kill so far. Another story of a very, very cautious game being played by both Dignitas and Envy. And you can understand where they're coming from, considering, like we said at the start of this, these teams are currently tied for last in the league. They're both 1-6, and getting a win here is the start up to that next rung of the ladder, at least not being down there at the bottom and working your way back towards the middle of the pack.
And the pack is on the move right now for Team Envy. They're moving through wards, though, so Team Dignitas have been alerted to this mid lane focus. And while Lot is alone, he's playing very safe at his turret. Knows that he has to give them a healthy amount of respect. Just CSing from very far away, and Team Envy just meddling around here in the jungle on top of wards.
Gonna be spotted out. Can't really do anything about it. Setting down some vision of their own just in case anything worth looking at happens anytime soon. Seraph back into the top side to answer the waves being shoved up now by Someday, who has a Ninja Tabby and Sunfire Cape now completed. The Sunfire Cape just being completed. So he's doing everything he can to really resist this Camille. Knows that if this character gets too far ahead, he's going to be in for a world of hurt. Both junglers also with those warrior enchantments done. And something about the Graves, kind of a new thing we're seeing lately when Graves is up against some nasty bursts like the Rengar. Steric's Gauge, second item.
Yeah, I'm not a very big fan of it, especially with so many other good items that you could be building early on Graves. And while I have been more okay with the Steric's Gauge recently, there was maybe 3 patches ago a nice buff to it where they reduced the cost and it's not quite as inefficient just with the base stats, but it still does have that. And you know, you are delaying things like either going with a Ghost Blade, huge flat damage build that's going to help out your Thunderlord proc and everything, or your Black Cleaver, which gives you a bunch of that cooldown reduction, and your Armor Shred. But it has been trending, and I'm okay with it.
All right, it's acceptable.
Just not ecstatic.
Dignitas, though, speaking of something to be excited about, they took the Rift Herald. He actually gets taken in a not Immortals game.
Woo woo! Turret's also being taken as the top and bottom are traded. Team Dignitas get one more for themselves, but Team Envy are still moving up. And again, they're the ones with the tempo here. Let's see if Team Dignitas can actually punish anywhere on the map, because they have this Rengar, and you really want to have them punish some of these rotations. There's a lot of people moving around through the jungle here. You've got a Shen plus a Rengar, but just gonna offer some more time for Someday with his, even with a sword. I mean, the last one, it was a Thunder Stick.
The last one was a Thunder Stick. This time, at least he's got something a little bit better. Okay, let's be honest with ourselves, but let's not sugarcoat this. How hard is it to cut a rock with a sword? It's probably not much better than the Thunder Stick is.
Probably not. Unless you got a lightsaber or something, and not what Shen is going to be wielding here. So again, we just wait, trade some more minions. There's just shoving up opposite sides over and over. No opportunity really opening up here, as bottom side of the map vision, full Envy. Top side of the map, full vision for Team Dignitas, and neither team taking any risks.
One thing I also want to go ahead and mention in regards to what you were saying earlier about utilizing this Rengar, punishing those rotations, he's the one who got the Rift Herald buff. He's the one who's going to have that extra damage potential if he can find one of those isolated targets using that, and it's going to make him that much scarier than he already is. Some defensive itemization coming out from Chaser right now, though. Giant's Belt and Cloth Armor, not really seeing that sort of one-shot build that is the Rengar standard in solo queue and other less competitive environment.
It doesn't seem to be that type of game, right? They're not going for a bunch of kills. We have 1 kill in 20 minutes here. It's not like Chaser's going to be popping his ultimate a bunch this game and singling out squishies and killing them. So he's going for more teamfight durability. He's going into that more defensive build here. We might have a little confrontation over vision.
Arrow's not going to be finding anybody just yet. Deadly Flourish hits, but it doesn't have the snare. Apollo on the run. Chaser looking to make the move. Stand United is there. but it's not going to be finding anything just yet. Dignitas has to disengage this one. It doesn't work out the way they plan. Phosphorus Bomb and Gatling Gun off to the side as Keen tries to set up shop on the flank, but not going to be finding anything with that either. They just couldn't quite close that distance in time.
Disengage there from Team Envy, but the Drake still alive and drawing them to some confrontation.
Still got something to fight over. Hakuo hanging around over the wall. He does not have his tidal wave available for this fight. Ocean Drake burning down pretty quickly. Chaser wants to get the smite. He's got it pretty easily. Now the fight's gonna be breaking out. Big Stranglethorn. Apollo is done. And Seraph now into the back line, trying to get rid of these guys if he can. Ninja going deep after Lod, able to find the kill now as the laser almost takes down Chaser. A double kill for Ninja.
Oh, Someday!
Someday into the fight, he's able to find one. It's double kill for Keen too. Lyra on the run. Someday and Keen still looking for more. Sterix Gage keeping Lyra alive here. Hakuo getting himself away as well. 3 for 2. Dignitas grabs not only the Drake, but the fight after.
Whew, that was such a touch and go fight for them as Lod had to kite for his life up into the tri-bush. Now they're trying to get the extra turret off of it, but Lyra still alive, getting healed up by Nami, is able to clear out a lot of the minions. So they'll have to be happy with just those extra kills, which is definitely good, evens up the gold, but you know, the Drake here, with the AD carries, neither of them having ultimates, the initiation coming from Stunt as he sacrificed himself with the Zyra there, but so much damage with Seraph and Ninja diving the back line. They almost were able to take down Keen and Lod, but they're so committed here. Someday goes in, taunt, then flash right onto Ninja to grab him as well, and really allowing for the turn here and cementing that victory for Team Dignitas.
And almost like clockwork, Envy has a lead. We get to 20 minutes, things go bad. Now Seraph into a duel with Keen, getting himself away from that one, but the package disengage kept Keen alive and going there. Seraph so scary on this Camille. Tiamat for item number 2. Means he's still prioritizing some of that damage, some wave clear, some control. Corky not going for rapid fire cannon second. Hakuo now going to be eating some curtain call shots. Chaser into the fight. There's your stand united. Big taunt onto 2 guys. Lyra having to run away. Can't quite do it. Ninja trying to cut off the rest of Dignitas. He will not successfully do it just yet. Apollo is down again. Seraph being routed now. The Hextech ultimatum is issued and canceled by the blast cone. Chaser's grabbing the kill there. 4 for 0.
Someday back at it again. Landed about 3 taunts in that team fight, grabbing multiple members, and Team Dignitas, once again, you hit around that 20-minute mark, they start rolling over Team Envy in the team fights. It'll be another Baron, eerily similar to last game.
Way too close to that game number 1 result.
I wanted to prep the Nami wave steal here, but it's not available, so
all right,
100% going to be the Team Dignitas Baron.
No way they could possibly lose this. Deadly Flourish comes out. Someday taunting the Baron up just because he can, and Dignitas.
Take a look at this again. All right, they finally get to coordinate all those ultimates we've been talking about. Lod opens up with the Jhin, gets 3 bullets off before Nami interrupts him, and then Chaser Someday combine for a sweet back line initiation there. He lands it onto all 3 members. Then they're able to chase down Apollo as well. And look at this blast cone as well. Is going to be able to save Chaser from Seraph and get him out of the area. And then him and Keen are left back there, able to take him down. Gromp doesn't actually equalize either.
And we're already back into another fight.
Another snare on
Dignitas is
Seraph.
not willing to stop. Seraph in some trouble. Stunt grabbing the kill. Dignitas, they are not going to allow this momentum to go to waste even for a second, Kobe. They're pushing down the mid lane. Tier 1's going to be the target to tie up this turret count, and then the sky will be the limit as they continue utilizing this power.
Yep, Baron buff means that Shen finally gets to take out turrets, actually. With all the extra minions, he'll be pushing up to the bottom side, and Someday making his way there right now, while the rest of the team should keep pressure onto the mid lane. Stand United very quickly coming up as well. Maybe somebody gets a little risky in their tower defense. Not going to happen. Envy just back off and they give them up. So bunch more gold over here for Team Dignitas.
And this advantage is ballooning the same way it did in game number 1. Everything was at such a standstill. Now Dignitas has found their chance. They realize how effective it is. And Envy have got to find some sort of response for this because they can't afford to let the game go the same way that game number 1 did. They know what the result of game number 1 was.
But you know that point in the game you were talking about 20 minutes ago where Ash is sitting on the Essence Reaver Hurricane?
Say, hey, slow down. You stop that?
And Jin's already far ahead. That is where we are at the moment. Baron buff still on. They're pushing down another turret.
Tier 2 in the mid lane. Gonna be the mark down for Dignitas. They grab that. That's number 5. Now 5,500 gold, the tune of their lead. 8-3 in terms of kills, 25 minutes into this game. They got one Tier 2 left standing on the side of Team Envy, and Dignitas is looking to remedy that real quick. Rotating everybody up there, keeping Someday in the bottom part of the map with 2 different tools to make his way into the fight if he needs them. And the split push game continues.
Yep, almost all members of Team Dignitas currently have over 1,000 gold in their pockets as well. And now they do as Chaser just ticks over, so they are very rich men when they get to go back to base as well. So many turrets taken with that Baron buff after those 2 team fight victories. That will mean it gets even more scary as Leandres comes in for stunt. Currently stunt, undefeated as well.
Yup, 100% win rate so far. Looking to make that an even stronger statement at the end of this game. Leandre's Torment means for a support, he is going to be dealing loads of damage.
Package ready for Keen. And the options for playmaking are definitely plentiful here for Team Dignitas. All the outer turrets taken down, plenty of map to work with, vision controlled all the way throughout the map. Even the arena is controlled by Team Dignitas.
People are the Digna fans, man. The 89%, they know. They're cheering for Dignitas to be able to close this one out like they did the first time around. And with the gold lead they've got right now, it looks like a pretty promising proposition. Lod and Stunt gonna be working towards this Ocean Drake for themselves. Envy has not been able to acquire even a single one of these neutral objectives so far in game number 2. Dignitas making sure of that as they pick this one up. There will be one more Elemental Drake spawning if the game lasts that long. But we'll have to see if Dignitas need another 6 minutes to actually shut this one down.
All right, headed right down the mid lane, wasting no time. Team Dignitas looking to get inside Envy's base. Wave clear is the name of the game here for Team Envy. They have Graves, they have the Ash Follies coming through, and Victor, so they should be able to defend decently. It's just that the gold lead has gotten a little bit scary.
Yeah, the gold lead's out of control.
The options for diving are also pretty good ones for Team Dignitas. Somebody's not even bothering splitting here. Grouping up with the squad to just try and run the same bulldozer through Envy's base as they did last time.
Curtain call opens up, tidal wave fired out, the Nami pick doing work in that regard. Dignitas not able to successfully use that zoning tool the way they wanted to. Good eye on Hakuo, recognizing, hey, I need to stop this right now.
Yep. Once again, Lod gets off 3 bullets, but everyone was high health, so didn't really accomplish much. And that will be enough to dissuade Team Dignitas from their push on mid lane.
You know, the wave clear that you were talking about, the volleys and the lasers and all this different stuff on Envy, we're probably going to need a second Baron for Team Dignitas to actually be able to break this defense, because right now they're sort of just ramming their heads into the wall. It's real hard to do.
Yeah, definitely could be the case. Baron 150, or 1 minute, 50 seconds away. And they still have so much vision control. I mean, Team Envy are really cooped up inside their base. They've been able to get some wards down here leading up to the Baron, but Team Dignitas can easily sweep in and clear those out. Not to mention, they can keep Someday down on the bottom side of the map indefinitely here. He's got 2 levels up on Seraph. You know, no matter what champion you're working with, you're 2 levels up, plus a tremendous amount of gold.
You're feeling good about it.
Feeling just fine. Shen.
All right, you're seeing the wards, though, coming out from the side of Team Dignitas. A couple in the bottom part of the map, more showing up around Baron. You want to get more control even than this as they work towards that. This needs to be a thing that they're 100% confident about, that it's not going to be some random Envy ace counter steal. The whole game turns opposite upside down on its head. As long as they can prep properly for this, it should be a pretty solid take. Someday in the bottom part of the map, continuing that split push pressure.
Rocks!
Cutting the rocks down with the sword. We talked about it earlier. It doesn't make any sense, but hey, Someday's doing it anyway. That's exactly just the kind of things that the man can do when he's in a spot. He can help the team find the victory. Titanic Hydra, Sunfire Cape, Spectre's Cal, and pieces of a Guardian Angel all up for him. The Spectre's Cal, really the only magic resistance he needs. Not bothering to turn that into the full-on Spirit Visage yet, because Victor's the only problem there. And he's not really too afraid of that. If Victor's blowing his entire combo on the Shen, then
Keen and Lod are like, hey.
Yeah, I like it. Go for your Guardian Angel. Guardian Angel is one of the highest impact, teamfight impact items just on purchase because you get this super powerful passive that is going to pop for your next team fight, and it looks like we may be in store for only one more team fight. So if he's able to finish his GA, it'll be a huge amount. And here we go. He's chasing him down. Still has that lead on Seraph.
Seraph hitting him hard now. Seraph's shield has actually changed over to a physical damage shield with the Titanic Hydra being completed on that Shen.
Just waiting out the Hawk shot here is Team Dignitas. And waiting for Someday to regain control of that minion wave. They probably want him to push it up a little bit more. They get a good snare, though. I would definitely expect them to also take the fight. You can just have Chaser and Someday diving in once again.
That combo's been so effective this game. They've been able to just get that Shen right on top of where they need to get him. Chaser feels that much more comfortable going in when he has the extra health to guarantee nothing bad's going to happen.
Here it comes.
And here it goes. Edge of Night, stand united all the way into the back line. Hakuo dead right at the start. Chaser having to flash away, but he's the return kill. Envy is okay with this one, a 1-for-1.
Yep, they're able to chase him off. So many ultimates used, but Victor still holds his. Very important for Team Envy in their defense. He's the last one that has some sort of surprise burst in the package here that he could use. And very good for Team Envy to hold that defense and get the 1-for-1 trade to try and hold on, because they're trying to hold on to their series right now, trying to hold on to not being pushed down to 10th place.
Bit of a replay for exactly how that fight went down. Envy in a spot.
Kiting
Look
back
at
as
that
soon as they hear the rain guard.
scary thing coming in.
Someday goes super close. Seraph got a lot of the damage, about 50% of the health, but there it is. Baron Ninja able to finish it up and get that 1-for-1 trade, which just resulted in that tiny bit of gold exchanging hands.
Rapid fire cannons also completed now for both Keen and Lod. Kind of shows that they're going for the ability to just find that extra little bit of damage whenever they can, because this situation is kind of stalled out so hard. Hey, if we can just get these pot shots onto the turrets from a little bit of extra safety, maybe that'll help.
For an offensive move here from Envy, they grouped up behind the Raptor pit. Only problem for them is that targeting Rengar, he still has the CC immunity available on Empower W. We are on 7.2 still here at the LCS. And Chaser is able to get out.
Keen with package ready to deliver. Chaser having to go back and heal, though, working his way back towards the rest of the team, seeing if they can find something with that package while it's still available from Keen. Envy taking the opportunity with the enemy jungler gone to move towards the Baron pit, grab the Scuttle Crab, just try to maintain a little semblance of control over this area. As Keen clears out some of that vision that they're trying so hard to lay down. Baron up and alive. Infernal Drake also up and alive. Keen moving himself down to just take that sort of by himself. Doesn't really need any help taking it at this point in time. And that'll be a nice little damage bonus for the side of Dignitas, so they can have that. Maybe that's the difference. Maybe that is what's going to give this team the edge and what they need to break through the enemy base and find their victory here. But that's 4 Elemental Drakes under Dignitas' belt. If this game lasts long enough for Elder Drake to be an option, it's going to be a very powerful true damage bonus.
For Team Dignitas, though, they would not like to wait that long, and they're hoping that this Someday split push on Shen. He's got 4 completed items now. He does have the complete GA in addition to that Spirit Visage, so he is extremely powerful at the moment. They keep him in the bottom side. They 4-man at this Baron, continually deny vision, use the Zyra to zone, and they should be able to force Envy into a bad spot here, or slowly gain some ground on the bottom side. They're not going for that 4-1 play or with the Baron and the split-pushing Shen, though, as Corki is top, getting the top wave prepped, and Sunday's actually with the team looking to team fight rather than clearing minions. So Chaser might go in on this, and we are grouped up.
Chaser's looking to chase. He's got his Edge of Night, but they're just going to go ahead and back away from it. Dignitas, they're able to force Envy back with that play, which now allows them to move in from where Envy just moved out from, take control over the Baron area. And now Envy's the ones who have to respond to this. They have to run into a Team Dignitas that is rapidly burning away Baron's health. Already got it down to almost dead, and it is secured. Dignitas find the objective. Now can they find the fight afterwards? Curtain call opened up looking for Hakuo. 3 shots come out. The 4th one makes it there before the tidal wave interrupts it. Chaser's Edge of Night going to be popped by that laser from Ninja, and now the Baron minions are back in business.
Team Dignitas not over chasing there, even though they open up and get a little bit of a slow. Nobody rushing to try and capitalize. They don't need to really have any haste here. Just moving up with those minions. They can take their time. Baron buff empowered siege and crack through these inhibitor turrets.
He's going to be on the front line with that. The Trinity Force doing a lot of work into this top lane tier 3. Chaser still hanging around. Seraph tries to jump in and find a little bit of damage, but quickly takes a lot in return. Redemption going to be used now from Hakuo as the turret falls. Envy is in retreat. Someday on the front line, but his damage is not going to be enough. Stunt getting himself killed by Lyra's ultimate. Dignitas has to retreat now, unable to find that inhibitor.
Yeah, Someday taunts through the Edge of Night of Lyra. Takes a bunch of damage on the way out, as well as stunts, and then Stunt gets sniped by Lyra. Nice collateral damage there to find a kill and put a stop to that siege. Thought for sure this Baron-empowered siege was going to be able to grab an inhibitor for them, but good defense from Envy. They're able to buy themselves some more time.
Envy has been putting on a very good defense, a very coherent defensive effort entirely this whole way through. Here's exactly how that kill happened.
There it is. Somebody went in for that taunt, and Stunt took a lot of damage while he was moving up to follow. Lyra just answers. Boom.
Graves' ult does a lot of damage, turns out. Dignitas, though, they're back to 5 men strong. We're going to continue this push. They've got that exposed inhibitor in top lane. They've got tier 3s to still take down in the other 2 lanes. Someday back on split push duty in the bottom part of the map. The rest of Dignitas hanging around on the other side, waiting for their chance to continue this push and put the final nails in the coffin against Team Envy if this defense can be broken.
Yeah, let's see. How much time do they have left on this Baron? Just a little bit less than half, so still can definitely make use of it. Pushing in all 3 lanes, moving up to minions. The inhibitor on top side still exposed, so that will be the target. They should be able to call Someday over. If they should literally just have Someday right now pushing up 1 more wave of minions with the Baron buff, and then just use your standing item early. Just get in there, get the extra shield on someone, and brute force this inhibitor. This inhibitor should have no chance of standing, but Ash Arrow comes out for a counter initiation.
Ash Arrow going to be missing everybody. Good job by Dignitas dodging away from that when Envy's still looking for some kind of a way to defend this. Inhibitor falls in the top side. Mid lane's going to be the focus next. Baron enchantment placed onto those minions. Someday Chaser, all of Dignitas is here. Seraph trying to defend. Hakuo going to be eating some damage. Spirit's Refuge used to allow them to take this turret down cleanly. Now the inhibitor's got to be the target or a fight if Dignitas wants to go for that, if Envy steps up and tries to make that happen. The gravity field is placed, doesn't accomplish a whole lot, and Dignitas moves right back into position. Collateral damage going to be putting enough marks in those health bars to scare Dig off for a moment. But Dignitas still gets what they came for. They grab 2 lanes of inhibitors. Deadly Flourish not going to be finding anyone on the way out. Dignitas backs as a group and gets ready to make the final push into bottom lane.
Yep, should be the final one. They've got 2 Guardian Angels, 2 inhibitors down, and bottom lane's the only target left.
There's only one place left you can go, and that is exactly where Dignitas is bound. Elder Drake alive in 50 seconds. They don't want to be waiting on that. They've got a package to deliver, and the goal is Envy's doorstep.
Moving up that ladder, hoping to improve here. 2 victories, this would make it for the season, for this new revitalized Team Dignitas roster that was completely reworked here. Bringing in Someday, super high profile imports. And he's been good this game, landing quite a few taunts there on Shen.
2-1-5. 7 out of 9 kill participation overall. Doing a great job just being on that front line. Nearly full build at this point in time, 39 minutes into the game. Package about to expire on the Corki. Lyra hanging off to the side in case Dig makes some sort of crazy haphazard throw play.
Envy also kind of just have to pull the trigger. You have super minions floating in. Time is not your friend. You just need to pull something off. hope for a crazy teamfight victory here, and there they go!
There it goes. Lod's going to be jumped on. Seraph looking to make the moves. Hextech automation on the issue. Got him. Seraph has got his kill. Now Chaser looking to find the response if he can. Seraph trying to jump himself away. Keen's going to be brought low. Collateral damage not finding the kill onto him, but Dignitas has lost the fight.
Seraph assassinates Laud on the backside, but all the minions didn't waste any time, and now they have to defend the Nexus while Team Dignitas can easily move over to the Elder Dragon.
Dignitas moving in for this neutral objective, unable to find what they were looking for there in the enemy base. Laud's not going to be getting this buff for himself, but the rest of Dig will have it for the next 2.5 minutes for that next push. This is such a problem when you have a couple of inhibitors down in your base. Even when you win, it still feels like you lose.
All right, double Summoner's AD carry, but Seraph finds a really good flank into the back line. He activates his Titanic even through getting exhausted. He follows with his own flash and is able to take the kill, plus makes his escape. Meanwhile, on the bottom side here, Lyra was trying to get 2 kills at once there, shooting Keen in the face and then firing the collateral damage off that stunt, but wasn't able to get either one of them. Regardless, it was enough to shove them off of their goal at the moment. Now Team Dignitas will come back with 4 of those Elder Dragons, though.
That is a 225 damage burn, by the way. 45 per Drake plus the 45 base. That's going to sting a lot when these guys go in for the fight. Envy has got to be prepared for that. Hopefully they can find another pop onto somebody in the back line of Dignitas again, because they pretty much need it.
Yep, and I'm a big fan of just brute force, not wasting time. Even right as the minion wave comes up, move in with the minion wave, just someday just stand united on top of someone on the front line, probably Chaser, and just run up to this turret and hand to hand.
Just hit it.
It's literally 2 shots.
They've got rapid fire cannons too. Keen and Lod can just take a shot at it and burn it down. One more auto should do it. They don't go for it. They don't
2
go
shot.
for
We
it.
said it was 2. They got 1 on it.
There it goes. Okay, it's a 3-shot, whatever. Someday gets it with the sword. That is the last standing turret not guarding the Nexus itself on the side of Envy. It has now been destroyed. Inhibitor number 3 under pressure. Dignitas continues looking for their win. Apollo going to be eating 1 burn skull shot. Hakuo almost going to be picked off too, but it's Seraph into the back line. This time not going to be finding anyone just yet. He is down. Envy in retreat as Lyra and Apollo both going to be nearly killed. More rockets, more bullets, more problems coming their way. 2 dead on the side of Envy. It was a long way getting there, but Dignitas will find their win in game number 2 and take this series 2-0. The Digna fans are excited. Awesome performance from Team Dignitas there. They got to be happy about what happened. They were able to get their victory. They're not in that last place tie anymore. They're moving back up towards where they're hoping to be.
High fives all around for them. Some smiles there as, yep, 2-0. And only ever slightly behind even in both those games. Envy did get early leads, but it was never more than a couple of kills or 1,000 or so gold. And they were always able to remain cool and take those mid-game team fights.
Keen cleared the whole game without a single death. 3-0 and 4 on that Corki. Constantly keeping himself safe, just providing the poke that he needed to provide to help the team take these victories. We saw what he was constantly able to do, moving around the map, hitting the turrets with those Trinity Force procs. Dignitas now start their long journey back towards where they're wanting to be in the standings. You can see him high-fiving everybody in the crowd, feeling good about making that win happen. But now for Team Envy, though, the question remains, both of these teams were tied for last, and the implication of that is this should be the easiest opponent that you face. If Envy can't beat the other last place team, what are they going to do?
You're now last place.
And you're now the last place team.
I got to finish that off. There you go.
Okay, yeah, we got it. It's 1, 2, 3. Okay, Envy is now last place, but where do they go from here? Everything
can't go down. At least not till the end of the season.
I guess they're going up. I guess they're going
Or stay where you are. There's only 2 options.
Or stay where you are. Envy has definitely got some work to do. They've got to figure out how to remedy these problems, especially in that 20 to 25-minute zone where everything always seems to go wrong.
Yeah, definitely difficult. You know, the vision, setting up for objectives, setting up for these team fights, the actual team fighting itself, even within the team fights, getting the coordination and the focus down. But for us, we are going to finish things up here over in the Battle Theater. And there is another game going on right now that people might be interested as well.
Just, a little game, little contest between a couple of teams you might have heard of. Right now, we're going to go send everyone over to that one on NA LCS 1 for the match of the week. Cloud9 versus FlyQuest.
Welcome over NA LCS 2 as we start off our FlyQuest C9 game. Only 6:47 in, have not missed too much. Besides a nice gank top onto Impact. And now the pressure is being delivered from Alltech and Lemonation in the bot lane. A little critter is giving Smoothie hell here. They can still get a little bit of sustain. But as soon as that wave starts to crash back at C9, much more damage is delivered by Fly.
Yep, that's the charm of the Jin Malzahar lane. Pre-6, if you land that Deadly Flourish, the Voidlings just beat someone to near death. And that's how Alltech and Lemonation have tried to keep Sneaky and Smoothie pushed in.
Good timing by Contracts, hovering the top side as Impact is in that same position he was for First Blood when he got ganked. He knows he can stay up here, seeing Contracts go through the jungle. Goes down the ultimate. Ball shouldn't have too much trouble here. Tactical sweep missing as well. No follow-up. May have been Contracts coming up once the wave pushed in, but they weren't able to apply enough damage.
Yeah, and a pretty dangerous moment in time, actually. 4 balls is Poppy with Contracts being in the jungle, but FlyQuest looking to make a move elsewhere. Moon yet to be spotted.
Jensen's like, all right, there's a party mid lane.
Playing it easy.
Lemonation trying to cut him off. And a ward just below. Pretty much helping him out on the way up. Actually, no, never mind. That's Fly's ward, so I don't know what I'm talking about. So we'll see what Jensen can keep doing. Flash up, exhaust up, but we are seeing that Fly is trying to put pressure on him in the mid lane to relieve some for High.
Yeah, and that's really what it is. It's a release valve for High to be able to keep his farm up and hopefully get to the Hex Drinker and Serrated Dirk that he's trying to build up towards. Lemonation also has been doing his fair share of roaming. Gonna win the pink ward battle there. Voidlings OP. Get him! Too slow! Ah!
The lifeguard's worst nightmare, minions. Little ones in the pool. 1-0, 9 minutes up on this game. And forward wards being pushed in by Fly. Got some over by Blue. It looks like you're gonna have a little invade by Lemonation, and Moon's gonna come over and help him out.
Yeah, and this is a response. Moon saw that his blue buff got taken away by Contract, so he's predicting that Contract's blue buff is also going to be up. Like the move, I also like Moon's early Dark Seal here. I think it's an incredibly efficient item that Moon has been building early on almost all of his AP junglers, Nidalee and Evelynn. But they were mostly spotted out here, so Sneaky shouldn't get caught by this gank. If Lemonation gets 6, however, it is a lot of burst potential. He's about 80% of the way to level 6 here.
Flashes up. We'll be able to get that in. A little bit of a move from Jensen to get some vision down, but also slightly avoiding. I think that control ward did see him. And he's looking to just clear some out. Moon can't really do too much to him at this point. Phoenix Codex, Tome, stacking that tier.
Yeah, but look at the mid lane control Jensen has there. He pushes off the enemy jungle, gets a shot into the control ward, and then still makes it back in the lane for the mini wave. So he's not killing High, but he's definitely applying a lot of pressure.
72 to 66, pretty even top lane. Balls decides to go
Right
hard
back.
on this one as Impact came in with a few moves. Tactical sweep back. He gets the keeper's verdict, and it doesn't look like he's going to try to get out of this. Impact says, all right, let's fight. Throws down the ultimate. Balls tries to get the buckler out. Shield is up. There's the hit. The Q to the ground causes Impact to flash.
High's coming
and
over.
Here comes the rest of the cavalry.
Gotta land the shock blast.
Shock blast over to the right. This is going to be blind. Does he fire it far off? He just needs a little bit of vision, and a late ward does not allow him to find the target. Impact chooses correctly.
Woo! So that's the Poppy for you right there. Now, just 2 CS down to Impact, had gotten the help from the early gank, but plays that with the confidence to force Impact's flash backwards. Huge credit for Balls just sticking up in that lane.
Fly moving back, making sure the jungle's clear now, as they took a little bit of time to roam around in that. But staying proactive. These roams for High are giving Jensen quite a lead in the mid lane. Jensen's happy to have it. Backing up down to the bot lane, Alltech 105 to 100, so quite even there as we've seen a few scuffles. Just not much come out of it as of yet. Moon so far, only that first blood top lane, and things have kind of quieted down.
And the tension definitely building in here. A lot of the ways people expect this matchup to go, especially when you're thinking preseason, is that C9's lanes would just be so much stronger than FlyQuest that they're just going to get a massive advantage from there and then be able to kind of fight over every objective. We're seeing a much lesser extent of that. So FlyQuest did get the first blood, but because of the farm advantages in the mid and the top lane, it is still an even gold game, but that creates a very contentious mid game because the gold is completely even and we're still yet to see major engagements.
And there's another phase of this game where both mid laners and callers on the team actually excel, and that's when you get to the fight phase. High's ability to macro the team around the map really has brought in victories to, at the time, Cloud9 and even this FlyQuest squad. So there's many more phases of this game to be opened up here as we see the early game slightly, actually, in favor of no one. Very back and forth on what they're trying to achieve. Top lane sees Moon heading for impact here. His flash and teleporter down, so if they get him to go down, that's a long walk back to top.
Yeah, and this is actually setting up to be a counter gank right here because Contracts is going to walk straight through. Who will reveal first in this one? Can they get impact to engage through a minion wave? Because that would be ideal. Moon doesn't want to reveal himself yet. If Contracts could catch him in a dive, that would be massive. I saw him with the plant.
Yep.
They're just going.
Going back, puts down the ultimatum. They can't get actually in range of the turret for the ultimatum. Collateral damage misses for Contracts. High says, I'm going to the skies for this one if he can get in range. Changes forms for a bit of that movement speed. And he's going to Shock Blast finish this off with a few more attacks. And they may have waited, but it did seem to pay off. A 2-for-1 to start. And an arrow back to the bot lane as they almost lose Smoothie in a cross-map engagement.
Yeah, it looks like with the red buff and the challenging smite, Balls just got ticked down, but that was still advantage FlyQuest because even though High is losing in the mid lane CS-wise, the roam up there made the dive safer. He saw exactly where Contracts was. He gave FlyQuest confidence to go in early, and he ultimately secured the 2-for-1.
Just quick armor, looking for the Sunfire Cape right away so he can stay on top of impact in these fights. Those TP actually to mid lane for Balls to start cleaning that up. He just used it, and we'll see this once again.
Yeah, Poppy already stacking a bunch of armor, so Balls okay tanking his turret. Impact, though, able to just delay. And then here, Balls taking the damage from the red buff and the minions just finishing him off right there.
Hit him up.
Contracts had no way out after this one, so Moon just tries to farm the minion wave and lets High secure the kill. Right.
At the same time, Bot was having a little back and forth. Ooh. Ranger's damage onto Altec makes him think twice about fighting. Sneaky feels comfortable taking that lane over a bit in CS, so they have found themselves a bit of a lead.
Yeah, really great sidestep on the Deadly Flourish at the end of that too by Sneaky, so early Berserker's Greaves for that little bit of extra mobility paying off. Sidestepping those Deadly Flourishes makes a huge difference in the Jin and Alpha matchup.
Edge of Night finished up for High here. After all the trouble he was getting in one lane, he still finds something outside the lane as Jensen has been pushing him in, bullies him for the last Raptor, gets his tendies, and he's out.
Yeah, so the bot lane and mid lane pressure kind of pushes through to allow Contracts to pick up the first Infernal Drink. And what was not expected when Impact gets Camille, the first turret of the game, has gone to FlyQuest and Balls in the top lane, so that will be the reason they have 1,000 gold lead.
Also pushing up second tier here on the top side, may draw C9 a little
wants to
bit.
dive.
Good flash by Impact, actually dodges it out. Ultimatum goes down, but Balls can tank for quite some time. And they're gonna make it out alive on this one. They are just attacking the Camille.
Oh, and then they also heavily delay recalls on the bottom side, and just that, they are heavily punishing the Camille. So Pastry Time got to talk to Reaper afterwards, and Reaper was very happy with getting Camille. But when you're looking at FlyQuest and they're throwing bans at Varus and Kha'Zix instead of the Camille and still not first picking it, that just means they have an answer. They have not necessarily had to show it yet because they've even banned Camille on blue side, and it's obviously a very risky thing to opt into, but early on here, Balls has been able to go straight toe-to-toe with Impact. Moon has been able to sneak up there and tilt the advantage in his favor over and over again, and now we have an 0-3 Impact on what many consider the most OP champion in the game right now, so real credit to FlyQuest.
And what's kind of that effect now? What are his chances of still providing what the team needs under these circumstances for Impact?
And you actually think it's fairly low. Camille is one of those champions who, as a diver, needs to be able to go in with a relatively squishy build and just kill the other guy before he gets killed back. And when you're 0-3, that just becomes much, much harder to do.
Options falling off here for Cloud9. Jensen still doing very well in mid, so they can get behind him for what could be some of these counter engages, or a nice arrow to zero somebody out. With the Edge of Nights coming out, those chances may even get smaller. Just some ward clearing, pushing up the vision here. As Cloud9 knows they may have people coming in behind them with the placement of the wards from Fly. Double teleport composition, we haven't really seen it being used yet.
Yeah, definitely not. High, potentially taking that teleport just to keep the mid lane turret up in the early game. But now we're into that 1-3-1 usage of the double teleport, and it gets more effective when they have the split pusher of C9 in the hole so much, like Impact, as the 0-3 yet to build up major items. So C9 pushing the 2 side waves, setting up shop mid, 1-3-1.
Interesting. Impact kind of just roaming around that mid lane. Oh, Lemonation found out. Oh, instantly dropped. We talked about somebody getting zeroed out from Jensen. And Lemonation finds out what that is all about. Woo. Looks like they will slow down, though. Impact to clear top. That got to feel good.
Scary Jensen right there. The unassisted kill in the river. Also had the QSS. Lemonation, you can see, had a channel of his ultimate right down there, so not sure if it cast right as he died. I believe that's what would have happened there as he ticks out to the poison. Just Jensen being ahead in the pressure game and getting the pick on Elimination while he's trying to ward.
High being able to play a bit horizontal to the lane there as you see his wards inside the jungle. Pushes Jensen off until he gets another minion wave.
Balls just wins this 1v1 now with Sunfire Cape, Ninja Tabi, and Dasheen, so Impact's got to run
in
right
a pile of minions, still taking this fight. It doesn't even matter at this point. Contracts coming down towards the bot side. High might have find himself in a sticky situation.
It's pretty risky because Graves could be close, but it's whoever can pile in first.
Oh, hello!
Edge of Night is going to help.
75% of his health coming out with 2 skills. Over the wall, High puts himself melee range into even more of a fight. And he may just come out alive from the burn. And he does.
And Riv High with the solo kill onto Jensen in the side wave. And that's huge for FlyQuest because he can now push up. There's 2 dead. Balls already has pressure on the other side. This could be either an inner turret, as there's no way C9 can defend everything at once, or the outer in the mid lane.
We wondered when it would happen. The Fly hung around in the bot lane for quite some time with the Nuff Vision. Solo kill onto Jensen, kill into Contracts to follow up, which means C9 is spread more thin to guard this. Let's see it again.
Yeah, High just hiding in the fog of war. Full damage shock blast while he had Edge of Night. Jensen exhaust late because he didn't expect the incoming burst due to vision. Then the rest of FlyQuest is there to support High as Contracts tries to go in for the save. Just a flurry of moves by FlyQuest to pull ahead.
Might have been down 30 CS in lane, but High can find those advantages somewhere else. Top side and now bot. He's given himself a bit. Edge of Night, and now Youmu's finished. Moon picking up red. Looks like they're trying to get some turrets down on the side of C9. They need a bit more map pressure because it's just going to be Fly being able to put so many deep wards in. They're going to have members coming around them.
And Riv, FlyQuest is in such a powerful position right now because normally you could say it's the all physical damage solo lanes, just stack armor, but C9 doesn't have the champions aside from Eteric, who is with Mercury Treads and CC, that are capable of stacking armor. Sneaky caught out!
Well, if he has Merc Treads, let's go for the AD carry.
They're just gonna keep going, maybe.
Sneaky out, Smoothie getting hit. Impact has to come back. That may give Balls a chance to get a tag onto the wall, but they break enough distance, and FlyQuest using this advantage beautifully now. Last outer turret is down in the second tier, is not long for the Rift.
Yeah, the double Edge of Night as they're pushing the turret to ward off the counterattacks, lethality the poke with a lethality onto the people who have yet to build armor since it is not in their build paths. Conveniently, the Infernal Drake spawns now as well. FlyQuest taking a ton of control.
And they almost can't fight back from the side of Cloud9 as much as Impact wanted this Camille in the top lane. I feel like FlyQuest said, that's what we want too, and then we're going to focus it so it can do nothing.
This is such an early performance from FlyQuest in this best of 3 series because this is a Cloud9 team who, while they have dropped 3 games throughout the regular season, have yet to drop a series, but down 6,000 gold, 21 minutes in. Advantages in the top lane for FlyQuest into that Camille, and Moon on the Evelyn, which no one else is picking in the NA LCS. 9 stacks on his Dark Seal and fully completed Gunblade. They're going to look to take over this map in the same way they got the first advantage.
And I feel like that's such a benefit when you speak about Moon. You have these guys that can pull out champions that a team doesn't, want to waste the band on. Is it a waste anymore? You take away his Evelyn, it might be, because then you get Kha'Zix, you get that Rengar if it's not on the ban list. So having those champions, especially with the way that Fly can flex, has done so much in champion select.
Yeah, absolutely. You think there's all these ways of attacking FlyQuest in the ban phase. In this one, they threw their second phase of bans at balls with a Maokai and a Rumble. He's completely held his own against Impact's Camille, playing the matchup the way he needs to, getting pushed in early and then setting up the ganks, preventing the hook shots elsewhere. Now just trying to take control of the jungle and ultimately set up some Baron plays.
Yeah, Contract's trying to clean up top or at least protect it. At this point, haven't seen too many engages from him. And you won't see another one as he's engaged on. Jensen comes in. That should be elimination going down again. Exhaust for Exhaust. A few more Twin Fangs to his backside, and he is out. Keeper's Verdict throws Tarek out of the fight, but they have already thrown down the ultimatum. And they also get balls.
Yeah, misfire there by FlyQuest. High actually hit Krug.
Ooh, the sweep.
With his Q, and Impact closing that distance, trying to push this advantage with 2 dead.
Good Edge of Night by Altec, keeping himself up. Possible protection here, but there's just too much power.
Moon is behind them right now, hoping to maybe pick them off with scattered recalls as High as looking to push the top side. He doesn't want to fight all 5 of them, but boy, will he try and take a pick if he sees someone by themselves,
Moon.
like Sneaky.
There he is. Moon just... Oh my God! Agony has embraced Sneaky. And Moon comes up huge with a flash attack. This completely has Cloud9 call the audible as they scatter to figure out what happened, and High can just sneak his way out.
That's the first of the Gunblade build with Runic Echoes on Evelyn. Moon knowing exactly what he is capable of, hiding behind the entire C9 team, and then killing Sneaky before Sneaky can even react.
That's pretty sneaky.
Oh my goodness, that makes up for FlyQuest's mistake.
And he got it too. You're sitting there and you're like, somebody's got to peel off. I'm gonna get. That's got to feel so good when it goes in your favor. You're just basically reading the other team, and everything is going in your favor. We do have to remember that was off a bit of a fluke that FlyQuest just had, where Moon was able to set that up. So Cloud9 still able to bite back a bit, but Moon biting back harder.
Alt for the percent damage, and then all of the buttons after that instantly kill Sneaky.
Says, catch me outside.
He got him.
8-4. We're coming up on 25 minutes here, and FlyQuest making a pretty big statement. As we said, they did just make an error, but I don't think that will slow them down at all from making a next move. The second tiers are gone, and now they can jockey for this Baron to work the other side of the map too.
Absolutely. They just need to make sure that they don't have any misfires. Cloud9 definitely capable of playing from behind. They just haven't been able to get the tempo lead on FlyQuest ever since the very, very early game. FlyQuest strike first with the first blood. They continue to make more of the plays. They're controlling the vision in this game very well, actually, even though they only have 1 upgraded sweeper. But they're constantly the ones catching C9, trying to catch up.
High again, yep, towards that bot lane. They're going to pull Impact over. He does have the Triforce finished, but Moon creeping in the wing. And we'll see if Impact actually tries to go for this fight, even to just push off High. You can see that Impact mentality of saying, okay, aggression, but these little things could really get them in trouble if they try for it. FlyQuest seems to be ready for everything. And Jensen backs in mid on safety of a control ward here to set up more defense.
I mean, Moon building towards a Lich Bane as well, so he's really just trying to keep that one-shot build from the shadows.
They almost got him on it. Impact want to go in.
Yeah, Moon saved his ultimate right there, but this is a lot of damage. A third of the turret right there already taken down, and High respect flashing away from the Camille hookshot.
Already used his Edge of Night. It's a little too scary. And here now, High playing the bot side. Moon isn't towards Baron, so obviously just kind of warding up for position. Balls could get himself into trouble here. Nobody's going to jump on him too fast. Teleport to the top side for High. They're going to try to make something work here.
Moon's around the side. He's going to try and flank everyone with an Evelyn ult if they can get it.
Agony's Embrace would stop them immediately when they get to that base gate. The team may not be
Moon.
following enough. He just breaks the edge so he cannot be seen through that vision. So Moon is still actually openly walking in the mid lane here. No more knowledge to Cloud9.
Moon does have to watch out if he opens up onto Jensen because Jensen has the QSS, which helps with the magic resistance and also the ability to petrify Moon and return the kill since Moon is going an incredibly squishy build.
Looks like they stop on that one. Nobody really liked their chances on the engage. That last hit, we saw High teleport up, but his flash is also blown. So those both summoners will be down for a while. He's probably going to have to stick with the team. Cloud9 loses maybe a little pressure on that split push for now, but C9 still cannot approach them in an uncontested Infernal. Over to Fly.
Yeah, trying to maintain control of this game, but the plays have slowed down for FlyQuest for sure, showing a lot of respect for Cloud9. Still that 6,000 gold lead looms large. C9 is going to have to find something creative to be able to get back, whether that's Jensen creating another play by catching FlyQuest during warding, or if it's Sneaky catching someone out with that Ash Arrow, because while they do have Edge of Night, no QSSs, no cleanses, no Mikhails. Catch a squishy champion with the Ash Arrow, C9 should be able to pick up the kill.
As well, it's getting a little scarier as Impact continues to farm up. He's still going to be able to help zero somebody out or get that ultimate to prevent FlyQuest from helping a member with the ultimatum. Keeping them locked down. So we've yet to see really Impact do just that on this game. He's been farming away in the side lanes. Let's have his Tiamat in that Triforest. He's almost to his next core items. Iceborne now for balls as well, so it's going to be harder if Fly does get these engages for Cloud9 to even get away.
Yeah, I mean, Balls is at a point where he can still dual Impact quite easily, which is really hampering C9's abilities in this game, because ideally on the Camille, you're winning the 1v1s, you escape the 1v2s, and you can rotate faster to execute the squishies. But that's just not working. C9 going hard, though.
Whoa,
on to High.
They said they wanted to try and get something here. High, and the end of the ultimatum is going to go down. Moon takes down Sneaky on the backside, though. So Cloud9 scatters, and this is where Fly flourishes. Smoothie gets hit. That's the last hit as the curtain is called. Contracts is a focus, but Jensen could go down first, and that's the pressure they want away. Impact very low. One more hit from Balls, but it's not a follow-up damage. Blast Cone saves Jensen. He's able to fire over the wall. Now Alltech, one last Fang, dies to the poison first. And what a scattered skirmish. 3 for 3 so far with just about.
They want more. He's going to keep going.
1,000 HP. Impact looking for the passive shields that just comes up. Trades a beautiful amount of health and keeps himself alive.
Woo! We got ourselves a game, Riv. That fight was such a hard commit by Cloud9. Terragalt with Camille to get rid of the squishiness factor comes in at just the right time. They kill High, but then watch the back line. Goodbye, Sneaky, because the rest of C9 decided to move their protection forward instead of in the back. And then it is all about the chase. And watch the C9 kiting. Jensen looked like he was dead to rights here, but he pops his Seraph's Embrace. He's landing his skill shots for the enhanced move speed. He's positioning himself on the right side of the blast cone so he gets knocked back from that. And this whole time, he's putting the right amount of damage through. And at the end of it, they actually come out of this as a 3 for 3 despite being down 6,000 gold at the start of the fight.
Whole lot of shock blast damage coming from High. But as we said, if there was a factor, Jensen controlling the mid lane, causing High to have to go to side lanes to get those 2 kills he has. Jensen's able to get that CS lead in lane item lead and now start to control it with kills as the right fight comes up for Cloud9. Still 53.5 to 43.4. Fly has the lead of turrets around the map, but that only means Cloud9 has some gold to work with if they are able to get the upper hand. Minion waves in favor, I'd say right now, of Fly before Cloud9 can really put some damage back on the turrets.
Yeah, and Sneaky being forced into an early GA on Ash, really diminishing any of his damage. They're going to be relying a lot on Contracts and Jensen, actually, since they do have the marksman out of the jungle. Sneaky mainly going to be used for his utility and the CDR he's getting from the Essence Reaver on his Ash Arrows.
Moon 7-0-2, 9 out of the 11 kills he has participated in, and they're going to try to burn it.
Yeah, they have the controller down, so the Hawkshot will reveal them, though. C9, though, is going to be pretty late to this. Ash arrow goes in.
Arrow in, a hit Altec on the backside. The team's not trying to get their contracts locked down by Nethergrass. That's going to be Moon's Baron, but the resulting fight has to be in
Taric
favor
ultimate
of Fly for this to work. Taric ult stops any of the damage in the pit. C9 comes up big on that one. Now Camille, the impact follow onto Balls. FlyQuest going for the Baron while already having a bit of the lead. Have overextended themselves and given that to C9.
And these are actually really long death timers, Riv. 36 seconds on Moon, 30 on Altec still, and a cannon minion in the way. Boy, C9's gonna get a lot of objective out of this.
You've seen a lot of those calls from FlyQuest be the right one. But as they said, we're C9 as much as we aren't C9. And obviously Jensen knew they were making that call, 12 to 11. Cloud9 comes up with Inhibitor and smart calls to pressure the Baron.
A few more seconds and they may have been able to end there if they would have decided to go for it. But watching this again, very risky call by FlyQuest, and they burned so much preventing the steal, but a Taric ultimate in the Baron pit, oh my goodness. Moon lands his ultimate, but it does nothing into the invulnerability. FlyQuest can't fight back until it's too late. Impact had been able to jump over onto the FlyQuest people who really wanted the kill and then get some revenge, slowly whittling down Balls' Poppy and getting the double kill.
Well, Impact getting himself back in this game for being smushed in lane, doing the most damage in that team fight.
Yeah, he got unleashed on the back line. There was no one to really keep him in check, and if C9 is going to continue to be able to rely on Smoothie for that Taric ultimate and give Impact that free time to really just unleash his damage, not to mention Jensen, who has been stellar this entire game. Aside from that one weird brush play where High caught him out in the side lanes. C9 on their way back here, closing that, what was 6,000 gold lead to 2,000. But FlyQuest is not one to wait around.
Curtain call, Sneaky gets hit.
Taric ult.
Should be all right. Whoa, Impact's in. Bastion and the Taric ult is on. They keep going to the back. Whoa, what a huge hit coming in on a Cloud9. Beautiful job by Moon. Balls is in there as well to try and stop them from getting back. Lemon Nation gets hit up by Impact as he's looking again for that back line. A kill, and it is distracting Fly to have to look over to him. Impact all the way into the fight, and the team can't respond. Moon's gonna be next. Contract with the flash out, but that leaves him out to dry. Double kill coming in for Contract before he goes down valiantly, and it does leave the team. The re-engage, the counter Cassiopeia comp that C9 is trying to use does just that. One more Fang they put down high, and that's gonna be the game.
It could, yeah, they're only 2,000 gold down, but they have supers in the mid lane already, Riv. What a comeback by C9 right there, clutching another team fight. And you're right, C9 is gonna take this 1-0.
Absolutely striking for C9 to come back, knowing they were down, knowing they had to pull the trigger. Game one, only 34 minutes in. Lemon Nation getting out to do what he can. They got the minions to get the kill. They also have the time to get another one onto Lemon. And they're gonna take their time taking down this Nexus. Both teams are gonna take their break as Cloud9 comes up with a win in game one.
And with all the hype coming into this series, Riv, that game definitely delivered. You saw on the player cams there, High trying to shake this one off because it is rare you see a High-led team, and specifically FlyQuest this year, jump out to such a big lead, but then not be able to close. So huge credit to C9 for being able to fight back, team fight after team fight in that game, take down High, and take a 1-0 lead in the series.
6-1-8, Jensen. Flame Horizon in the mid lane on High by 20 CS. We did see him moving around. Fantastic. I should say by 80 CS after that, but
yeah, I mean, still
fantastic.
Huge CS lead the whole game, and really, FlyQuest never quite got onto Jensen. They were killing Sneaky a lot, but they were never able to get onto Jensen, and eventually Sneaky got that GA at the end of the game. I want to see the damage graph in that game as well, because I feel like it'll have a few surprises in there. Moon, with the 7-0 start, couldn't quite make it into those final team fights. The Taric came up so huge in their ability to actually clutch out those team fights and fully dive in at the end of the game.
It worked well, because you don't expect Taric to be that kind of, I'm denying this assassination. It takes a little, and then it pops. But with that, there weren't many quick assassinations unless Moon had one target. So those targets live, then High is already to the skies. He's meleeed in the fight. Moon's in there, Poppy's in there, and the back line is saying, wow, well, mid lane did not go how we wanted it.
Great first game.
We're going now to throw it over to the Freak and the Analyst to break down that comeback win for Cloud9.
Thank you very much. We are here to break down the awesomeness that just occurred. That was a pretty compelling game, absolutely. Azael, welcome here to the Analyst desk.
Hey, bud.
Of course, yeah. You guys are, of course, of comparable skills. So let's talk about the fact that it's an earlier joke. You won't get it.
It's an insult.
It's okay. Anyway, sorry. The team comp, though, was kind of interesting. In the draft, FlyQuest on the blue side gives away Camille. They want Jhin for it instead, and they have a plan.
And they actually had this plan earlier in the season when they played Echo Fox, the one series that they have lost so far. And Echo Fox flexed the Camille, so we didn't even get to see this plan come into effect. But here we see what it is. You have the Poppy and the Evelynn used to camp the Camille right away, and then in team fights you hopefully can lock it down or something like that. And I think it looked pretty good overall. I actually liked what they were doing. It would have been nicer if they could trade for a stronger OP pick, so the fact that they only got Jhin, I didn't really like. It would have been nice if they got the Varus or something like that. But
well, they banned out Varus, right?
Well, that's,
so
yeah, that's
like...
what I'm saying. Is like my only problem with it is that what you really get that was OP. It's just the Jhin, which is a little bit of a problem for me.
Yeah, that's fair. And then, of course, the top lane camp did pay off a bit, though. We have a couple of clips of all the effort Moon put on the top side. And to be fair, that did work out quite well. This is the first blood to start it out.
Yeah, I mean, it did work out really well. But one thing that Mark was talking about throughout the game is the fact that Camille has so much room to kind of come back in a game. Even though he gives up first blood, even though he was continuously getting killed, they were roaming top nonstop and taking him down. Impact was still able to have a big effect in the game. And it does speak a little bit to his play, but also to the strength of the champion.
Right, and I mean, Balls, to his credit, also played the 1v1 fairly well throughout the entire game. This dive, a little misplay by C9 in my opinion. You really, they are getting pressured in two lanes, but you have to cover one of the two, and you know, just farming the Krugs nearby is not good enough. And then they continually punish Impact once he's behind.
And Impact honestly didn't look super comfortable on the champion, so the ultimate actually gives you a little kind of window of vulnerability where you can actually immune abilities. So a very telegraphed ability like the Poppy stun against the wall, an experienced Camille player should be able to ultimate that and not only avoid the stun, but like avoid the
entire ability
too, right? So something like that makes a huge difference in dives like that. And Impact did look a bit uncomfortable, even avoiding the first blood. He probably should have flashed before he tried to use his E to fly out of there to make it more difficult for Balls to actually block that. Balls would have then had to really quickly flashed and heroic presence to stop it. So there's things that you can see. Impact's not fully comfortable with the champion, and obviously FlyQuest had a plan around this, but long run it didn't pay off.
And it wasn't just obviously Balls and Moon playing well. High as well made a lot of roams early. He made the first roam down to the bot side as well as the top side to get the kill, and then push down the first turret of the game. And so even though Jensen was winning laning phase, High was doing High things, just getting all over the map and impacting the rest of the game.
Yeah, and of course Jensen kind of stayed in lane. He got turret damage, he got a ton of farm, and ended up being one of the major carry forces, which leads us to our next replay, which is the fact that, you know, there have been a lot of interesting dynamic calls, but this was a bit of a flop by FlyQuest.
And the big thing for me is that they had to blow so many resources denying the Baron steal attempt by contracts that they don't have enough left to fight. They used the Poppy ult and the Malzahar ult just on Graves alone, and then they're caught in the pit with no defensive things available.
And to me, a fight like this showcases so well the power of the offensive Taric ultimate, right? When you're using it reactively, oftentimes it doesn't actually land before that vulnerability comes out. But when you have a hyper carry like Cassiopeia, played by Jensen, who's very fed, you give him the immunity as he's going in aggressively, and he can go wild. People cannot return fire, and they're able to just devastate them in the Baron pit. And really, it was a super risky call.
Yeah, and imagine if you had a three-man Poppy ult and Balls just kicks them all right back out. Like, that's cute. The Tarics made them invincible, but 5v2 good off our Baron turf, and this is kind of the tournament that we had. So you can see the damage numbers here, right? Plenty coming out from Moon, of course, High doing a ton as well, but no surprise, the biggest damage source from C9 was Jensen himself on that Cassiopeia.
And I'd say overall this game played out totally to the hype that we were giving to this series. We see a crazy draft come in from FlyQuest. They executed extremely well. They're doing crazy different things, but then we see C9 is an extremely stable team. They take them on the jaw and they keep coming. Even though they lost a number of fights, they continue to look aggressively. We saw Impact, despite being shut down, going in first with Camille, and like you said, the offensive Taric ult's keeping him alive so he can go as deep as he needs to. So both teams played up to what we expected them to do.
Yeah, they definitely did. And even though that it's easy to point at the Baron and be like, oh God, why did you do that? That's why you lost. FlyQuest does a lot of this stuff in their wins, and they're something like 11-3 match score. So it works for them a lot of the time. You can get bitten by the best teams when they have properly prepared for you. They're expecting it. They're reacting very quickly. You know, they have good vision, things like this. So it's harder to get away with these risky plays against the best teams. Had that paid off there, that likely would have been kind of the straw that broke the camel's back, allowing them to snowball this game to a victory. It backfires. They lose off it. But that's kind of the risky game you play when you play FlyQuest style.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are certainly happy to take risks. This one didn't pay off, but, you know, flip the coin came up tails. Unlucky there. Want to move us forward to our player of the game. Jensen, no surprise, I think, for us, but did want to pull up the graphic and give him the props as he was, you know, the player who was finally the carry in the fights, and he got some very massive multi-man ultis and was, you know, highest damage of the team. I think it's kind of apparent why it's him.
Right, he had the most control in any of the lanes early on. He obviously had the CS lead over high, and then in the team fights, there were a number of times where he kited out and barely stayed alive over the course of the fight and stopped it from being a total whitewash on the side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, especially when so many of the fights started with Sneaky dying instantly.
Yeah.
Moon.
Oh, Moon was brutal that
So
game.
much of the damage requirement is from him, and it was kind of hilarious seeing Sneaky build the GA third, which I think was actually pretty smart given how things were going. You know, Ma was not going to save him. He's getting overkilled by so much. So, you know, a lot of the onus was on Jensen to be able to get the damage done and to carry the team fights, and he was equal to the task. Looked great.
Yeah, and you can see why having mixed damage, we talked about it earlier on the Analyst test. Mixed damage is really important so that the armor stacking one can still get out of the mid laner. Auto mentioned to Smoothie, the ultis were good, but, you know, obviously Jensen was a bit more important. So now we're going to see if FlyQuest can even up the score against Cloud9 when we return. So don't go anywhere. Bye, Ju.
Who has the highest power level on their team?
Me.
Me?
Me.
You?
That makes sense. And we have C9 versus C9, so same team.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, he skips the step back presence. Impact can't get himself flashed through the kickback as well, and just a few more hits. Impact is going to be going down by the buckler. No, the hit from Moon.
I saw him with the plant.
Yep.
They're just going.
Going back, puts down the ultimatum. They can't get actually in range of the turret for the ultimatum. Collateral damage misses for Contracts.
Look, Mal. I'm look B. I'm look B. Poppy stun. I'm out of the fight. Nice, good job.
Impact all the way into the fight, and the team can't respond. Moon's gonna be next. Contract with a flash out, but that leaves him out to dry. Double kill coming in for Contract before he goes down valiantly, and it does leave the team. The re-engage, the counter Cassiopeia comp that C9 is trying to use, does just that. One more bang, they put down high, and that's gonna be the game. Welcome back, everyone. The teams are gearing up for round 2 of Cloud9 versus FlyQuest. What a game one. A little bit of a back and forth. FlyQuest getting a little too overzealous, but going for the attempts that, like Azale said, they usually try to go for. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, at one point, 29 minutes in, they were 6,500 gold up on C9, but C9 did mount that comeback, win multiple team fights in a row, and close out the game. And that's the type of game you really expected FlyQuest to win if they were going to win games in this series. They make a bunch of rotations, they start getting some picks, and then they take the shot calling and just throw it for the win. But no, that's exactly not what happened. So it's going to be tough, I think, for FlyQuest to bounce back after losing that lead.
Absolutely. It seemed like a lot of that also was based around having that Camille in the top lane, attacking that Camille early with Moon on Eve, and then Impact was still able to be Impact in the game.
Yeah. Tons of presence in the late game team fights, but they've swapped sides.
Yeah.
Blue side has been more advantaged in most of these pick and ban phases we have seen so far this year, and Camille is not going to be seen again.
No, she will not. Let's see if they actually even target Moon's pool. We said that Eve is very nice to have because you still have your top tier junglers. And the LeBlanc actually gets banned out from the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, and I like this by Cloud9 because a classic FlyQuest move has been to throw out the LeBlanc and Rengar gauntlet and say that they will play either LeBlanc or Rengar and be fine with it because Hai is very comfortable playing against LeBlanc in lane, and Moon has been crushing people on Rengar. C9 says no thank you. They will just ban LeBlanc, which means if C9 didn't ban Rengar, C9 could have just got it for sure, or FlyQuest. Yep. You know what I'm saying.
Got it.
They banned all three because it was a force.
And Sneaky pushed down to Ashe last game. Actually gets first priority this time as Varus is up. Jin's still on the table, but they choose to have the piercing arrows to start things. Karma, first pick over for Lemonation, but also not showing too much.
Yeah, 2 support bans thrown down very early. So FlyQuest making sure to keep Lemon on a comforting champion. Also, we got to remember that the Kha'Zix is available, so that's kind of the thing that will automatically be traded back if C9 takes the Varus, and Team Comp's kind of yet to take shape, just trading power picks so far.
We do have the Graves on the side of Cloud9 still. We saw Contract playing that last game.
Yeah, we should note that Contracts is still undefeated on Kha'Zix, which is his most played champion. I believe he's 9-0, only increasing the need for FlyQuest to pick it early, but the Graves has been pretty solid for him as well.
They have their support. 20 seconds for Cloud9 discussing, well, if they do this, we'll do the next as always.
Yeah, currently it is marksman jungle, or bot jungle top versus support jungle, so immediately we're going to have a mismatch of sorts.
Exactly, stay tops. Chance for a support pinch.
Yeah, on one side and then also a AD pinch on the other, so expect the Jhin ban, since that's something that FlyQuest actually first picked last game. They decided they would rather not get pinched in the top lane with Maokai being available.
Fresh ban out from the side of FlyQuest. Don't want to deal with that in the bot lane. Interesting pick ban phase. Obviously, a little slower than usual for these teams. It is going to be the Syndra, so they actually start to focus high in the mid lane a little bit. LeBlanc and that Syndra.
Yeah, I mean, even though FlyQuest has the counter pick, doesn't mean that Cloud9 doesn't just want to go with Cassiopeia again and then have Jensen go up against whatever Hai's best shot is. I had a pretty good, and that's why we see the Cassiopeia ban, actually, because they smell it in the water. They do not have to deal with Jensen's Cassio again.
There's his Jace.
A lot of mid lane bans.
Corki's still up, so we may actually see that going in the hands of Hai. And it's a pretty safe pick anyways.
Here's the question, do they want to save Corki pick now? Or do they want to save a counter pick against Jensen? It really depends on how much Hai wants to try and sneak in a Zed pick somewhere. We shall see. Jhin was unbanned as well. That is actually really surprising.
Forget the 80 carry wasn't in the first phase. So they do lock that in. Sneaky possibly the side of Jensen, but among other things, he's got a pretty big champion pool. Still looking for that support for Smoothie as well, so they may not try to show. Just too much.
Yeah, well, C9's going to be forced to finish off their team composition here.
So they just go with Orianna. ball delivery system quite a bit for the Shen if they really need pressure, also for Contract's help. And Smoothie may just lock in the Nami.
Yeah, lots of healing and shielding on this team composition if they finish this off. Nami has been a somewhat seldom played, mainly by Adrian in the NA LCS, but very successful champion when you get pushed down away from the Zyra Malzahar, just because she's actually the true support. The sustain is amazing with all the poke that's been happening right now, and the laning phase is incredibly strong between Varus and Nami.
Could have the Corki locked down, good bit of mixed damage to follow up with the team here, and also a good bit of presence of Karma and Jin behind that Corki.
Yeah, when you pick the Orianna, if you're C9, you're almost kind of forcing the Corki pick. You're not going to be picking Zed into the Ori, which I'm sure Hai wanted to have the option of doing at some point, but this is the smart pick.
It is fun. As Ori, you just don't move your ball though. Just kind of keep it right next to you.
And then you win.
And then you win. So heading into the next game, really I'm not sure what FlyQuest would have even talked about previously. Both teams were quite even throughout that. FlyQuest was able to grab a lot of the turrets in a Baron attempt, fizzled out their win condition. Cloud9 was able to attack back on that. They know the mistake, it was a glaring one. I'm sure they're not gonna go right to making it again.
Yeah, and we got to see a little bit of craziness in game one, champ. So like this is a little bit weird in the way the bans were placed, but as far as the team compositions that are being picked, incredibly standard from both teams. These are both team fighting compositions with a mild amount of split push because they have the Shen in there, but we could be in for quite a brawl if these teams are looking to go in.
Great camaraderie between these two teams. They obviously know it as well. It's quite a fun matchup, as stressful as it is for these players. We're going to be heading into game two. C9 win or Fly win, however you feel about this matchup. C9 putting up a pretty good fight for that victory now, and they are looking to pressure FlyQuest out of this series here, as FlyQuest need this win to stay alive. A lot of switching up going on throughout the compositions. We're going to get a whole new matchup coming in on this one.
Absolutely. The series we've been waiting the entire week for had such an explosive game one. Really now have to see if FlyQuest can bounce back after losing that 6,000 gold lead 29 minutes into game one. C9 have been lethal in closing out series, undefeated on the year. If FlyQuest can't take him down, you really have to start asking who can stop Cloud9 this year, because they have looked good.
Gotta remember those single games, I believe, Dig, CLG as well, were able to put those single losses onto C9. After that, haven't really seen much of them. They are able to repair pretty much everything they found to be wrong here, and actually they haven't had to do much besides that. When you're winning, there isn't much to fix. You just keep working on what is going well. Impact getting some deep wards in that won't be denied for Fly this time, so everybody's gonna have a bit more information to start things off. I'm gonna try to pinch some damage onto Sneaky to start off, but I don't think they'll get it.
Yeah, I mean, what is this? What is this play? I just solo in the enemy jungle, walking into try-bush. He knew it was generally safe because the ward had been placed on the other side, but even if it works, what does success look like with that roam?
A little bit of HP, one auto. Feel good about yourself. Contracts, making sure there's gonna be no late hits for wards here coming in.
Nice little start here with the sapling stack and the level 1 W for Moon, hoping to be able to take out the Raptors very quickly. Let's watch how this one works. Saplings go off, presses W, quickly clearing the little Raptors, and that's a nice ability to start Raptors. You always want to start this camp because of the enhanced XP if it doesn't beat you to death. So good thing the Pulse was able to give him the healthy pull with the Saplings.
Right to red, they know he's there. Don't really need to get a ping on it. It will start off. Impact actually just getting to lane, so Fly should know that topside start by Contracts. Nothing too new, along with the ward. Good bounce. Long, you try to get away. Sometimes it's the inevitable bounce that already started. And a nice spot for Sneaky here in the team to keep farming up. The wave should kind of stick towards their side.
Yeah, and it's pretty tricky up against Nami as Karma here, because Karma's mainly poke-based here, and Nami can sustain through a lot of this poke. Back when Karma was the meta champion being picked, people thought the all-in potential of the Karma was high enough that you could still win the sustained matchups, and with the ADs going longsword, potentially, if you're able to go all in, you would have a higher chance of bursting out the AD, but it's pretty unlikely, and I still think it's a pretty favored lane for the Nami.
Taking some nice minion damage, or I should say, giving some nice minion damage over to Balls in the top lane. Impact has that wave again right where he wants it. C9 is going to farm this one out slow to start. Pretty even all around. No interference yet from the junglers. We are going to have quickly Pastry on the sideline. Got to chat with ThinkCard after their pick and ban.
Thank you very much. This time I caught up with ThinkCard over on the FlyQuest side. He said in general he does like drafting against Reaper. Reaper's very smart and it's a lot of fun because they know each other quite well. He said game one, he thought the draft went well, but obviously the game itself could have gone a little bit better. This game, they're pretty happy with their draft overall and think they're confident winning this game and then taking the series. And lastly, I asked in general their draft style, and he said they like to draft pretty aggressively and bring playmaking chance, and that does show in the kind of play that they've shown us so far. So great to hear from ThinkCard, but back to you guys for the game.
All right, thank you very much, Pastry. And they do have some playmaking potential, but it's a lot of it in the top lane Maokai as far as actual initiation. He can be sped up by the Karma, but that's it as far as the lockdown component goes.
Nice job getting the tick on of Thunderlords. Jensen getting low on mana here, using that command move dissonance really drains the bar. Flash, end of the line just behind High. Smoke Grenade's gonna slow him down. The pull up from Altec is here. It's gonna be a summoner heal in the last second. Gets the save on him. Contracts could be locked up here. They need to keep running an end of the line against the wall. Contracts knows the power of this champion. Level 4 as he moves forward. Lemon Nation finally just getting out of the skirmish and lane to help the team, and 4 summoners blown in defense for FlyQuest to get out of that.
Yeah,
5.
It also hurts Altec's bottom lane substantially. High getting himself into a bit of a mess there, going aggressive onto Jensen, and just the right timing for Contracts, who's able to get the first blood that Moon got in the first game. Watching this one more time, you know, High has the exhaust, so he wants to do an all-in, but he's so low, is able to flash, but at this point, the only way he escapes is if he gets the heal, and then also if Altec can land this deadly flourish route. So he hits him, but the sidestep by Contracts is what allows him to then be able to get the dash forward onto High before he can get to the blast cone. And once he's got that, he's still a level 4 Graves with red buff, so now Altec has to run too.
Starting things off right, coming out with momentum in game 1 and being able to apply it right away. Going back, getting himself built up on some long swords. Gonna be a nice buy for Contracts as he gets himself back into this game. First kill on the board there now, this time going in favor of C9. We did see that happening to Impact last game, so things are already off on a better foot here.
And speaking of Impact, he's gone with the grasp on Shen, and he's actually, as we saw earlier, kind of winning that 1v1 with Balls, who's going to double Doran's build. Meanwhile, Impact is yet to shop, and kind of a perfect world on Shen. If you get to level 6 without having to back, because that just means you have so much of your global presence available, and you can get a very clean buying option in.
Yeah.
With Shen having teleport being up, which he has done.
Just out of range of Gatling. Good thought by High here to pressure the approaching minion farm for Jensen. Back and forth in the bot lane. Tier being stacked up here by Sneaky. As much as he'd love to get into a fight, they're holding off for the moment. Very even in levels though, so I'll have to see if anything comes from this level 6 in the bot lane. Just over 1,000 gold, or near 1,000 gold, I should say, for Cloud9 to start things off.
Yeah, still relatively even lanes when they push back and forth, and we're hoping for some more aggression. While the chase was happening in the bottom lane, Moon and Jensen actually traded flashes. So that mid lane is currently completely void of summoner spells, which would leave them pretty primed for top lane roams, since they both have flash up in the top lane. It's just a matter of trying to go for the play and seeing if they're willing to take the risk.
Doesn't look like many more risks will be taken. Everybody's going about their own farming, making sure that nothing really puts them back here in the laning phase. It's going to be another close one as we move out into this game. Cloud Drake is the first one that's up. No attention being given to that here. Exhaust coming back up for High in the mid lane. Let me try to bait something in here. Nope. Contracts up to the top side. They haven't had too much forward vision either, so he's kind of walking in blind here saying, I need to get information. May not have actually seen that graphic either, red buff dying, so he says Moon's pretty far away. Now he sees him. Finally get our first little back and forth for a while here.
Yeah, a lot of respect being given to the Orianna, but now they go for contracts. Goodbye!
And through the Stand United.
Wow, that is the early game burst of the Kazakhs, who I believe has evolved the Q. Moon waits until he can get the isolation onto contracts and plays it patiently enough to make that work. That is huge, being able to get the Shen ultimate as well.
You feel like it would have been in their favor. Jensen had the lane push, but Hai still had the movement just up the other side of the Raptor Den. So they answer back with a kill, even things out even more, but this now gives Moon a little bit of time to get inside the jungle of C9.
Yeah, and this is huge because they kind of want to double up on this. Hai has package, so I wouldn't be too surprised if Moon kind of sticks around and waits for a play as Contracts goes to check this. Ooh, smart ward by Contracts right there before he's face checking. Got to be very careful.
Been great positioning as well for even a return fight. You have Hai with that mid lane pushed up, so Contracts looks, or Moon, I should say, looks like he's going to actually stay here for a little bit of fun, knowing he can have Hai quickly.
Yeah, well, when you have the package in the mid lane, oftentimes you're either in the mid lane looking for ganks in the jungle, or you run into the jungle and have the ability to run out if things go awry. They might actually be trying to prep a dive, but Contract's very smart about where he's staying positioned. Impact doesn't have any way of getting down here. Balls would. They could actually make the force.
Exactly. Both of his ult and teleport are down. That's going to be the hit onto Contracts. We have lost Smoothie in the fight. Sneaky very low. Grenade bouncing over. Smoothie low as well. Throws the tidal wave out to deny Elimination and Altec. But there's just too many members, and Fly moved too early.
Nice play there by FlyQuest, actually getting the global advantage on the Shen and then utilizing the package on first base. That's actually relatively rare for Corkies to be able to pull that off the right way. FlyQuest, despite giving up first blood, bounced right back in a big way.
Looks like solo. Nope. Hai is going to stay around. So they share it. And we'll see this one more time. Moon was here for quite some time, and they still said, we have priority over this entire bot with the TP and Stand United down.
Yeah, Contracts does get off the full burst onto Moon, which is the main reason they're able to even trade a kill, and then they're bouncing turret aggro from Hai as they kill Smoothie onto Elimination, who gets caught by the bubble, but just a fraction of a foot that he was able to get outside of turret range drops the aggro from him and allows them to gain that 1,500 gold lead.
Gonna be a swap of the lane as we see Altec taking presence now towards the top side. Youmuu's finish for him as he speeds his way up there, trying to gain all of that distance that he can as fast as possible. So he'll clear out 76 to 93. Sneaky was clearing waves just against Altec as he was hiding under the turret, so it's been difficult for them. They've also been pulled out of lane a few times. We saw Hai running around. Altec went down in that situation as well very early in the bottom of the river, so as much as Fly is doing now, very nice, as early game was a little scrambled for them.
Yeah, and they're really just trying to work those outer turrets down. They swap back and then immediately go for Drake. This is actually just a ridiculous shot call. They called Altec to go up, which feints the lane swap, and then Sneaky and Smoothie run out bottom to match. Meanwhile, that actually allows FlyQuest to take the Cloud Drake, because normally when you send your dual lane there, you're conceding the Drake, which is what C9 expect to happen. Now they go for Jensen.
Valkyrie forward. There is a ward on the other side, so they have the knowledge Cloud9 is gathering together. But they don't try to, they don't stop, I should say. They keep trying. Jensen did have to blow his ghost there. Still have safety of Flash, and Impact is back up with Stand United and Teleport. But they go right to the Stand United and Teleport and try to take it out home.
The Flash.
There it is, finalizing the kill. So Impact may just have to teleport back out if he needs to help the team. Cloud9 now trying to answer in the top lane, but Altec's already there. The movements here from FlyQuest, putting them ahead.
Yeah, pretty straightforward move, and they're also ahead of the play. They think, okay, we just sent our jungler bot, where would Contracts be? Let's actually catch him in the jungle and collapse on that.
Don't know if he can dodge those ones. Tidal Wave coming in from Smoothie. Hai very low on mana, so they should be able to waltz out of this one. Turnaround, calling the flash from Smoothie. That's 2 flashes for C9 blown in this fight. Shockwave hit, just missing, but they did have to get Hai's flash. Everybody is using summoner spells on this one, and it looks like they back off for the time being. A lot of skirmishes now starting off.
Yeah, a pretty bold attempt there actually by Hai to come up through the river, since they had initially invested the jungler bottom lane, so normally you're just trying to stop the dive from happening on the other side. That was kind of a moment where Fly was playing defense, so to speak, but they tried to make an offensive play, and it was a 0 for 0, but it still stopped C9's offensive.
Should be quite easy for them to just clear this. Basically put the bottom lane top now, as the fight did not result in one of these turrets dropping. And Fly is going to have an easy time in the bot lane. The minions are pushing against the turret. It may just help Impact soak these up, but right now they can just wait for C9 to try and make a move. Sneaky's trying to be a pest. As Jensen and High kind of go at it in the mid lane, trying to hit each other up during this farming session. Actually haven't gotten too much action between the junglers to mid, so that's good. That's what we kind of asked for, right? But then High and Jensen aren't fighting, so what are you going to do?
Yeah, High's just fighting other people. He's roaming all the time.
He really has, though. Everything we've seen High do, even on Jace last game, was constructed out of lane. The first 2 kills he got, as Jensen continues to farm it out. That much closer, though, however, 119 to 112. As High returns with another package and possibly another chance for FlyQuest to push into the lead.
And I really have to shout out Balls as well this series. He has been matching Impact and actually outplaying him in this game, just up against the grasp with the Courage of Colossus, some more teamfighting mastery, beating him to the roams, and also FlyQuest able to keep these outer turrets alive. Now we got to see what High wants to do with that package. He always is looking to make a play, but the map isn't necessarily in a spot for it. He might try in the mid lane here.
One more step up, it would have been it. That flash is down, and they would have been able to quickly push Jensen a bit. Stand United is there. We can still see Impact trying to get his way up to a fight. Now 15 minutes in. Looks like we're going to get some wards up here on the top side, and they may just push each other into an engage.
Well, he wants it, but there's so many people on C9 here. FlyQuest also have to account for the Stand United now. Since the last time they made a big play, they had forced it to be on cooldown. Sneaky chipping away at that top turret.
Be the first one they're able to open up, that first blood turret going over to FlyQuest, and they've been able to keep these rotations up. Minions are just the only thing crashing into these turrets for Fly. Sneak is not able to put too many autos on here. Contracts is going to be coming up for safety in the top lane. There it is. It's been waiting for the roam. These wards getting placed in, giving the advantage of HP. Really what it's coming down. They see the engage in mid, say a little pressure relieved in the top side for C9. We can push to the turret. They take advantage of that right away.
Yeah, Moon, always trying to be in the right place at the right time. I appreciate and applaud Cloud9 going top lane, but now they're going to try and collapse down this mid lane. Altec still in the top.
Turn and instantly try to pop contracts. Jensen has just about the same amount of HP, and that Stand United was used by Impact.
The turret getting pretty low. You'd wonder if FlyQuest would want to continue to siege, but with all ultimates being up on the duo lane of C9, it'd be a tricky dive. Oh, Altec, who is up in the top lane, was just trying to shove it out. He's late on the retreat.
Flash for flash. A little added damage to get out. Oh, Cloud9. Obviously with a bit of room in that game 1 win, but are not really leaving anything to chance here in game 2. Playing very smart, pulling out before they get to any kind of overextensions here in their engages. There you see it was a flash, but they did not try to just chase him down lane. Waves are pretty much even. Nobody really has any advantage to push a turret just yet. Cloud9 finding their first one in the top lane, so we'll have to see who has the better movement here coming out of it. It's just ward wars right now.
It really is, and you're kind of waiting for the seemingly inevitable teamfight phase as these guys both have picked incredibly stylistically similar compositions. Big tank top, physical damage, warrior, jungle, magic damage dealing mid lane. They got the utility, long range poking ADs, and the supportive supports down the line. Their styles are the same, and the game is still pretty close, so it's going to be about execution and who can find the right initiations.
Looks like High having a better of a laning phase versus Jensen, as we'd obviously keep an eye on that lane. Jensen saying it would be embarrassing, actually, if we were to lose to FlyQuest. I'm the guy that replaced High. I should be able to take him down.
And in that first game, Jensen getting the player of the game, was crushing. He wasn't necessarily crushing high, as high was all over the map, but when it really came down to those team fights, it was Smoothie and Jensen carrying through a lot of it. This game, high once again kind of winning the roaming game, but Jensen still has the rest of the game to play through, and the Shockwaves could very well be massive turning points, as Corki and Jin are both prime targets for that spell.
We haven't even seen chances really for High to put on some of this poke damage. Altec even opening up with a curtain call. He's been top wave clearing. The options that we've seen them use previously kind of stalled out here due to the fact that they're trying to get some lane control down. It's like they'll put a little pressure on mid. They've done a good job at warding the bot side. May get a few up to the top right, or actually top left. The way they're running down the lane, it'd be their top right. Confusing. But they will go into that side of the jungle and start putting vision down.
Yeah, I feel like the map is just getting a little bit more and more open. They're kind of trading objectives here, as Sneaky is often in the side lane pushing up, and this gives opportunity for FlyQuest to roam the jungle, scout with the plant. Potentially 2 turrets going down here, one on each side.
The push is coming in slow from the bot lane, but I think you are right. Let's see, once they actually see him bot lane, how do they react? They can go right through the jungle here and start to grab a little pressure. Yeah, right onto blue. They ping. Contracts may just be pushed off here.
Yeah, Impact showing down in the lane right there, as well as Contracts being in the jungle instead of down on the other side.
Oh, never mind.
He secures his blue, but they're actually unable to trade turrets. So overall, from a map perspective, it's still advantage FlyQuest.
Outer 3 are down, package in, exhaust immediately onto Sneaky, and this is what we were just asking for, the curtain call, the dive in, the pressure plays, and the top turret goes down. They have the outer 3 now, and they know they can work a little bit inside C9's jungle with safety.
Yeah, big credit to Moon. They're flashing out of Jensen's Shockwave as the rest of FlyQuest collapse down onto Sneaky there. And how much do they want to force off of that? It's 19 minutes, 45 seconds into the game. But with the Shockwave and the Shen ultimate burned down, they have the ability to get a lot of wards. Would they?
That must mean it's time for Baron.
It's up in 10 seconds.
It's definitely time for the bait.
Here it comes. You want to bait it early, but...
There's a scrying orb early on Sneaky. Get that out.
He still has the ability, but Sneaky's in base, so he can't quite get there.
Mantra Shield. Smoothie would be the target here. Contracts able to quick draw the distance. I feel like that's, again, one of those, we're C9, but we're not C9.
Yeah.
Jensen, the team, knew that was coming as well. Here's this again.
Yeah, exhaust Sneaky, he absorbs the ultimate, then they land enough Jin bullets onto Sneaky that Impact and Moon can fly in for the execute. And Balls doesn't care if he gets hit by the Shockwave because he's a giant tank. Moon preventing Jensen from being able to get any type of counter kill with the flash.
Yeah, Impact now pushing up in the bottom, but you can see how they're trying to do this. He put 2 control wards in, doesn't realize if anybody's going to be coming through the jungle, which means they're trying to pressure these down, get there as soon as the waves. They don't really have time to get onto the side of FlyQuest's map, get that safety down. Has to push off, doesn't know what else is behind Fly. Balls here. And he feels like it's going to be a little bit of pressure as Balls walks past the turret. Flash as well for Impact. Still has teleport, stand united. Not too much off of him.
Yeah, and the rest of FlyQuest is trying to set up a split push right now, so Jin Ultimate actually just used to hold off the wave. C9's going to try and force this one down. Nice job of Contracts actually tanking those Jin bullets.
C9 move out. It took him a while to get that one in the mid lane. They finally actually just find it because at this point, Fly is backing up core items, pushing the lanes, and that's going to give C9 the ability to take down mid. It's what they do with it next. We saw FlyQuest instantly using that package to get into the jungle and under the skin of Cloud9. Now as they repair some of the side lanes, see if they can move their wards forward.
Now we definitely need to keep paying attention to the side waves between these two teams, because as teams in the top of the standings, they have really good abilities to apply map pressure, and so much of that is about just pushing the side waves, waiting until someone is going to clear a wave, and then forcing the team fight, because you don't want to just match 5v5 and brawl into each other over and over again. You want to be able to get the numbers advantage, and that's what this is all about. You can see High constantly in the side lanes, pulling Jensen away. Then when High gets a package, FlyQuest goes in for the fight. And C9 need to find their windows to match that, because FlyQuest is essentially 2 out of 3 on packages into successful fights, and C9 haven't been able to set up any of those plays with what could be a Shen ultimate or a flank. They're just using those reactively.
Speaking of the Shen, we think of that lane as Impact's lane usually. And again, in this matchup versus Balls, you figured it would have gone to Impact because of the small things he does to win little minion advantages, lane advantages that put him in the right spot for a gank on Balls. But he seemed to avoid all of that in the top lane, really helping Fly on the whole map. 205 to 191 in that lane. They've also been giving Impact a bit of trouble from the Camille game to this Shen game. So it's been a priority of Fly. Moon goes in with the Edge of Night on to keep himself safe. Stand United immediately.
The attempt to turn.
Fast fingers on Impact. Can he get a good taunt onto somebody? Don't know if they want it right away. And they back off on this one.
Yeah, Impact had to burn his flash defensively due to the gank about 2.5 minutes ago. And then FlyQuest was able to sidestep that taunt and avoid the turnaround. So Shen ultimate down. Pretty much just the Kha'Zix's ultimate down once again.
They get to relieve that lane pressure as well. Ball still pushing in the bot side. He may actually be able to get an engage here as well. Ooh. Nice hit on the Scryer's Bloom to find him out on the bot side. Smart move by Contracts inside the jungle there. And they're just going to walk out of this curtain call. Balls is still hanging out in the jungle.
Yeah, with the Cloud Drake up, FlyQuest might be waiting for C9 to funnel in Balls way around the back. Could this be it?
They don't know where he went. They saw him a second ago. He's on to Sneaky. Shots come through, but they can't seem to get any more follow-up damage. Dragon was still being taken. Moon waiting to get over the wall. He finds Jensen now on the backside. Sneaky's down, and they are flying through. The exhausts are out, so here comes the damage. Impact is the next focus. He's going to go down. Deadly Flourish just misses Smoothie, and bleeding and limping away from this fight is C9 with 3 down.
Boy, FlyQuest is laser focused onto Sneaky, burning the flash with the curtain call, then burning more flashes to get back on with the twisted advance, and that 3 for 0 is going to transition straight into a FlyQuest Baron.
They only had to wait 4.5 minutes, chat.
They keep pulling it off, and the package is going to be up with the Baron buff at some point during the sync, so really big move there by FlyQuest. They're up 6,000 gold at 29 minutes in game 1. Now with the Baron, they're up 6,000 gold at 25 minutes, so progress.
See if they lose this. We'll see this one more time, as it was quite a long engage, thinking this would just be fizzle out.
But then, as we mentioned, being able to reset that wave advantage, having Balls sneak through the jungle, getting this flank position, baiting with the Cloud Drake, and then they go immediately on to Sneaky. And Jensen pushed off the side, kind of worried about Moon. No one on FlyQuest is fully committing, so Jensen can't get in for a big shockwave. Notice how the fight is basically over by the time Jensen has time to position. Then he eats the exhaust, so he only gets one onto High and Altec while they're shielded by Karma. Meanwhile, the rest of FlyQuest is just running through the C9 backline.
Shake it out.
Just that after
Keep it going. Yeah, he does. Woo.
Yeah, that was a steamrolling fight. They just got straight onto Cloud9, and Cloud9 wasn't able to fight back, constantly in defense mode. There's the package onto a Shen. Okay.
Keeping him out. Missed a few shots.
He's going for something.
Definitely makes it harder for Impact to feel good about his split push if that's the kind of damage that's coming in. And FlyQuest turn up the heat now. 9-2, 26 minutes in. Baron being used by Balls, who has controlled his lane now on the bot side, and he is having a field day here. 2-0-2 on this Maokai pick.
And just once again, 1-3-1. They're actually incredibly spread out right now against Cloud9, but Cloud9 unable to find a strong initiation on one side. That's the way you have to break this up as against an enemy team with Baron that's spreading you out this much. But Balls with teleport, High as well, very confident with his positioning, and FlyQuest chipping away at these outer turrets.
Chain of Corruption, Shockwave could really put FlyQuest in a bad position. Edge of Nights are down, so they have to be careful of how fast they approach this, but I guess Balls kind of takes away that danger when he just walks right in front of the entire C9 team, minus Jensen trying to fend off High. They're starting to spread C9 thin here. They could get that bottom wave coming in a little bit quicker, but they're taking their time, and they have time to take.
Oh, they're going to try and get High.
Shen ulti coming in. No summoners there. What's the rest of the team going to do in mid lane? They actually go for the pressure. The wave was just pushed off mid, so C9 had to make that snap judgment. And middle inhib hardly gets any damage on that turret.
Yeah, and it was the right time to go aggressive by C9 there. Finally landing an aggressive play with the Shen ultimate. And FlyQuest does still get a decent chunk out of that Baron. They were able to take out all of the middle tier turrets for C9. Unable to break the base as of yet, but still walk away with this Baron and a healthy gold advantage.
Litter of wards there on the bot side for Fly. I should say the bottom of top. Have a bit of vision now being cleared out by C9. They have some work to do before they can really get themselves back in these fights. As Steph said, we're looking for that shockwave from the side of Fly. Keeping eyes on Moon in these engages. We'll have to make sure we figure out when High gets the package, because it has been straight in each time he has. We'll keep an eye on that as well.
Absolutely, and FlyQuest doesn't want to misstep here. We were similarly advantaged in game one, but C9 was able to come back in big team fights. This game, though, Jensen not nearly as involved as he was on that Cassiopeia, and FlyQuest with a much more secure team fighting as far as protecting their valuable members. But that being said, though, High has no magic resist in his build and could still fall victim to a nicely timed shockwave if Jensen can somehow surprise him.
Next Drake is Infernal. 3 already in favor of Fly. Kind of tells you how much control they've had over the majority of this map. Really easy going when they've had to contest the Dragons, only finding 1 or 2 members. But having the vision to make sure everything's done safe. Now they move their vision to the bot side of the map, giving Jensen a little trouble in the mid lane as they're going to put pressure on the bottom turret.
Yeah, Impact trying to get outside turrets down with no Baron. They're able to clear the wave away, and it actually puts a bit of time pressure on FlyQuest. Maybe C9 can sneak an outer turret here because Impact was not forced to ult back. A little slow on the turret, though, let me say.
He's trying. A for effort. He'll be back. Actually, you might find Altec in a second.
Why?
The wall.
Got him. Oh, no. No. He's already used Deadly Flourish. Cooldown not coming up yet.
It's only so much you can do.
Smart to use the teleport, save the stand United because he's going to want that shield.
See what core items are finished here. Ballsy getting even bigger. The GA now up for him. He's even able to stack more items in. However, no control ward, so his wards may dwindle out as he goes to the side lane, scrying orb being picked up there. We're going to see Fly controlling dragons, controlling objectives. Baron in a mid, and 30 is going to kind of match with this Infernal Drake. So one big fight could really mean a lot for either team here, and we've seen this is when Cloud9 can find their way back in.
Yeah, and it's just a pretty daunting task in this game because it is that 8,000 gold lead, 3 Drakes, GA completed for balls on the tank. Redemption and everything Lemon Nation would want. Not to mention FlyQuest have been the ones to find the right team fights, but because it's been so long since that last fight, 19 of the game's 20 summoner spells are up for this next fight, and it
makes me a little sad.
Definitely going to be a big one.
Definitely less clapping of fools within this game, as was promised.
We did a bunch of it last game.
Yeah, I know. You kind of make up for it. Pressure from High. Impact knows the damage he can take and is just really trying to get what other vision is behind High, because they are getting strangled out right now. Everything's going to happen from the front side of the base. Smoothie could have a nice tidal wave to really lock up a shockwave. It's all easier said than done. Looks like Moon may just get himself a Infernal Drake by himself here. High could help.
Yeah.
Ooh. Good timing by C9. You might have to make Fly think twice.
Well, they're definitely just going to use this time to try and get a little bit of vision around Baron. It's pretty unrealistic to be able to actually contest the Infernal Drake, but they're at least hoping they'd be able to get something in a Baron. Even then, I wouldn't be completely shocked if C9 even gave up the Baron, but with vision, at least that gives them the chance of getting a pick if FlyQuest is trying to do something cute with Baron.
They do have pretty decent wave clear. Unfortunately, taking a bit of poke from Altec and High, but Sneaky can shred down these waves along with contracts if they're in the right spot. You can see they can't get too close to the turret after just a few abilities.
I actually really like the Knight's Vow out of Balls' Maokai. I think it's one of the best late game tank items for Maokai since he's healing so much already. Pairing that with someone like Corki, since you do heal for the damage that the Corki does, makes him actually a little bit more unkillable for a very low cost. Here we go with Baron.
Oh, Contract's trying to do anything. And that combination of long-range attacks, high ult-tech elimination coming up with a kill. No contest for this Baron, and FlyQuest looking much more sturdy here in game 2.
Yeah, a very inelegant Baron steal attempt by Contracts right there as he gets destroyed.
You gotta do what you can, right?
No one on his team was even close, but this actually sets up a really powerful push for FlyQuest because they know Contracts is down for another 25 seconds, and they're gonna get these Baron-empowered minion waves to the inhibitors before Contracts is back.
Impact pushing bot with all his life. He's gonna have to come back real soon because they're about to lose the base. Fly knocking on the front door, 33 minutes in. They're gonna look for the first inhibitor down on this match. It looks like they are very close to bringing it to a game 3. We saw how zany game 1 got, so you can't really seal anything right now. It'd have to be a big mess up though from Fly as they are closing down on the second inhibitor. The curtain call is opened up. Cloud9 can just sit back and watch the show as their inhibitor goes down. Contracts trying to thread in a few shots, but still just to reload, back up and watch it go down.
Yeah, I mean, even though I thought they were just going to give over the Baron, that was one of the worst ways in which C9 could give over the Baron while losing their jungler, who's also one of their best forms of physical damage wave clear against very hard to clear Baron minions. So they give up 2 inhibitors when they could have at least had a little bit of a contest here. And now FlyQuest with tons of time left on their Baron buff, a fresh shot right in there, finishing the Gunblade onto the Corki and even getting a rapid fire cannon onto the Jhin. Just more powerful for this next push, which only needs to take down 1 more inhibitor before they get all 3.
Much more methodical coming into this game. And it does not seem like C9 has found a way to stop it. FlyQuest ready to siege at the next turret. If the minions aren't going to do the damage for him, it'll be high and ult-tech with balls ready to dive straight under. Moon following close in tail. Edge of Night knocked off Contracts. Almost a deadly flourish that could have turned this fight around. A little harder to clear these waves, but they still have the damage. Top's going to be pushing with super minions soon. They're just buying themselves time until they can make the final push.
Yeah, and they do actually just have to buy a little bit of time. They killed those inhibitors so quickly and immediately went down for this push that it's ideal for them to crash in time. But the poke is just so huge onto C9 right now. It's pretty difficult for C9 to pull anything off here. You want them to try with the Varus ultimate or a Shockwave somewhere, but even now, High's just getting him low, and the curtain call is going to push him back once again.
He's just holding it. He's like, I will extend this ult as long as I can to deter you from guarding it. Moon over the wall, that's the damage on the turret that's required. And here come the cavalry super minions in the top, in the mid lane. All 5 members of FlyQuest standing tall with full HP as they enter onto the Nexus turret. Sneaky, half HP Impact blocking the deadly flourish. And they're able to thread in the auto attacks well, keeping C9 at bay, 5 strong in their own base.
And a pretty rough ending here for C9 is finally they try and go in for a fight.
Impact going for broke, they roll the dice, Moon's the target, exhaust down on him and they get him. Flies the next one, Impact with a second taunt, true to his target. Balls in the front with slicing, or with vengeful maelstrom I should say. Contracts getting exhausted, Elimination focus his resolve and locks down Contracts. Fly, Balls taking on 3 full members of C9 as the rest of the team focuses the Nexus, and he's still got the GA to go through. They're gonna be onto the Nexus. High raises his arms in victory. We're going to a game 3 from FlyQuest and Cloud9.
And that game was quite one-sided in the favor of FlyQuest. C9, after falling behind a bit in the mid-game, really unable to mount any type of answer to FlyQuest, who just rotated around, objective by objective, 4 Elemental Drakes, a Baron, the full round of inhibitors, and just closed Cloud9 out with ease.
That was down to business. And you even saw, they won, they're in the back. All right, we're gonna do it again. Whatever they're saying, they were off stage quick and making sure they get enough time back there to figure out what's gonna happen in game 3, because this means a lot to both teams. Nobody wants to go down here. We're going to game 3.
Yeah, keep that momentum going. They were able to just draft very similar compositions and beat C9 in what is close to a mirror match, right? Moon was pretty decent at keeping Contracts down in the game at one point, level 7 to 5, but so much of that was just High, roaming around the map on Corki, always landing with his packages, but with the low kills and how you know, C9 really didn't seem like they could mount any answer. It was very much a team-feeling victory by Cloud9 as they just slowly took down all the turrets.
Balls flanking and positioning so good in this game as well. We saw that Dragon fight, and he had actually been seen by the Bloom. They had hit the Bloom, they saw him in the bottom and said, wait. But the fact that that Dragon was pressured pulled him right back down into balls. There's nothing they could do about it. Seeing FlyQuest have that much control is definitely going to make Cloud9 think coming into Game 3. For more on how FlyQuest tied up that series, let's pass it over to Freak and our analysts.
Thank you very much, Riv. What a game. FlyQuest, after a throw really in Game 1, come back and just dominate after the first maybe 5 minutes, the rest of the game through, and it was really solid by them.
It was really surprising the way they did it, too. Like, this is not the FlyQuest that we expect to see. They have a really standard draft. They play the game out very slow and methodically, so I think this was just a total different FlyQuest, and I don't know if it took C9 by surprise, but they seemed almost asleep a little bit during this game.
Yeah, they really did, and I think FlyQuest played well, but this was also C9 just playing poorly, it felt like. It felt like they were not proactive. All the Shen ults were very defensive. People were getting caught out. People were not really like creating opportunities to go aggressive, and that's how I think Shen succeeds the most, is when you're using the ultimate in a coordinated way offensively. You know, Jensen never felt like he really got off the ground. The whole game in general felt very lackadaisical all the way up to the end, where they're giving up their third inhibitor before even fighting, right? They're fighting at their nexus when the game is already done. It felt very strange to see Cloud9 in that situation.
Right, so let's talk about the Shen allowing to be proactive. We have a combined replay here, and it's the fact that making a mistake can snowball into even more being grabbed up, and it starts with the Contracts trying to take more of the jungle away from Moon, and they lose the first Shen ulti, trying to keep him alive.
And I mean, he knew that the Kha'Zix was there. The Kha'Zix is level 6. He dies, and not only does he die, but he takes the Shen ultimate. Now, cue this dive. Everyone remembers this. This is what started to really snowball the game. Imagine now if there is that same United on Contracts in this situation. Perhaps he doesn't go down, a taunt lands on high, etc. It's at least very risky to try to pull off this dive, and instead, this is kind of really what springs FlyQuest into the lead, and those mistakes can cost you a lot, because Stand United is a very long cooldown early in the game. Impact is TPing back to lane because he knows that he has this global ultimate to be able to respond to the fights. Contracts not only gives up his life, gives up the ultimate too, and that costs him the dive in the bot lane.
And the sad part about that was the fact that their bot lane for C9 was winning really, really hard. Altec had to run to try and help High out once, and he lost both summoners, a ton of farm and pressure in the lane, and so
he was down like 30-something CS.
Yeah, right, and you think that like with a Shen, you're going to start diving bot lane relentlessly, but Contracts on your screen made that big mistake in that invade topside, and they lose what should be their game plan from there, kind of getting flipped around totally on them, where there's dives happening to their bot lane. So that really gave up control of the game initially, and then we didn't see much out of them the rest of the game, where they were finding ways to use the Shen.
Right, we saw a team fight where it felt like Ball was able to walk into a flank and make it a big team fight. Our next replay up here is going to be a FlyQuest 3-for-0 off of Balls just getting onto the back line of Maokai, and it was almost effortless.
And he's had a number of good flanks, some off the back of TPs. This one, he just walked in from bot lane, walked straight behind. They forced Sneaky Splash with the Jhin ult just prior to this, so he knows he's an easy target. They jump onto him, and Balls is doing a great job tanking. It's a little hard for FlyQuest to get involved in the fight, but once, you know, the fact that Balls can make it take so long, finally they're able to join up. They finish him off, and it's a chaser onto the rest of the team, and from there, they're able to turn on to Baron.
Yeah, exactly. Once they had that Baron, it really did seem like a bit of a foregone conclusion. Look at High's damage. Pretty impressive there. He was really proactive and played very well this game. I think his utilization of the package, especially in the early game, was huge and critical in getting them that lead.
And it's actually kind of interesting looking at this. High, of course, was absolutely huge. I want to first talk about some of these members on C9 where we're saying that they're not being very proactive. I want to start a discussion on Contracts and say, now that C9 are actually against a team that can test them, is Contracts really a super great jungler, or is he just on the best team or the second best team in North America?
You go first.
I mean, to me, even before they were tested today, Contracts hadn't really been shining for me. He's been someone who was kind of there, and it felt like he's along for the ride. He's playing pretty well for the most part. But if you don't look incredible when you're jungling for the team that has all winning lanes, then you're probably not doing as well as a lot of other junglers are. The fact is, it's massively easier to play when all your lanes are winning, which C9 almost always has. And when you compare it to someone like Acadian, right, who's coming into the league on its or Moon, you know, on teams that their lanes are not always winning. You know, FlyQuest famous for having CS deficits and stuff, and they still make things happen, even though they have to cover their lanes for their opponents. They have to do things to help them out instead of being proactive and looking for ganks.
I mean, we've seen contracts on things like Kha'Zix and Lee Sin looking really good. His Ivern's fine, but it's almost always playing around Jensen, who's generating his own lead. And we saw that when that doesn't happen, like game 1, and here he was trying to do a little bit but got punished. It feels like he takes a really backseat to the game, and he's there just supporting the rest of the team. And in these kinds of games where no one on the team was really making anything happen, he's not the one to do it either.
Well, speaking of players making things happen, though, High, player of the game on this one, I think completely well-deserved. Most damage in the game by a long shot. I think double almost anyone else in this game overall. Damage percent, 44.8. Sure, some of that's Corki, but he's obviously doing incredible. And yeah, okay, you're up against Jensen, maybe the best laning mid laner in North America, and he matches lane, roams down, gets 2 kills, roams top lane, gets a couple more kills, roams bot lane, gets some more kills, and just matches everybody.
This is one of the first times I've seen Jensen in a lane matchup where not only is he behind on the roam, but he's actually losing in farm and stuff too. So the fact of the matter is Jensen seemed maybe a bit nervous here. We actually were talking about in game 1 how Jensen has the tendency to, if he can't match the roam for sure and get something out of that, he always shoves the wave, he gets ahead in CS, he gets turret damage down. In this, we saw, like especially on that bottom dive, he roamed like 15, 20 seconds too late, kind of wanders down, can't do anything there.
Waits 5 seconds.
Loses the wave in mid lane, doesn't get turret damage down. So this is something that was pretty uncharacteristic from him, and he should be winning at least in farm if High is roaming and doing all these things, because if you roam late, you get the worst of both worlds. So it was definitely weird to see.
And I think if you're Reaper here, you got to do something to fire your team up. I mean, obviously, they've lost 2 early games versus FlyQuest. FlyQuest kind of threw with that Baron call in the first game. Even with Gifted a lead initially in this game, they didn't make anything happen. They were making mistakes. So you got to find some way to get your team engaged in the game and start making plays. And I know it's scary to do that against FlyQuest because they're a very scrappy team. Like, they're down to make crazy fights. We see High, like, die and come back and die again. He doesn't care. They still win games like that. But you have to start forcing something that's favorable for you and not just reacting to everything FlyQuest is doing.
Well, we'll see if an aggressive play can come out of Cloud9 because Game 3 is coming up and it's going to be a doozy. Meet us here for the finale, and the conclusion, and the Game 3 of Cloud9 vs FlyQuest after the break. See you soon. I think English.
I want to shit talk, but like they're gonna put it in like mic check, you know, and then I'm gonna look like a dick.
Mic check. Can you head into the lobby? No, we just have to say really nice things. Yeah, one.
Alltech is here. It's going to be a summoner heal in the last second. Gets the save on him. Contracts could be locked up here. They need to keep running the end of the line against the wall. He finds Jensen now on the backside. Sneaky down, and they are flying through. The exhausts are out, so here comes the damage. Impact is the next focus. He's going to go down.
Finally, they try and go in for a fight.
Impact going for broke. They roll the dice. Moon's the target. Exhaust down on him, and they get him. Flies the next one. Impact with a second taunt. High raises his arms in victory. We're going to a Game 3 from FlyQuest and Cloud9.
When the night is over, my life is over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together. When the night is over, my life is over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together. When the night is over, my life is over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together. When the night is over, my life is over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together.
Welcome back for Game 3 of FlyQuest versus Cloud9. And what a game number 2. The tables have turned, and that was pretty clean from FlyQuest.
Yeah, seeing fly high walk off stage as well. He was pumped after that one. I haven't seen him that excited in years for games, so you can kind of feel how much this means for him in this game, because so many of these guys are on Cloud9 and they really want to prove themselves up against their former team.
Absolutely. We heard him coming in. It would be more than an embarrassment for Jensen to lose this game to his former teammate and kind of mentor in the mid lane position for a time being.
Yeah, this series as a whole is really delivering on more than what we could have expected, and the bans already evolving throughout the series. Camille and Cassiopeia, blue side banned by FlyQuest here. Those are two champions that Cloud9 used to much success towards the end of that first game, which gave Cloud9 their victory on the series.
So what now back on red side can Cloud9 look to do? Give themselves back some momentum or throw something new at FlyQuest?
Right, so depending on what the bans were going to be with the main OPs being out, I would love to see them go with a poke composition with Ivern. That's what I'd like to see them do. Contracts has only lost one game on Ivern so far, and I feel like they'd be very good with it, countering the FlyQuest dive that they've been so effective with.
Right.
With that being said, Contracts is undefeated in his LCS career on Kha'Zix, and he's played it 9 or 10 times, so I would be surprised if they don't just go with that, even though I'd like to stylistically see the Ivern.
There is the Kha'Zix. Switched over from Malzahar.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, not any really big choice there. We figured that would happen. Camille banned out by FlyQuest side, actually favoring that not going into the hands of Impact once again.
Yeah, Reaper taking his time here as so much hinges on this final pick and ban phase of the series. This is the expected power picks that are unbanned if they go with both of these. Oh, they switch it up to Jin at the last second.
Fly was using that quite a bit just to start the fight, deter Cloud9 from trying to engage a siege. So they say, nope, we are going to be the ones that can open up with curtain call whenever we want this time. Now on the side of FlyQuest, could be Altex.
Oh, it could very well be. It also
and
blocks.
They take the Malzahar, so it is.
This blocks the Zyra support as well, and there's still the chance they could put high in the mid lane on this, because we've seen that happen over in the European LCS, but this is something that Altec in particular has had a lot of success with. Even going with the Zyra will still give them the Zyra, but the MF can kill those plants relatively quickly. It's a little harder from an AD MF instead of support MF to do that, because you're trying to balance CSing with it. Love the choice there with the Misfortune.
Fortunately, they don't synergize the plants this time on Cloud9. It is the Kha'Zix we saw in the first pick. Sorry, chat. Ivern will stay rooted this game. Ban phase 2, Cloud9, 5 seconds left. Evelyn. Actually, we kind of said Moon wouldn't see too much on that, but Cloud9 prioritized the strength he has.
Exactly. Now they throw target bans at him. Obviously, if he has been playing the Ivern, it's still possible for him as they move into more target bans. C9, highly likely to be counter-picking Jensen's mid lane with the final pick of this draft, which means FlyQuest are going to do as much as they can to just ban top laners here, as that's the expected first pick in the second pick phase for Cloud9.
poking out that top, as well as saying, I don't want too much AoE crowd control coming in here. It'd be nice to synergize with a Zyra and a Kennen on the side of Cloud9. Looks like they focus jungle. Well, there's still quite a few to play. Maybe they'll do it again.
Yeah,
It's
I
gonna be
mean,
Jace.
Jace being down and Corki still being available. High, I feel like, has had his best performances on Corki. That's another option that Cloud9 could take away from FlyQuest if they want to, but FlyQuest still having this last ban to lock out whatever type of power pick they think Cloud9 is going to go with early. Another top laner.
That side of Sneaky. Still see the Cassiopeia on this game. Let's have Jensen on that throughout game 1. We'll look for what kind of top lane they might throw in here so Jensen can see what is coming from FlyQuest.
Yeah, so this is probably the top laner. So many top lane bans already, though, with Jace being taken out. Kennen, Rumble, Camille, Shen.
So have that Poppy we saw before, but Nautilus for impact this time.
Just lockdown success, something Cloud9 kind of struggled with getting in that last game. Shen was their sole best bit of initiation and wasn't quite able to get in. This is just point and click for impact. Pretty good against Misfortune as well. Oh my, blind pick Zed.
Look at
for High. He's grooving right now.
He is grooving. Perfect word for it. He's ready to go in. Look, I feel like somebody just told him something. He says, that's fine. He is
That's confident.
going up against a deadly team. As soon as he gets in, he might just have a depth charge on him. And Moon is on board as well as a dive buddy for these kills. Somebody gets tagged by these two, and they're going to be going down very fast.
The safe pick was up if he wanted Corki.
Yeah, exactly.
They could have just put together another long-range team fighting composition like that, but no. What does Jensen answer with here? Essentially, High throws down the gauntlet with the Zed pick.
Jensen or Incarnation? I'm just kidding.
Zillion?
Zillion is locked in for the mid lane. So they are going to look to deny the assassination play coming in from Fly and hope to catch them off guard on maybe some overextensions. They have the crowd control. They have a bit of re-engage. C9's team comp does work.
Wow.
Very interesting, though.
Well, that's a little bit of spice for the end of this series. I love it. The Zillion against Zed can be very effective if the Zillion gets ahead. Obviously, you can just ult yourself or whoever's targeting to bring him back from the death mark. But aside from that, you can also throw the bombs on wherever the death mark retreat path or the shadow is going to be going to really limit the mobility of the Zed overall. And with High actually going Ignite on Zed instead of something like Cleanse, being able to double bomb stun and then add more lockdown just adds to how risky this pick could be for High.
Absolutely awesome. Not sure that maybe Zed was, but I don't know if Zillion was uttered in the preparation for this game.
Yeah.
To come in for Cloud9 and FlyQuest.
Really waiting for Jensen Zillion to make its appearance.
Can't wait for game 3. But they are going to put it in here as what Reaper thinks is going to be a key factor in this composition, as on red side, Jensen was given what he felt was a counter, or rather safe pick into this matchup. He is, however, countering the assassin that Zed, or I should say High, has picked up in Zed. We're going into game 3, Fly versus C9, hashtag Fly win. Hashtag C9 win. And will this be the chance for FlyQuest to take down Cloud9, or will Cloud9 stay undefeated in the LCS?
Now, Zed has always been one of High's best champions. He played it to so much success in 2013 and 2014, but since then, really hasn't gotten his shake in the mid lane. People told him he was washed up, he was moved around to jungle, support, didn't have the mechanics for mid lane, but as far as mid lane mechanics, Zed requires a lot of them, and High has always been good on this champion. However, blind picking it, incredibly dangerous, especially against a mid laner as good as Jensen, who has lined up Zillion as his counter. And I can't wait to see this happen in the deciding game of the series.
Well, they definitely try to test each other. One to get clapped, one fool to get bodied. Which will happen first?
It's really close. Who's saying more FlyQuest or Cloud9? I heard a little bit more FlyQuest in that one, but the crowd definitely into this. And it's interesting because so many C9 fans are also FlyQuest fans because they share
so
much history. So it's gotta be gut-wrenching to try and pick a side.
It's a love-hate relationship with yourself, basically. Not anything else. Elimination hovering on the side. I'm gonna pop this plant. Oh, really? Altec moves in. Exhaust immediately blows the flash. That's what they were looking for. The time win there on summoner spells in favor of FlyQuest.
Yeah, you have to back away from the Voidlings in a level 1 trade. If you ever get the angle on someone, you're gonna get the flash, and that's what Smoothie has lost right there. But obviously exhaust being down isn't a total loss. Cooldown on the exhaust will be a little bit faster, but if they do go for an all-in, you'd rather have the exhaust than the flash. Whew.
Nice shot onto Sneaky. They're gonna keep this lane not healthy. I like that. Leaves a chance for a lot of kills up here and makes everybody play very careful. It's funny, sometimes you see a lane, they'll get destroyed and then they can farm under their turret with 100 HP forever. Just be that careful in the beginning. Why not?
Well, especially with these longsword builds these guys are going now. You have 3 health potions on the AD, often 3 health potions on the support as well. So plenty of sustain if they do tango at level 1. Costing the potions.
A little trade back and forth. It's high. He's always going to take some bombs, having to walk up for some melees here while his shurikens are down. So we'll just see this one pan out early. A little jungler intervention maybe needed before level 6 here. And we've seen Moon has been very active on this Nidalee, able to power farm, but still have a presence in lane.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, Contracts so good at Kha'Zix thus far. A lot of things flying against each other. Winner of this game will be first place in the North American LCS through 4 weeks. Moon early gank top lane balls, just level 2. Does he have Twisted Advance skilled? Even? Or is he just gonna smack him a bunch?
Doesn't seem to look like it. There it is. He was waiting for it to come back up. Must have hit him up before. Impact gets taken down. Deja vu game number 1. Repeat gank top.
Yeah, one of the easier ganks you would see pulled off, but you have to credit the pathing by Moon right there, who started blue buff, went all the way red, and then because of the position of the lane, I gotta say, they called that many seconds in advance, can give first blood to Balls. Impact definitely not expecting that early of a gank in that spot. Doesn't even burn flash because he knew he was dead to rights.
Moon on his Nidalee. Looks like he's gonna try to keep going for it. Teleport back to lane. That's gonna be a real long walk.
Here, and he's got a level advantage. So they gotta be careful.
They say, can we take it? He's gonna hit the
burst.
Marks him, but now they gotta be careful. The flash was still there for Impact, something they did consider, and we're not able to get the kill off on. Almost turned the tide of that fight for Balls.
I actually do not agree with FlyQuest going in there. If they, I believe they had seen Kha'Zix in the jungle. They had a level advantage on the Kha'Zix, and the flash was up on Impact. So trade flashes, maybe they feel like that's an advantage if Moon's going to spend more time up there, but incredibly dangerous.
And it shouldn't be too bad for Impact. The lane is resetting for there with the cannon minion, so it should hang out for quite some time. His teleport being down could have hurt pretty bad there. The other lane's not seeing too much action just yet, and that was mainly Moon ending up on the a different side than Contracts was. Really able to make something happen. That is Ball's first kill. He did have a very good Maokai game last time, so they get him going to start things off, making sure Impact can't eke out a lead with what he does in the waves.
Smoothie was still flashless, so High decided to try and make a roam down bottom, but he was spotted out by the ward. Always looking to make the play, and Rip, that's one thing that FlyQuest has done much better than C9, is they've been first to the play so many times.
Ooh, that's just solo so far. Wow. Lemon Nation delivering that much damage. Altec trying to get there for a few. He's just focusing minions, making it rain. Pest control, a little troublesome for C9 right now. High starting to get HP advantage here in the mid lane. Moon nowhere to be found though, so it looks like this is just going to be a farm out. No kill to come from that. Exhaust was just used again. That flash is finally coming back up for Smoothie, as it was blown very early in the lane.
Yeah, exhaust used by FlyQuest to make sure they can shove it in the wave. Going to try and get that first buy. Notice Serrated Dirks coming in across the board for High and Altec. They're basically building exactly the same items. Also note that Jensen burned teleport early in lane to get back and keep that CS advantage onto High. It's also going to secure level 6 first, making it really hard for High to get a kill in that lane.
See if this back is any different. And that actually is not. So Health Crystal, Ruby Crystal, I should say, over to Lemon Nation. Really just a control ward for Smoothie.
Yeah, I think Moon's going to try and gank through the front door. He's hoping to just combo this with the spear and then get in front of the dredge line.
Nice timing on the dredge line, flashes forward, still trying to mark it. Sapling's gonna get the slow.
Autos!
Sapling doesn't hit, he hit a minion! He hit a minion with the auto! And Impact dodges the last javelin.
Moon with the slight missed execution on that gank, and High actually chasing up through a ward here, so Contracts may lay in wait. Is he gonna go for this? Smoothie also roaming. High doesn't quite know he's spotted.
Ooh,
This
level
could be
6
risky.
High, levels he can get in and out. There's the shield on Impact, but I don't know if it would keep him alive through the engage. A lot of the team roaming up. They don't also have vision on Sneaky or Smoothie, so they got a call. And one of them may also be helping this top lane. Getting a little tense for a second. Balls may be overstaying his welcome. They're just trying to see if they can get the victory here on an error.
Jensen saved him in time.
Balls could be locked down. Contracts up. They go in on Contracts. High's gonna be using this last shadow after the flash. The timing of the shadow goes out. He's going for the kill. Oh, the dredge line in. Impact comes up huge within the last minute to help control this top lane.
Such a tight turn there by C9. They wanted the fight because Smoothie had roamed up there, and the exhaust catches High completely by surprise.
Yeah.
It doesn't give him enough damage to close the kill. He can't quite chase him down after the death mark. And C9 get this one. So notice, level 4 Smoothie top lane in 5 minutes. What are you doing? That exhaust is the difference.
Exactly.
And then High was waiting on the cooldown of his Q or just an auto attack, and Impact lands the Q right at the last second to pull High away, even up those kills.
He's finally just getting back down to the bot side. And only half damage on the turret. A little bit of bullet time. Looks like Altec wants some breathing room to get back, get some items in. They'll both back. So a little action towards the top side, only 1-1 after all of that. And Impact has been getting quite a bit of attention in these games from Fly. Making sure that he can't be the factor that just controls the side lane sweep. His teleports have been so good in the mid game as well.
Whoops-a-daisy, Moon. Gotta shake off those jitters and land the spears. Auto attack to minion in an earlier gank on Impact. Could be 2 kills for 0 here for FlyQuest. And it has definitely been a plan, Riv, as you mentioned, for Moon and Balls to try and double team Impact in that top lane. It has been consistent and persistent in every game.
He's back up, teleports up for him as well. Scryers bloom through the jungle, and he also gets some vision down. Now with the roam, he may just bring his teleport to a lane. They're gonna back off as High retreats under his turret. A lot of members of Fly as well, clearing out what Smoothie's trying to put in the jungle. But they got to respect him. They don't know what's on the other side. I mean, he also has to respect that.
Absolutely. Only so many spears you can take. High trying to get the poking over the wall. Keep in mind, though, Jensen still has his ultimate. Nice double stun. He might just go for a turnaround kill.
Pulls back, 300 HP. A nice surge from Moon to keep him a little topped off, but Jensen could definitely get some help from Contracts and make something happen in that lane. A ping onto Balls. They know what his position is on the map now up towards Baron. And it looks like Moon may go for a temp bot lane unless he's just grabbing the Scuttle Crab.
He's also kind of hoping that FlyQuest would go for a dive. Go for the execute!
Oh, chopped up. Contracts using the last bit of mana. A little bit of twerk as he gets himself out.
And you have to be so careful going up against Kha'Zix in the jungle. You saw right there, Contracts just with 2 Qs out of Fog of War, just enough mana. Moon doesn't even need to go for the dive, but because Contracts had warded out the river, he's able to get a pretty easy kill there. And that's going to make Moon really scared to go into open spaces like that for the rest of the game.
Bit of a disparity here now in the lane. We have seen it throughout pretty much each game except for number 2 for High. Down in CS, his roams much more abundant than Jensen, costing him a bit of CS. And this time he's not coming up with the kills. Nether Grasp right into the ultimate. Smoothie's gonna get backed off out of this one, and it looks like they get this Stranglethorn onto Lemon. I thought he just made it off of the outside. Altec keeps himself alive. Summoner spells used on the bot side.
And just the heal and the flash, all that necessary to turn that around. It looked like they thought they had the damage, but they didn't. They got everything down off of this because he flashes, gets his Misfortune E down with the ultimate, so that's essentially the combo, but then Smoothie just turns it around to get the knock up onto Lemon. It's a pretty easy turnaround kill.
heal as well, helping to save Smoothie on that one.
Yeah, and then Moon comes in right at the end.
Doot doot.
We also come out of that replay into a pause, so we will be looking into what the issue is here on stage.
You seem to be somewhat visual with MF's ult there. Is that actually what it is? Not quite sure of the confirmation yet. We'll have that for you in just a little. Top lane focus on this guy right here has been the majority of the game. It seems to be not the win condition, but at least early game advantage to take down Impact. Make sure he cannot side split push when the time comes.
And it really has been so much about that focus in the top lane for FlyQuest and whether or not that can work. But this game in particular, with the Zed blind pick and then the Nidalee in the jungle, it really feels like FlyQuest is trying to win this game through the laning phase and really just snowball it to victory. So this is a pretty poor start for them as C9 has absorbed a lot of that aggression, actually up in kills, up in gold, and kind of primed to also have a better teamfight phase. So FlyQuest has got to turn it up pretty soon.
And very recently, we mentioned that stat for C9. When they have that lead, they win, kind of altered within the last few days, but before that, it was 100% snowball rate if they had the lead. You think if there were a team to be able to stop that, it would be FlyQuest. And we're just getting Altec's computer situated.
Yeah, so we will have to wait to hear exactly what is going down and if we can get right back in the game or not.
Also one of the only teams that continues to, not only, there's in Europe, but use that MF as an AD carry.
Yeah.
Wasn't really even shown as a flex this time. They said, oh yeah, Mal's MF. We'll take that. We just want to play it. Altec has really been enjoying the champion in the bot lane.
Yeah, and it's interesting how Smoothie's still willing to match with the Zyra because one of the biggest threats of that lane oftentimes is actually an MF and a Zyra because that's the strongest support, and then also you kind of get rid of the natural counter. Whereas Malzahar has a few more potential counters, which include Zyra. Zyra is good into the Malzahar lane. So I do feel like FlyQuest, when they did that Malzahar pick, is really trying to just zero in on Lemon Nation's most comfortable champion, which has been the Malzahar as of yet. I hear he really likes playing these kind of weird supports, and he was really early on to the Malzahar before everyone else picked it up. So a huge amount of comfort there that FlyQuest is trying to capitalize on. Just hasn't worked so far this game.
High as well on that Zed. Kind of causing the Zillion pick to come in, I'd say, making sure these assassinations can't happen. We'll see the teams chatting a little bit. Looks like they have been given permission. As well as Moon, we kind of just saw him speaking with the team, has been a little, had a few errors within his top lane gank, kind of farming in the jungle, has been a bit aloof, as we saw him missing some spears, but definitely not on point as much as we've seen that Nidalee in the past.
Exactly. Moon has had such a good year so far, so having some of those mistakes, pretty crucial. And we do have an update from the stage. They are currently investigating a potential bug with Misfortune's ultimate. So what happened there is Altec flashed in, ER'd. They thought they had the damage, so something, he's claiming, I believe something is happening there, and that is during the investigation, so we'll keep you guys up to date on that.
Crazy. I'm sure the momentum was well coming into this game. They were ready to keep going. Everybody had those win conditions, so these pauses kind of do give you a moment of breath. But obviously, you want to be into that game. We'll get this figured out as quick as possible.
We're going to watch what happened here. I do not know what the report was, but he's claiming a bug with the ultimate. And it looks like the animation for the ult goes off from Altec's perspective, but the rest of the bullet time actually didn't. So that could have been a kill, and then it goes on cooldown as well. So I guess the question would be whether or not they think Altec canceled the ultimate, because that definitely looked to me like no damage came through, despite the MF laugh and gun shooting, and then we saw the pause immediately after.
Yeah, considering that Lemon Nation has you in that nether grasp, it almost looked like that was just his damage.
Well, exactly. He flashed in so confidently with that. And yeah, the damage just does not come through from that ultimate. Yet it does go on cooldown, so you would think. But obviously, I cannot make the call on these. We saw the replay.
What's the answer?
I cannot be anything more than that. Oh, this is going to be an interesting ruling for sure, because the game is at an inflection point, right? We talk about high Zed being down against the Zillion and how Moon's gank's top lane did work early, but ultimately C9 is looking like they're absorbing a lot of this aggression. Very pivotal moment in the game here.
So also just got confirmation that a super minion, not a super minion, one minion blocked all of the damage from the ult, obviously not intended.
Oh my
Is the
goodness.
confirmation of the play. So looking into that right now, and that is a pretty severe happening, actually. That would have been a fight win in the bot lane for them. So
Yeah,
we'll get this figured out.
I'd actually like to see that again. I'm trying to go back to it on my client here as well, because that is pretty weird. I hear we're going to get another replay as well, because this is obviously what the referees are trying to look at in the back as well.
Oh, that minion.
Yeah. Look at the cannon minion here as Altec goes in for the ultimate. It should obviously pass
right
through.
next to him, too.
But the minion...
See the caster blocking?
Just gets trucked for some damage, and that is not how the MF ult is supposed to work. This is a bug I've personally never seen.
Well, maybe you should reconsider throwing a bunch of water balloons at somebody. Maybe they should be bullets.
Oh my goodness, and in such a pivotal moment too. 1-1 in the series.
Yeah.
All right, so we're just gonna have to wait on that ruling, because the rest of the series still has so much story going through it. Balls has stepped up in a way that many didn't expect against Impact. Yeah. Obviously had a lot of help with Moon, but that is how you play the game. You work with your jungler to get those advantages, and that has been where Balls and Moon have been better than Contracts and Impact early on in this series. Even this game as well, if only they could have closed in that second gank.
It does seem like they have the right idea towards that top side of the map. Impact has been known now to be very, very vocal for the team. Some good English coming through, not just top die. You make the meme about that, but he is one of the most vocal players on the team. So to make sure he is tagged down and worried about getting his teleport back. And
Suffocating as he gets on camera, trying to watch the final series of the day. Yeah, this is what happens when we have extended pauses. We look around in the crowd.
Oh, God. Earthquake. Hide. Earthquake.
I don't know why he's embarrassed about that. He should be more embarrassed of the Twitter picture he posted saying his camera was taking random pictures as he was flexing in the mirror. But
free trip to the gun show.
There we go. He's proud of his body. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm sorry, the mind wanders.
Don't be sorry. Oh, doesn't it?
No.
Oh, chat. See the teams kind of laid back.
Jensen standard. The game is pause stance. Obviously, because of the duration of this pause, both teams know that they're investigating bug. They're allowed to talk. Obviously, we've been in pause for 8 minutes currently. Really just trying to contemplate where the rest of this series goes. It's been a long day as well. Keeping in mind the first series went 3.5 hours, so.
Oh, yeah.
The tension builds, Riv.
Riv, yeah. It's been quite a long day. And I'm sure for these guys, the anticipation of coming up to this game, we get in and we had Altec switch out a cable on the monitor, got that fixed up, and we got the hype video played again. And then what two first games, I should say, we had. The Barons back and forth, and now FlyQuest coming out strong in game 2. Game 3 at a stalemate.
Yeah, in many ways. Kills were sitting 3-1. It's a 1,000 gold lead by Cloud9. So still a very competitive game, not much to be decided. Only 10 minutes and 49 seconds in before we hit that pause. And for those of you that may have been off getting a drink or something, we are in pause. They're investigating a misfortune bug, and we've seen many replays. It appeared that the cannon minion somehow took all the damage from bullet time, and that prevented the kill from going through off of Lemon Nation's Nether Grasp on Malzahar. So they're investigating what to do with this situation.
Also checking to make sure that wasn't just visual, making sure it also was accurate. It might have all gone through the heel, kind of throwing us off, but it did seem amiss.
They also have a way of tracking the inputs of the players' computers when they do this. So not only can they check if it's a spectator bug, they also see on the player's computer.
Yeah. It's true. It's like, was it your mistake or not? It's like driving a Tesla into a wall. Probably was your fault.
It was the autopilot, I swear. Much like, I'm sorry, it's just time to go off on a tangent. Did you ever hear the rapid acceleration cases with the Toyota Priuses where people were saying the gas pedal was just held down?
Yes.
And that they pressed the brake and nothing would happen? Well, it's not really a thing. It's mainly people that are in unfamiliar cars that think they're pressing the brake and are actually just pressing the gas pedal, and that's why they have rapid acceleration.
It would be rapid.
Absolutely, but because the case got so strong that they eventually had to do all these things, but no, they were never able to really prove rapid acceleration happens.
I actually have had that happen once.
Were you
Luckily, I was
in a
going
car
uphill.
that you hadn't driven?
No, it was my car, but it just got stuck under the floor mat when I pressed the gas pedal
Right.
down.
But that, you can actually just press the brake and overpower the gas.
To a point.
To a point.
It doesn't sound good. We're still waiting for this. Like Jess said, if you're just joining us, unfortunately in a pause of quite a rabble-rousing game. Unfortunately now kind of losing that aggression. We'll get back into it though.
Yeah, I mean, it has been such a series coming through. It was pretty much everything we had wanted up until this point, where no one wants an 11-minute pause in such a pivotal moment. It'll make it all the more rewarding when we do get back into the game because it is such a hype series. Just recapping kind of the whole season, Cloud9 unbeaten so far, 7-0, trying to go on 8-0. FlyQuest currently sitting at 6-1. If they win, hold the tiebreaker over Cloud9 and move into sole possession of first place. People were talking coming into this week that yes, FlyQuest was 5-1, but they hadn't played TSM, Phoenix 1, or Cloud9 yet. Now they're really going to face the big teams. If they could walk out of this having already beaten Phoenix 1 and also beating Cloud9, they're really in that conversation for one of the best teams in the LCS.
Like, I've definitely heard somebody say that second one, that FlyQuest needs to be tested coming into this game. But no, you're absolutely right. We're coming around to week number 5. These guys are at the top of the table, and it looks great for them on the back half. They pretty much don't have to worry about anything. So a huge win here for FlyQuest would put them in even better position. I mean, it's only 1-2 that they're jockeying for, but these guys have not shown that many weaknesses.
Yeah, exactly. And there's also just the emotional component and how much the momentum can carry through to the rest of the season. Like I said, I hadn't seen Hai as excited after a game in years than he was after winning that game 2 against Cloud9, just kind of bounding off the stage so happily. And it's just him now blind picking the Zed and kind of throwing down the gauntlet onto Jensen to try and take him out. You want to see him succeed if you've been watching Cloud9 for so many years, but then you watch them against Cloud9 and you say, no, don't succeed against Cloud9. But that's the situation we're in right now with all these veterans being on FlyQuest and making quite a splash as the new old guys in the LCS.
It is true. We did see how kind of jived Hai was to get that Zed pick locked in and has been able to do a bit of work with it in the game.
Yeah, I haven't heard from production in a bit, but we know that we have seen the replays. They obviously are investigating potential remake options, whether or not it deems a full remake or not. We've been in a lot of situations like this, and we have to essentially wait on the referee's call to know what has happened. We have remade a few games in the history of the LCS. Obviously, whenever there's a game-changing bug that happens that you can go back, sometimes you do full remakes for those things. We're just going to have to wait on what happens.
It is true, and there's the options too. Usually if there's no game of record, which means people were seeing, you keep the same champions. This one may actually flow over into the complete new picks and bans scenario. We will have to see in just a few moments. We do apologize for the delay into FlyQuest and C9. It's been such a long-awaited match to come up, but it will happen tonight. I can promise you that.
No?
I can promise you that. No, I'll put myself on
It's been a long time since 2012 where we had to push games off to a later date. This one is honestly a bug we've never seen before. For those of you who are just joining us, obviously, Alltech, MF Ultimate was going for a kill, didn't appear to do any damage to the champion, which I can pretty much confirm. We've seen it multiple times. It looked like it hit the minion and somehow didn't pass through, even though nothing blocks MF Ultimate except for wind walls and Brahmies. So definitely pause-worthy. Good job by Alltech for pausing that to try and ask for a bug to be investigated, and that's currently what's happening.
Absolutely. And as we sort out everything on stage, we are going to go ahead and throw it over to analyst Mark and Azael over on the desk. Guys, take it away.
Thanks, Riv. And so unfortunate pause there.
Yeah, and
middle of the game.
The crazy thing is that bug, it looks really hard to tell because Jat's saying it doesn't look like it was doing damage. We were watching it as well. We were more on the side that it looked like it was in fact doing damage. So it's a complicated thing that they have to sort out.
It definitely is. And I mean, the only thing that we're thinking of is when it's no Malzahar Voidlings, no Malzahar E. The MF, just the E, plus the Malzahar support ultimate should not do about 600 damage, which is kind of what he took there. But it's hard to tell. The invisibility on the ultimate is obviously a bug.
Yeah, of course.
And that's definitely got to be frustrating. But, you know, for these teams, either way, you know, regardless of what happens, they have to be able to reset mentally. You know, for a team who doesn't get a remake and wants one, or for a team that does and didn't want one, you got to be able to kind of step back and just relax and take the game from there.
And the big thing is, of course, the fact that this game was not going very well for FlyQuest. They have been forcing a lot of plays, which we expect to see, but they were mostly getting turned. There was High in the top side going for that dive, and he kind of got dealt with. He goes down, lost a lot of CS off it. Jensen was able to push in waves before following the roam. It was kind of counteracted by the fact that there was a lot of CS denied for C9 in the bot lane because Smoothie had moved up, but overall it seemed like C9 was slowly getting control of this game before the bug.
Yeah, and Jensen himself had a very big lead. You know, you touched on it, High's roam, but Jensen matched the roam, but only after shoving in the wave, collecting all that farm first. So he was up a lot of farm, about 25, before he actually, you know, went up and got that kill and everything. It cost both the summoners from High, so it's definitely a tough situation to be in for High, but we know that FlyQuest can get themselves out of those situations and has come back from a lot worse.
Right, and just to touch on the draft part of it too is the fact that we haven't seen the Zilean pick come out really at all. So when you see High be known for these crazy kind of counter picks and the Zed being actually a blind pick here, he's done it a couple times, the fact that you see their counter pick here in the Zilean is something that you have to take into account should there be a remake, exactly how this changes up the draft strategy. And it's hard to be a player in this position and even a coach because you don't know if you should be worrying about the next game, if there's a remake, how does your draft change, or if you have to reset into this game, what plays you need to be looking out for and exactly what the game state is, because it is such a long time between, you know, when you get your hands back on the mouse and keyboard again.
Or even if it's just a remake with same pick and bans, I don't really know how it would work. But the Zilean, obviously, not what I think most people were expecting, and people were kind of talking about that on Twitter even, and just kind of joking about it. But it seems to make some sense. Obviously, thought process being you're playing against Nidalee, you're playing against Zed. A lot of their goal in these sort of team fights is going to be to dive in, assassinate one person. If you can deny that, they feel like they can win the extended fight for Cloud9, and Zilean is pretty strong at doing that. But you know, there are some weaknesses in both of the team comps as well.
Right, and even the Malzahar as well is another single target focus thing. But it feels like, you know, FlyQuest team comp does also get outscaled. I think I'd rather take Kha'Zix in the late game situation over the Nidalee. Similar with the Jhin and Zyra, they end up doing a lot of like AoE damage, whereas the MF is basically press R, and that's her biggest contribution. So when you look at the fact that FlyQuest is a little bit behind already with how the game is going, the fact that I don't think their comp does as well in the late game, this is a big concern for FlyQuest, even if they come back into this game.
And Nidalee is something we can touch on a little bit more because we have seen it kind of popping up more and more in the NA LCS. Moon has been playing it. Acadian played it a couple of games. Moon did have some pretty good success on it, but we were talking about this like, during the game, the fact that it can be very, very hard to get involved in Nidalee in the late game or if you're behind.
Right, and it was a good early game by Moon, the initial path up to the top side to get the first blood with the help of balls. I mean, it's one of the things that people love doing actually is Maokai Nidalee because it's such guaranteed lockdown CC for the spears to hit. Unfortunately, they only made that one play. He revisited a couple more times, unable to get any more done, and it felt like that's when things started to peter out for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and Moon traditionally has had very good mechanics in the NA LCS this season, and actually that second one, he auto-attacked the minion. The last auto-attack would have actually gotten them a kill, but he right-clicked the minion instead, so that was pretty unfortunate. And you do kind of want to snowball because Nidalee is such a good power farmer. If you can get the early kills, stay ahead in farm, you really can start to out-level your opponents. You can start taking some advantages from that, and you can go off, right? But if you don't get to the late game stages with those advantages, or you can't find people in the side lanes to pick off, we've seen Nidalee very often relegated to just being kind of this heal bot. You throw out spears occasionally, you're just healing up your teammates, you're not really able to get a lot done, and that's kind of more what has happened to Acadian when I've seen him playing it compared to him on Kha'Zix and other champions. He's not been able to have the same involvement and the same success that he normally would in the late game.
Right, and kind of expanding more to the broader scope of the series so far, it seems like FlyQuest is way more proactive with a team, which I think we would have expected coming into the series based off the amount of kills they get in the early game, but it is a little worrying for C9 to see them until this last game struggling to keep up with FlyQuest, who had grabbed leads in the first two games. And here, again, they did get the first blood, and it looked like they might start snowballing around the top side before that unfortunate dive. And C9 does seem to be the team that has to play more on the back foot, which is scary when you're supposed to be the #1 placed team. Like, you're expected to be able to run kids down and crush them, but that doesn't seem to be the case against a lot of the other top tier teams.
No, at least against FlyQuest. I mean, against TSM, to their credit, they two of them very easily. You know, they have had some other series that were closer, but it was with Ray in. This has been a series with Impact the whole way through. You know, there's no early season jitters type excuses, and it is very close, right? These teams seem to be pretty evenly matched. You do have to wonder a little bit how much of this is nerves, you know, for both teams. I think it's a match that there's a lot riding on it as far as pride, as far as
the hype that came into this week too. We've been talking about for basically a week straight.
And I mean, for someone like Jensen, right? A lot of people used to talk about it, and you could tell it would be kind of annoying if you're on C9 and everyone talks about, high shot calling, high shot calling, high shot calling. It's like almost like no one else is making any decisions, no one else is making moves on the team. And I think that is something that people wanted to kind of erase that from the C9 reputation once Hyden was no longer playing with them. They wanted to be seen as their own shot callers, as their own team, and kind of create their own reputation. So now High is back. FlyQuest is crushing. High is looking amazing. It's like, oh God, not again, right?
Right, he had the solo kill on Jace against him in the second, or I think it was the first game where he was doing that. So, I mean, it is that kind of thing where like a lot of the counterparts that they replaced are stepping up. Like another one being Contracts versus Moon. I think we would say that for the most part of this series, Moon has gotten the better of Contracts. There was that one play where Contracts comes over the wall this game and kills Moon in the river, but other than that, I think Contracts has looked a little bit weaker, and this is a player that was on the Cloud9 Challengers team that became FlyQuest before joining the main roster. So a lot of kind of incestuous relationships on the team with all the players.
Yeah, I mean, Moon has actually just played, I think it is fair to say he's had a better series than Contracts. Contracts has looked good in a number of different situations, had his own nice plays, of course, but Moon has been jungling very, very well and been extremely proactive. He's been one to go top twice, get early first bloods on Impact, even the one game where Contracts did get that early first blood, Moon was still able to go top and kill Impact again. So a lot of the focus has actually been topside, and it's interesting because people don't traditionally think of balls as FlyQuest's strong point, right? But Moon is actually putting a lot of his resources into camping for him and shutting down Impact. Throughout the games, there's been a ton of top lane focus.
Right, and I think that's something that maybe more teams look to exploit in the future, just with regards to the fact that, most people don't think that they can actually exploit Impact. You think that he's the solid rock top laner of this series, but even when he got the Camille pick, they picked the Poppy Eve, they started abusing him there, and it's the kind of thing where maybe moving forward, people try and exploit this a little bit harder because Impact is a player who's on a little bit of an island on the top side. It does feel like Contracts is more around the mid and jungle, so or mid and bottom, excuse me. So I think maybe you start looking for a little bit of a blueprint here where you get him onto these tanks and then you camp him heavily early and kind of shut down his control over the mid and late game.
Yeah, definitely. And for C9, as Contracts and as the C9 team, you have to look to try to counteract that, right? You have to look to be able to enable him. If he's getting shut down, then you need to be there for the counter ganks. And one time you had pointed out was Contracts, going back to the Krugs in that early tower dive where he could have been there to kind of defend Impact on Camille in that game. There's times where they could have been in better position because if you can shut down a tower dive, if you can counter gank that, it can be devastating for the other team. If you turn those around, it can often end up in 2-for-0 for the other team. And that's something that Contracts definitely needs to try to do, whether it's through vision, tracking Moon very well and trying to protect Impact that way, or being in position for those counter ganks. They have to do a better job of protecting Impact, especially if this is going to be a remake and they're going to have another game. They can't have Impact be the first person on C9 dying a fourth game in a row, because even when they got first blood, he was still the first C9 member to die, and that's happened 3 straight games.
Right, I mean, you can probably put a little bit on Impact as well. With the Camille game, I don't think he looked super comfortable on the pick. Nope. You were pointing out all the mechanical things he wasn't doing right. He let the wave come into balls a number of times now, and that's opened him up to the early ganks. And Moon has done a little creative pathing to make sure that he's there at the most exploitable times. But I mean, Impact's a really smart player, and if he starts realizing that I'm being targeted, he needs to do a better job manipulating the wave to keep it on his side, so that way FlyQuest can't go for these easy, overextended tank kills.
Yeah, and one of the things you had pointed out was the fact that Balls was often playing a champ that kind of has the better early push, right? And that's enabling him to bounce the wave, to reset it, and then set up kind of the slow push back to himself, where Moon can then look to gank that. And if you aren't going to put Impact on a champion where he can have kind of equal agency to manipulate that wave and control it and keep it in a location where he is, then the jungler does need to be there to walk in the wave, right? So that you can push it and reset it. And that is something that it's a 2 sides of the same coin, right? Either Impact has to do a better job, and if he's failing, then his team has to cover for mistakes, and you have to be there. And sometimes as a top laner, there's no way around it. You need jungle support, even just to get the wave back to a decent spot.
Right, and kind of looking more on the FlyQuest side, I mean, they've done this a number of times. We're talking about the fact that C9 needs to react to what FlyQuest is doing. FlyQuest could also try shaking it up a little bit more. It feels like, let's target top side, let's get an advantage there, and let's flip it bot side. They've gone for a number of heavy bot plays, worked out really well in game 2, where they were able to bring High down after they got the Shen globals out. But, High is constantly down CS, and they're making all these roam plays, and it's this thing that we always talked about, our concern with FlyQuest being that they make a ton of roam plays and it's great, but it's often from deficits or something where they're catching up or getting a small lead versus a really blowing the game open one. And I think Jensen in particular has done a good job of mostly exploiting that, with the exception being that game 2 where he didn't leave lane enough.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's always been the thing for FlyQuest. It's kind of interesting because they just keep winning, right? But people are like, oh, when someone does this against them, then they're going to lose, right? And now it's kind of like, oh, okay, well, you know, they beat these other teams, but they haven't beat C9. And when C9 plays them, they're just going to lose their lanes too hard and the roams won't work or whatever. But it just seems to be that FlyQuest is able to make the winning call a lot of the time, and they're able to fully commit to it and make those pay off. But I do agree, if you are losing the lanes and then you roam and the roam does not work, then you're massively behind, and that's kind of what it looked like was happening in Game 3, you know, with that high roam to top lane and Jensen getting a very big lead.
Right. I mean, like you said, FlyQuest, they're one of those teams, as we point out this early kill here by Moon, this is kind of what they've been doing a lot this series, where Balls has the wave coming into him. He's not even level 3 yet, but they're still able to brute force it. We were talking about maybe Impact should have fought within the wave there, trying to abuse a little bit more, because once you leave the wave, it opens yourself up for that long-range spear, which is set up by Balls. And they go top again. Here's that missed auto by Moon. They could have had another kill here and held him down really, really hard, because then he doesn't quite get this. And then this is a really extended sequence where I believe this play that happens is still off the back of that. High had roamed top, but Smoothie and Jensen had covered after pushing in their respective waves, and then he's just barely unable to pick up the kill on the contracts. And that's kind of one of the worst spots you can be in. And we were joking about that's a tilter of a play. And the funny thing is, we were talking about how High is like such a positive guy, always looking for the next thing. We talk about how Moon in scrims is like, oh, he just suicides harder than me and tells me don't worry about it. So I think this is the kind of play where like a lot of teams would be like, oh God, we just put so much resources in that top play, it doesn't work. I bet FlyQuest were just like, oh, we denied Jin in the bot lane. This is great. This is exactly what we wanted.
Yeah, they definitely do seem to be a team that is able to always kind of look on the positive side of things as far as what do we do to win next, right? They're always going for the winning plays, and that's sometimes you see teams do that and you get blown out of the game because you go for a risky play. Even if that's the best chance to win, you should still be going for it, right?
Yeah, and I think I was talking with you a little bit about how with FlyQuest, I didn't care if they won or lost this series too much, and especially how they lost, because they're such an aggressive team that keeps going for those plays that if they got blown out 2-0, but they were like constantly forcing, my opinion of them wouldn't have really changed based off this series. It would have been C9's the better team. Okay, not too much of a surprise, but like there's no way that FlyQuest loses that changes my opinion of them currently in the season, because they are the team that, you know, Hyatt literally was playing LeBlanc, died, respawned, ran bottom, went aggressive, died again, and then they won that game. So they are totally like, we're going to keep going, pedal to the metal, not letting up ever, and if we get blown out as a result, that's what happens.
Yeah, it definitely can. And I mean, based on the 2 games that we've seen, the teams look pretty evenly matched, right? Right. FlyQuest was actually ahead in Game 1. The Baron went tragic. They ended up losing the game off that. Game 2, they're able to take. We're in Game 3. It's definitely looking like a close series. But report cards so far for the 2 teams, to me, it kind of looks like FlyQuest is overall in the series coming out a bit on top.
Right, I would definitely agree with that. The fact that they are the ones making the proactive plays. You even look at a number of the plays that C9 has worked out well for them in Game 3. It's mostly off the back of reacting to what FlyQuest is doing. And I personally always favor the proactive team, because as you get later and later into the season, it's much harder to change your style and become a proactive team than it is to refine your already proactive plays. So a team like FlyQuest, they have been playing together for a while throughout the Challenger Series, but as they play more on the stage, they'll get more and more used to playing with each other. They obviously have a depth of strategies that they can pull out at any time. They'll keep progressing, whereas the concern with C9 is when other people start catching up to them, are they going to be able to keep forcing plays, which we haven't seen a ton of, at least in this series.
Yeah, we definitely haven't. But one thing to C9's credit is, you know, Jensen, in an interview I had with him earlier this year, was talking about the development of contracts. And they didn't even think they would be doing well in the early season. They thought it would take more time for contracts to adapt to the stage. And as he does learn and grow and improve as a player, C9 can get a lot from that, right? Because contracts has looked pretty good, but I certainly don't think he's been, you know, the top jungler in the league or anything like that. And there is, as a rookie, still a lot of room for him to go. I mean, he's 17, right? Like this is a ridiculously young player, and he could have a really long career. And I mean, it's hard to tell where he could go.
I think it was funny when you made that comment on the previous Analyst Desk segment, talking about how you didn't think Contract was all that impressive. You caught a lot of Twitter flack. So do you want to explain a little bit more to justify your opinion with a little bit of free time we have?
I mean, it's pretty much just the fact, I think Contract is a good player, and I think he's done well. But when you look at the jungle talent as a whole, you know, we were going through it talking about some of the players. When you're looking at guys like Anori and Dardoch and Moon and Acadian and even Rainover and all these guys, is Contracts to me a better jungler than those players? So far this season, no. And I think that is a statement that like is pretty defendable, and it's something where he's still very good, but he is more middle of the pack, whereas most of the players on C9 have really been excelling and looking like the best or one of the very best in their role, whereas Contracts, although he is a rookie, and that is obviously a big reason for it, I don't think he has been like the top jungler by any means in the league.
Right, and I would agree with that. I think you can look at a number of plays when there's like a rookie jungler is the reason that they are doing things. So that's the big thing for me, is that like Acadian is their early game force, Anori is a bit of the early game force for P1, and Contracts mostly plays off Jensen, I think.
Yeah, but it has been a very good pair for them so far, and it has led them to a so far undefeated season, which
can't criticize too much.
Could remain undefeated. We're going to have to wait on the results of the rest of this game. But I think we are ready to go back to the game, so we're going to hand it over to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you very much, Azael and Mark. Before we do get in, I want to take a moment to discuss a tool that can be utilized to actually set a previous time in the game. Chad, you want to discuss that?
Yeah, so this is actually really interesting. It's the first time the tool has been used. It's called Deterministic Disaster Recovery Tool, and previously when something is deemed a bug and a team is offered a remake, it is a full remake. But with this tool, you can essentially replay the game automatically through to a certain point, which is right before the bug occurs. So the Misfortune Ultimate was deemed a bug, but as we were during this long delay, they've been trying to execute the Disaster Recovery Tool, and apparently it has worked. So we're going to be trying to get back into the game. The bug happened at 10:49. Apparently, we're going back to 10 minutes and 20 seconds and should be able to jump right back into the game, which, as you see at 10 minutes and 20 seconds, we should be ready to play.
All right, let's lock it in.
This is pretty cool.
5 seconds before we get in, and we have been recovered. We'll play out this one.
Oh, that is the biggest bait I've ever had in my life. Why did they pause?
We will see.
Why did they pause?
We will see. The trolling.
Oh man.
Going on. So
Anyway,
we'll have to see, because previously things have been kind of debacled by messing around with time in the game, but we're still looking to make this.
In the process of offering the remake through the Deterministic Disaster Recovery Tool, when a team accepts the remake, since it is still a fairly new feature, it's new technology, if the recovery doesn't work, then they go into a full remake. We had been receiving messaging that it had worked, but we will now have to find what the new pause on stage is. Oh my goodness.
You could give that just a second before we get some information in here.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, that's
too soon.
That's the biggest false start of my life right there. That is. I was so ready for that game to restart.
We'll see the players. I'm sure they were just about as ready to go. And Altec pointing to something on his screen was kind of a miss right away. So definitely to be something else that they'll find out here. And we'll get that update for you in just a few minutes.
Also, while I believe it was called Deterministic Disaster Recovery Tool, the cool nickname is Chrono Break. I don't know if that's finalized. Like I said, this is a very new feature that they're trying to implement in right here. So Chrono Break or DDR, whatever one catches on and they decide when they actually have our official messaging of this happening after we've used the tool in the LCS. But I'm really excited if this can work, but obviously there's a slight hiccup here with Moon.
It's reported that he isn't being able to use abilities, but actually, after looking at it, they're thinking it may be a spectator on his end.
Okay.
To see that happen, so they may still be happening related to the disaster recovery tool. As I said, kind of sometimes switching that time back has proved troublesome in the past.
Absolutely. That's why the option of a full remake could still be on the table if this does not end up working. But you definitely have to feel for FlyQuest and Moon sitting through this now incredibly long delay. I believe we're up around 30 minutes, so.
And this is really
difficult circumstances for both teams to have to go through.
It's really been the goal as well of the team behind the scenes here, trying to make sure that nothing can be affected in these games. And if it can, we can bring the players back to as much work as they have put into that game as possible.
Yeah. That is obviously the hope. We will get word on Moon's issue as soon as possible. And if you're kind of in the mind of the players right here, it's going to be, very interesting to try and get in the right mindset, because they've been sitting here for quite a while waiting for this thing to hopefully execute, and then you're that close. I mean, we've all experienced this as viewers. It's the false start feeling if they'd have to remake again.
Absolutely. You look at two of the best teams in the league. Well, this game is the one they want to win. They're still going on after this to have top spots. Teams still have to gun them down. Woo! Going into stream mode right now, unplugged Riv. And we'll see, going back into game here, they don't want me talking that much anymore.
Okay, so it looks like they've been able to resolve the issue on Moon's end, and we are back in the game. Did they just do it again? They did the same play again?
So
and it killed them.
I think they're testing, getting back in. They're going for that replay.
No,
they do see what happened. Yeah, it looks like that did play out.
And we just unfortunately missed it on stream. So
yeah,
with the remake game, the gank is successful. We'll have to get a full replay on that. I almost want to see it one more time as they take the Drake afterwards, and we can kind of re-enter ourselves into this game.
I think we're back. I'm gonna wait 2 seconds. Yeah, we're back. All right. Contracts into the mid, on to high now. The players regaining that control of the game. Auto attack onto high. Oh. He's walking out of this one slow. Oh,
he's dead.
Bomb connects. High's going down, throws up the chair, but he can't even sit down. Bomb takes him down first.
All right, so we are now with a gold lead on a FlyQuest because they were able to take the turret after the bot lane kill was successful, but High will continue to be the victim of this counter pick by Jensen in the mid lane. And Contracts, these guys are right back in action.
Fight there in the jungle, just so we're not thrown off, that replay will happen one more time as we see what actually happened in the bot lane when they did engage. After there's a bit of a breathe moment, I don't think they'll be able to get out of this just yet.
Yeah, so to confirm, that was actually real play. They restarted the game at 10:20, and then they decided to go for the gank once again. Flash ult, flash E-ult, and look at that damage! Able to finish off Smoothie this time. Then the Voidlings chase through as well to push him off turret. 500 gold to FlyQuest.
Really playing themselves into the situation. Kind of good sports in it as well. We'll see how the game plays out from here. Players trying to find their ground, as I said before. Looks like High did find himself going down in the mid lane. He gets back 127 to 91 as we've seen that discrepancy in CS for him. He takes to the side lanes, and it's actually going to be mirrored by Jensen. And it should be the whole time to keep him down.
And that's the thing. It's very difficult for High to get involved or do much to Jensen. Even though Jensen has the ultimate to save himself, he doesn't really need it, because anytime High will go for a death mark, Jensen can just put 2 bombs right on top of him and gets that instant stun. So High can't even really get death mark damage on afterwards. Not to mention the now 2-level discrepancy he faces against Zillion.
Turret down on the bottom. Altec can float around in mid now, as that's going to be High's, but High coming up the river onto Sneaky. Bullet time into the death mark. Nicely done. The flick of a switch from bot to mid lane.
Yeah, no Zillion there to help, and Sneaky has been continually picked on in this series. Comes Contracts on the Lemon, though.
Ooh.
Can anyone come to help him? Voidling stopped the isolation, so great turnaround on that gank.
He definitely did want it after the Nether Grasp. Sneaky's back up, returning to his team. It looks like Contracts is going to give a little bit of help bot here to Jensen. And may be able to get something onto High. Moon's going to be trailing just on the back. Double up. And cut Smoothie's health in half.
Yeah, the game really opening up right now because the bottom lane turret was being able to take down. And however Fly can escape Jensen with the Edge of Night, he will be able to prevent Jensen's instant stun, giving him a little bit more threat in game, but especially without level 11 and no Ignite, High actually threatening a kill is highly unlikely.
Contracts, though. Ooh. Scryer's Bloom just over the wings. And he's got to be forced out. Moon still hovering the bottom side, even though most of his jungle's gone. He's just trying to pay respects to the power that C9 has down in this bot lane. So he finally gets to the top side. Things cool off for that engage. But C9 still looking to get this bot side in control to make sure that next turret is down there.
Yeah, this is going to be all about the split push and collapse game, at least for the next bit for FlyQuest. It's going to be really difficult since they don't actually have the advantage in the Zed split pushing lane, but he is still moving to side lanes because they would rather spread the game out and keep Jensen away from the rest of the team since he is the stronger player. Really on High now, not to gain the advantage, but really just try and take the CS advantage from Jensen away from the rest of his team.
Also, we just saw High leaving Jensen in the bot lane, allow him to get a quick kill on Sneaky. No Chrono Shift to bring him back. Still has a pretty safe ward to his left. He's going to possibly call for help on this one.
Try and dive him.
Speed up for Contract, still not enough. The ult used in the bot lane. Information now to Fly. And it looks like it's only going to be Moon's rotation down. They can't put too much pressure in mid lanes.
Yeah, Balls was channeling his teleport to try and turn that around, but Impact actually ran up to interrupt it, so that'll go on a big cooldown for Maokai right here. And the pressure's going to kind of stay around high. Contracts wants to try again. Edge of Night up. Turret slowly going down, though. Can FlyQuest put any pressure elsewhere as Contracts is spending so much time on the bottom side?
Seeing question pings in that mid lane. They do still have vision of Altec there. Top side.
They want a 3-man dive.
It's going to be the Nether Grasp after Flash. They wait, they pause, and they make sure they can get Impact down. Just rotations coming in from Cloud9 here. They have to use quite a bit to get him and finally take him down in the end.
Yeah, the 3-man Courage of the Colossus shield with the Spirit Visage against 3 magic damage champions makes him quite a force to take down, but with 3 people and all that CC, they eventually were able to do it. They just actually had to burn a Flash and an Exhaust.
Very low in mid lane on this turret. Getting out as much damage as he can. It should be enough, no, not enough minions to take it out. Jensen's coming in for the kill though, and they will have enough pressure after. Contracts moves back into the jungle, as this kind of signifies Cloud9 feels good about the aggression, and they will start to back off. Good wards for them as well, as they've moved them up to the bottom side.
Yeah.
A little dark on the map for FlyQuest right now.
Especially with the Misfortune ultimate being down, that makes this Cloud Drake force pretty simple for C9. They're stronger in teamfights already with this level 13 Zillion, especially when they're up ultimates with Bullet Time and Nethergrass being down. That evens out the Cloud Drakes in this one. And I still feel like later in the game, C9 should hold that teamfight edge. It's going to still be on FlyQuest to make the plays to spread out this map and try and pick C9 off.
So Dragon for Dragon as well. Next one's Infernal. Jockey for position on that. FlyQuest finally getting those wards back towards the top side. Not really enough to tell them with any denial of vision where anybody is either. They're just getting these back out. Looks like mid lane's just been the clear out. 176 on CS for Altec as he continues to farm this high, tending to the side waves before they can find another way in.
Yeah, and really the game in a bit of a lull right now, with the outer turrets being down in 2 of the 3 lanes across the map, but it's mismatched a little bit. Balls' Maokai still having a really strong game, able to keep that top lane turret up, whereas the counter-pick Zillion has kept that mid lane turret completely fresh and clean here. So Altec trying to get some pressure in that mid lane, but it's just really difficult for them to push through.
Flytech sounded cool.
Flytech.
I would have stuck with that. Moon picking up red. May actually come back right behind Altec trying to get the engage in. We did see Lemon Nation on the top side. It looks like they're actually waiting for Cloud9 to engage here. They're just going to walk out of bullet time if they try to engage themselves from the side of Fly. Slowly walking in, Jensen behind Contracts for a bit of speed safety as well as life safety. They're just in and out. Not too much to work on. They were doing a little bit of damage once this mid turret was up, but now they have nothing to get around, so they're going to start fighting up towards the river. Not enough vision with a control ward past that brush, and they're really not figuring out where those shots are going, and both take a horizontal position here in mid.
Yeah, Balls' Maokai has no flash, and that's the best way for them to try and initiate in, but they also don't want to go too hard through Cloud9 because of the threat of that Zillion right here, not only having the zone control with the bombs on the ground, but also because he can prevent that execution. Eats the exhaust from Smoothie, though, still nearly kills him, and now they set up push mid. Does Impact decide to teleport in for a flank?
They've got a lot of wards behind. Over by the red, might be too far for Impact to try and do anything. He slowly lumbers out of the base back to the top side, expecting it to be pushed in quite soon from Ball. So things being set up slowly. Actually, he's heading towards mid now. They may figure they need a little bit of pressure. Once they see high bot lane, they'll know that's relieved. Things again panning out to just clearing the waves until somebody really makes a mistake. Infernal Drake's going to be up in about 3-4 minutes, 3-ish. That might be our next fight.
Yeah, especially with the Cloud Drakes matching on both teams. It would still feel like C9 has the zone control advantage, and also the mid lane is so pivotal as far as getting control of that Drake. 20 minutes in, we're just getting closer with 1-1 series. Such a rivalry brewing between these teams, even though it's the first time they have ever played each other. I'm really looking forward to that.
Kind of saying, we're going to make this a rivalry. That's what's going to happen. High's ready to come in and put down that first place position to the rest of the team, and they have been showing it quite well here in this first spring split for themselves.
Gotta carefully watch out for Lemon in the river here.
Cloud9 Contracts going in hard. Bullet time over the wall. He does get the chrono shift on, so we'll see Contracts coming back very healthy. Now they back out High, delivering a little AoE damage. Moon, very far in on the Nidalee. Goes down. What would he expect from that? High as well, gonna get taken down here as they all go a little too deep.
The CC locking is immense there from C9. Moon thought he was gonna be going in for the execute, probably envisioned pouncing forward as High comes in with the ultimate, but that's just not what they're playing against. They get caught up completely in all of the Zyra CC, and then Impact comes in. Now they force Baron as Balls comes in on Maokai.
Right onto Contracts, trying to down a bit of the DPS. They've actually got Balls cornered in for the Baron. He was taking the damage as Impact had just stepped out. Altac 0 mana, looking for a double up on the back line. Contracts just out of range, and Sneaky stays alive as well. Slivers of health here with Baron real angry, but he still isn't going to take any of the members of Cloud9 down, and neither will FlyQuest.
C9 turned this game completely on its head with that last sequence of events. It wasn't the Infernal Drake, it was the random skirmish in the river. Lemon Nation turns it around on Contracts, but Jensen's Zillion there once again. The fight continues. You can see Impact is not there, so FlyQuest wants to go in. Moon thinks he can flash for the execute, matches with a flash away on Kha'Zix. Smoothie immediately there with the counter, and this is where it just goes from bad to worse. Impact flash over the wall for the easy CC onto High, and that's all they need to be able to force a 5 versus 3 Baron.
Ooh, interesting. We heard Azale say on the desk that you would kind of have Moon going in, or Mark, High saying, just go in. I'm probably gonna die first, it doesn't matter. But that was Moon that time. A little too far, the team could not get a hold on his engage. And now we see Cloud9 trying to work this engage down towards the bot side. Baron's gone, map is objective free, a 22-second Dragon, so a good fight down here could mean that Dragon and this turret.
Yeah, it feels like it would take some wizardry for Fly to come back against this team right now when there is just so much CC, an exhaust, a revive against High Zed, and not many other Fed members. He's just
roaming around. He got pinged. They're like questions.
Trying to sneak around everywhere. There's no, he's been gone for so long. Oh, spotted.
Sneaky's like, I don't feel good about this. Sixth sense, someone's behind me. Steps over Ward. He is correct. And with High kind of roaming around looking for a pick that the team could work off of, they give Cloud9 time.
Yeah, they might just go straight for this inhibitor. Ball's still not there. They might. FlyQuest may have made the call to try and get 2 turrets for an inhib, but there's no need for C9 to actually stop until FlyQuest goes back to base.
And I feel like this is a calm call to say, yeah, they're going to take it, give it up. Where is Balls? When does he come back on this one?
Back eventually.
This is going to be a Nexus turret getting hit. He is going to teleport in. Maybe they wanted C9 to commit more to the base, but he comes in on a Nexus turret, not a turret behind him, and Cloud9's got a free way out.
And the decisiveness by Cloud9 pays off huge. FlyQuest could not get either of the turrets they were intending to trade, so it is essentially just the inhibitor for nothing if you're looking at FlyQuest. C9 come out way ahead.
They have been able to stop these calls on each other all game, staving off the next move. Cloud9 finally pulls a fast one in. Very unlike FlyQuest. Make the wrong decision to not pull Balls back right away. 7-4 here. It's 25 minutes into the game. And that is an inhibitor down in the bot lane.
Exactly, only 24 minutes in as well, Ribbon. We talk about the beginning of a rivalry. They definitely have a memorable first series. I mean, FlyQuest jumped out to a 6,000 gold lead 29 minutes into game 1, unable to close in despite having that legendary teamwork that High has for leadership. Then High comes back in a big way, huge damage on Corki, wins game 2. And we have our first like half remake with the Chrono Shift tool being able to restart the game 12 minutes in, and now after all of the delays, Cloud9 really jumps out ahead in this game. It'll be about whether or not they can close it down and stay undefeated on the year.
Oh, it's fitting Zillion is in that first remake. The top turret getting taken down as Cloud9 strengthens their hold now on FlyQuest. Looking for the second turret. Nobody's actually going to be in mid, so all 5 members here looking to put the pressure on. Does FlyQuest answer? Better idea to let this one go on the outside, but they don't think so. At least ball's going in, losing a bit of health.
C9 is playing so well coordinated right now. They're just zoning off with the bullets, but Jensen might get caught. Oh no!
Jensen locked up. Can he get the chrono shift to go down?
He didn't get it off!
He is dead. To right. They're going to keep following through. A good hit. High goes through as well. Pulls himself back. Another kill going on to Contracts and Cloud9 as they continue to push forward for the turret. Nobody's with you, Impact. Got to be careful. He is just flexing his muscles right now to wait for the minion wave to come in. 2 for 2 now, but that's High, or Contracts and Jensen down to High and Lemon.
They have to defend the base with the misfortune. That play, though, was Jensen getting ulted by Lemon Nation and then silenced to not be able to get his ultimate off. And caster curses of all caster curses, right as I say they're playing so coordinated, Jensen moves forward in front of the tank because all C9 had to do there was keep Impact in front. And anyone that FlyQuest tried to go on could be saved with Chrono Shift, and they could just chip away with the Jin poke at the turret, but they do not do that. They give a few kills back, and they keep the door just barely open for FlyQuest.
Teleport still there for Impact on the way back in. Does not have to be with the team right away. We'll see Baron in a few minutes as well. Maybe a no contest on that, but we'll see this fight once again.
Yeah, the start of it was great for C9. You can see they don't really take any damage. They're able to just re-siege the turret. Impact should be in front, but here Jensen wants to combo with like a Thunderlord's proc on the double bomb he landed onto Altec and just kind of walks into a Malzahar, forgetting where he is for a second, and he dies. That allows High to have freedom to jump in, but even then he gets eaten by the exhaust. They still see Seam with the Nautilus because Impact has been right on top of High the whole game, and ultimately it's a 2 for 2. So that really speaks to what an advantage C9 had. The Jensen can step forward that badly and it not cost C9 horribly.
No, absolutely true. Impact finding that hit on too High. We figured the Nautilus was kind of that one of the final pickups to make sure you could lock something down, and it's working. Working very slowly. They'll try that pressure one more time. Contracts, a little bit of damage, but nothing that's going to turn the team away. They ping towards mid lane with it being pushed up. Bot wave is going to have to get some respect from Fly again very soon. It looks like they may be setting up to engage this.
Yeah, they just got to keep moving around. No Baron this time, though, so the minions don't last nearly as long. That can be cleared away. Even so, as long as C9 can keep FlyQuest contained, they're in a pretty good spot.
That turret's going to go down to these super minions. It just got pinged by Fly. Cloud9 knows those minions are going to do work, so Impact tries to go in immediately. The team actually is getting routed by Fly and can't help him right away. Ping's still in the base. That turret is almost down, and now FlyQuest has to retreat.
Yeah, it looked like Jensen tried to run around the corner, but couldn't quite get in range for the Chrono Shift, but as you mentioned, this could be an open Nexus if he can't quite back in time. He does. It's fine. Everyone calm down.
A slow heal now on the Nexus turret. Fly is trying to kind of say we can take the fights, but Cloud9 isn't stepping into them fast enough, so the amount of time Fly is spending outside their base is only costing them more HP. I feel like Cloud9's starting to realize that if they want to stay for the fight, they'll make it even longer of a fight from the side of C9.
Yeah, and even though they have the inhibitor up, Balls has to finish off that super minion and then get to Baron Pit if they want to be able to fight C9. Impact's going to be coming up. He's going to be walking towards that pit, and C9 should look to set up with a straightforward Impact initiation. Only if FlyQuest can start pushing C9 out of position should they have the good chance here. It would have to be quite a play by FlyQuest to get something back here. C9 just want to set up a standard fight line, bait FlyQuest into Baron, and then run at them with Zillion speed and a Nautilus ultimate.
Flash away from Lemon Nation, both teams trading a bit. Oh, the bomb's coming through very strong onto Contract, and he goes very deep. High gets caught on the top side, can't get out of that one. Sneaky on the back is burning down, but still tries to deliver the poke in. Lemon Nation on Stranglethorns gets taken down. Cloud9 looking to end this one. Altec with the flash. They get onto Sneaky as he throws down the curtain call. Jensen trying to get the bombs in. Altec is just fancy footing every skill shot right now. Keeps himself alive to deliver the DPS. And FlyQuest comes out on top.
This miraculous team fighting by FlyQuest and impatience from C9 is keeping this game close. C9 does not wait for Impact to come in. Contracts has to get the Jensen ultimate for himself, and that opens the door for High to pressure in the backside. So really a well-played fight by FlyQuest, creating enough chaos to have C9 jump at an opportunity when they could have just waited for the standard play, and FlyQuest walk away for that 3 for 2.
What an intense game. Could it really change at this point? Everybody's got a part of the kill share. We'll see this fight again, but FlyQuest trying to get back in.
I mean,
make a
all
good pace of it.
Impact is in the middle of between the two turrets, and Moon just jumps away. Meanwhile, Contracts get bursted down, and High jumps to the backside, so everyone's looking at him, and yes, Impact bursts him down again, but watch Altech's bullet time right there gets a full channel. Impact doesn't want to continue walking up, and Altech also didn't have to use Summoner spells before that, so he flashes into position, even though it's just balls of
Summoner
Maokai
heal
that is
out of that.
huge. They finish him off, sidesteps the dredge line, and that's some pretty impressive team fighting there from FlyQuest.
That was like Summoner heal Yo moves. He's got some spider fingers going on down there at NMF. 11 to 10, 31 minutes in. As I said before, the kill share is making this game even closer. Everybody with 2 or 3 on the side of Cloud9, so that money's coming in, as well as shared by Fly. So this game is on a knife's edge at this point, but for Cloud9 to take a fight, they could be right in the base for the win.
Yeah, and one thing that is slightly equalizing these fights is the fact that Balls is so fed on Maokai. And Jensen as a Zillion is a great blocker for the Zed, but doesn't have large amounts of damage, so there's not many people to actually kill the Maokai as he goes in again.
Looks pretty comfy on the front line, absorbing a whole lot of damage with Vengeful Maelstrom on. Nobody's stepping in line for a double bomb. Looks like he may just give it to Balls. It is it on that one. Curtain call for bullet time, back and forth. The DPS ults from the AD carries are gone. And now they're in onto Balls once more. It's been the full hit. Dredgeline just missing on High. He continues to pull him back. Lemon Nation is down as High goes in for the first time. Finds the squishy target, but will he be able to get out? The next one comes up. Deadly Flourish into the hook, and High gets locked up. Fly is just getting back to their base, and Cloud9 looking to push the waves once again. These fights aren't really coming up with any results other than kills right now.
Yeah, these fights are evolving with the game. You can see the patience now happening from Cloud9 as Impact just sits in front, and they slowly but surely whittle away on Balls after getting this Drake. They do not want to overcommit into a bullet time or Malzahar ultimate, and they know that they generally win the front-to-front team fight. So they're waiting, they're eating through the Misfortune ultimate, and they're just eventually going to get him down, they think. But if they take too many spears, they're in trouble, and then High just has to bide his time. He sees the dredge line go down, he sees his opportunity, bursts smoothly before Jensen can get off an ultimate onto anyone, and then you can't dodge everything because they're just throwing so many skill shots at him. Finally, Sneaky finds him with Deadly Flourish, and C9 wins the fight, 2 for 1, as well as the Infernal Drake. Now they rush Baron as High just respawn.
Moon has a pretty tough route in. High very far away with a flash down, but the spears could be quite scary here. They give respect to that. Cloud9 backs off, and they say it was worth a try. We just didn't have the timing. It's going to be a push here by Fly, but C9 will be able to get back to the mid lane. Oh, no, they won't. I didn't see Balls coming in to stop them on the side lane, so nice movement. Flash in front of him, but Moon just got crushed on the back line as well. They can't really follow him up. Jensen's low, double bomb out. Sneaky and Smoothie are down with the trade of Lemon Nation. And we're going to see Jensen getting killed here by High. Throws down the corner. He's going to pop, and it is the double kill coming in for High as he goes down valiantly. They're on to Impact. That's the ace for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest keeps showing up in these team fights. How are they doing it? They're able to get the bullet time that eviscerates C9 as a team. They kill both the backline and forced out the Zillion ultimate. A 5-for-2. They're going to get the Baron and have a gold lead, Riv.
Absolutely ridiculous how relentless FlyQuest is. Just a few minutes ago, their Nexus turret was going down and they were choosing to not clear the base. It seems to have been the right call after all to keep the pressure on the map and continue to pressure Cloud9. It was a fight in the top lane that started to swing it, and they continue here now to the mid.
And I have to credit Altech for positioning in these fights. Moon gets hit by a double bomb, but then Altech, look at his bullet time. Unreal damage. And then I think it was Deathfire Touch Misfortune if I checked the Keystone Masteries, and that ticks him out at the end of it. And here, watch High. Finally able to work around something with Zed. Knows the ultimate's on Jensen. Waits until, doesn't proc the corner shift. Knows the Death Mark's gonna do it. Gets the double kill, and then they run down Impact at the end of the fight. Just exceptional play there by FlyQuest against the odds, pulling out these team fights.
The calls are starting to roll in, and Cloud9 is behind each other on them. We heard High, it may be a bad call, maybe a good call, but the team is always behind each other. And even with Moon going down to about 20% health there, the fight was completely engaged still by FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Cloud9 back out, try to get some wards and get themselves back. Oh no, not back into the game. It's very even now.
Yeah, really
Get
insane.
back into a fight.
what's happening. I mean, Sneaky now finally having Last Whisper, but you can see the sustained damage of Jensen, even though they had that massive team fighting advantage with all the CC to knock down High. If they're not able to get contracts as Kha'Zix or Impact's Nautilus Ultimate onto Altec, it really feels like that bullet time is just cutting through everyone on the team. And somehow with the Nidalee Zed, not known as your team fighting jungler and mid laner, FlyQuest is coming back through team fighting against Cloud9.
High can now add a little bit of pressure to the side lanes. More options here for FlyQuest. Still, inhibitor open on the bot side. Not really going to get too much love now that all the waves are pushed up. So Cloud9 has a little bit of cleaning to do around the house before they can make sure they have that advantage to push up one more time. A lost fight would really mean Fly inside the base and possibly the game.
Yeah, and with the Baron, the Zed split push actually becomes threatening again. Guardian Angel as well, to make it so he gets to stick around in these fights where oftentimes C9 is just kind of bursting out and then walking through them with Nautilus. C9 still wants to team fight generally the same way. They just have to find a way of getting onto Altec and not getting baited by what look like easy kills onto someone like Moon.
Pings onto High. Trying to initiate. High still delivering some damage from the side with his shadow. Knows that bot lane is going to be pushing pretty nicely, so they can work with that in just a few. He's still going to go tend to it. Give it a little trim. 2 dragons to each team with 30 seconds left on the Elder Dragon, and they share the same dragons.
Exactly, it's insane. And also Moon now with all this AP, if he's able to land one of these spears onto a squishy target, it could be pushing them off of Elder Drake because that puts them in execute range. So he's just throwing these, and C9's dodging all of them. As soon as one lands, though, it could be incredibly impactful.
Contracts meeting up with High in the jungle for a bit of damage. The tanks there giving each other a little bit of love as no engage come from the anchor toss of Impact. And here the split push begins. They send at least Jensen down, the fastest clear they have for these.
High doesn't have the Baron buff. He was dead when they got it, so Jensen trying to zoom forward a little bit. Unable to proc the GA, and because of Moon's blue buff and large amounts of AP, he can heal High up. Elder Drake up. FlyQuest might actually be forcing C9 into them. Gotta be careful about that Elder Drake damage as it does add up. C9 is conceding.
High around the side, he almost can't. You know you're gonna lose one if they get Elder, the 4 members with that, or actually 5 members with that. They're gonna be huge.
C9 doesn't have the vision, and they don't want to face check into a Misfortune Ultimate and a Malzahar, so they're very cleverly trying to sneak in. Now Impact's in. Elder Drake's still at 5,000. They want to fight.
Should be all right. Ball's in the front line. The GA's on. Altec tries to get the side position for a bullet time, but they're not close enough yet. It's just Impact in the DPS if he were to fire it off. Sneaky takes his chance, but very low on mana to deliver anything but auto attacks from here on out. And Balls is taking a lot of damage. Oh my God, Altec and Moon get absolutely wiped out. They're going for Balls now. They're going to be able to drop him possibly. The GA to res there. Lemon Nation is out of the fight. And what a hit FlyQuest takes as Cloud9 slowly walks themselves in for a fight win.
Slowly but surely, as you say, Impact just got closer and closer and eventually got into range to catch out Altec, and that is not where FlyQuest wanted their bullet time to be. He gets destroyed by the Zillion Bombs as well as the Kha'Zix jumping in. That's Elder Drake for C9, and they reestablish control.
Exactly the type of matchup we were looking for.
What a game.
Which side will win the battle? Let's see this fight again.
Yeah, I mean, Balls take so much damage just being in front as the rest of FlyQuest are trying to land an Italy Spear, hoping for C9 to go in. And no one wants to overcommit. That's why they're being so patient in this fight. But Impact gets the dredge line onto Altec. Altec had hiding behind that wall the whole time. That's immediately followed up by Smoothie's ultimate. High does manage to sneak in the back and just catch Smoothie there, which does kind of hurt C9's ability to kill the Elder Drake very quickly. But now we got about 2 minutes left of this Elder Drake, an open inhibitor, 1 Nexus turret, and Baron up within the duration of Elder Drake. So a big power play here for C9.
They just gave it a ping on the bot side. High making sure that wave stays very clear. All the way up past mid. Looks like they're going to push down the mid lane here, then be able to rotate down towards that bot side with this Elder Drake. Anybody that stands in their way is going down, so Fly has to stand as a team to make sure this works. flash down for Smoothie. We saw a pretty good Stranglethorn engage there as he locked everybody up in the last one. Mainly the reason High was able to get him. But now, that's kind of the trade that FlyQuest sees themselves finding. One in, one out. Cloud9 starting to come out on top of those trades. Top lane being pushed in by Impact. Looks like mid lane for the rest of the members of C9.
Exactly, and C9 also can't let go of their control once again, because 15 minutes ago they had complete control of this game, but they kind of let FlyQuest creep back into it. They have to be more patient this time. They have the Elder Drake right now. They're waiting the 20 seconds for the Baron respawn, and then you would think they would slowly walk up for the push that they were trying to do 12 minutes ago. They go a little early here because they see High in the mid lane, which is smart, still having that Elder Drake, and this is when FlyQuest definitely does not want to fight them.
Shrine is up. They have everything in their favor here. It would be a very difficult fight. FlyQuest is going to say we can stave off the Baron push.
Yeah, exactly. FlyQuest does not want to contest this Baron because Elder Drake is still up, and if they lose a fight here, the game is completely over. They're hoping to either trade a turret on the side for that Baron, or just to not lose directly at Baron. High should be able to get this before going back, although Jensen's potentially going to be persistent on this chase. Now it's going to be all about people going back, getting the elixirs, and just arming up for this final fight.
There's also hardly any inventory space for control wards to come through here. It's all about what your trinket is. We only see a few spots left open as these final recipes are being completed. Very, very tense here, 42 minutes in. 18-17. We know fights at this time can turn either way.
C9 wants Impact in front, potentially the next minion wave, and then they want to get the turret slowly. If FlyQuest ever tries to initiate is when C9 can turn. Remember the last fight where they get onto Altec? That is enemy number one for C9 because he alone, if he gets the right bullet time off, can take down 4 members of Cloud9 with that bullet time. Everyone who's not a super take like Impact. So they're going back to get that minion wave, trying to get it to base. Surprising they're going here instead of the open inhibitor, but they think if they can open this, they get at least 2, maybe the game. There's the bullet time.
Still in front, sneaky low. Contracts Edge of Night just on the side. And here comes High. Will he be able to find his way back? It's about 3 members with a bit of AoE from the Shurikens. And they are able to kind of hold the Baron. It seems like they made that right choice. They just can't make a single error here. That turret's still going low. They may have to concede it after all.
Exactly, and they force a recall attempt by Impact, who is going to teleport back in. They don't have an Ocean Drake, so the regen's not great, but it's still decent this late into the game. They're going back in for more. Teleport onto the minion so the turret can't go down, but they're kind of held back by High. Here we go. Oh, they get Lemon.
Lemon's the focus. Depth charge, dredge line. Contracts actually gets out. Doesn't want to show himself right there. He would have been the focus. Got to remember, Lemon still has that ultimate. High doing great damage from the outside. Inhibitor goes down. Remember now, those are going to be super minions pouring in. Bot lane's push, so they're going to head for top as they try to do more damage to FlyQuest base.
Yeah, trying to break all the turrets, even though there is an explosion inhibitor. They don't think there's a defense for FlyQuest. They are right here, so they get it, but they don't have the inhibitor yet, and Fly is constantly trying to find that flank.
Look at Contracts being such a bait. He's saying, take me out. But that's the GA. High can't waste his skills on that for even a second, unless the team is behind him.
Bullet time is back up, as is the Nethergrass for Lemon Nation. If C9 do try to overcommit, the positioning is paramount for this fight.
Yo, Moose goes off. They're onto Lemon Nation. Nethergrass isn't going to do much to Impact. Smoothie low. They get onto High. It's going to be a hit there. High keeps himself alive. A sliver of health coming back. GA, a good shot from the curtain call. And they're onto Moon. They're onto Altec. Oh, Altec can take down Contracts. One more shot, but Contracts gets the swing of the claw. Moon's next. He gets himself out, and Contracts comes back up on the GA as well. Wanting himself to go down. Cloud9 inside the base in FlyQuest. It's looking grim.
It's just the one turret. High back from base. He's going.
Goes to the backside. Able to get sneaky down. They are definitely going to have to worry about him. Contracts won't be able to step up to the turret. They live for a little bit longer.
So Balls actually got run down on the backside by Jensen. That is so critical. Jensen's ultimate is back up as well. There's very little High can do.
It's going to be Cloud9 onto the Nexus, putting themselves goal side to the fountain. What a 2 matches coming out. The slugfest from C9 and FlyQuest, but Cloud9 will stand tall and hold the #1 spot in the North American LCS.
And what a series that was, Rib. The beginning of an epic rivalry between FlyQuest and Cloud9. We had questions about whether or not FlyQuest could stand toe-to-toe with the top teams in the North American LCS. And I feel like even though they did not close out this series against Cloud9, they answered that they absolutely can. And Cloud9, to their credit, stay undefeated in series.
And these guys have to know, even after a loss, not even a disappointing loss, a very hard-fought loss, that they'll most likely be meeting each other down the road at the end of the season, because not many teams have shown that much back and forth to test each other.
Yeah, and you can see the hugs coming through, especially to the former teammates in these games. A lot of camaraderie between these teams. And this series,
brothers don't shake hands. Brothers got a hug.
Not only was this series epic and close in 3 games in a battle for first place, it's also so memorable. The massive delays we had in the middle of the series, the epic near comeback we saw in Game 3, the actual epic comeback we saw in Game 1 by Cloud9. This series had a little bit of everything.
It leaves a lot of hearts filled for the Cloud9 fans, but as well as FlyQuest, you cannot be disappointed with that game if you are a fan. The loss is going to hurt, but you, like I said, you see this team moving on, and the second half of the split looks very bright for both teams. Jensen coming out with that victory. He said, I replaced this guy. I should be able to beat him.
Yeah, well, he did, but it was close. You could definitely see why both of the players have the argument, and it almost looked like a combination of happiness and relief from Cloud9 right there, because they really did not want to lose that game. You could see, even though there is a lot of friendship in this matchup, that they wanted this game more than they did any other game previous this split.
Business is business, chat. You're not friends on the Rift. But no, looking back at the mid lane, we actually did see a solo kill, but it was already out of lane. Jensen pretty handily took the CS in each lane, was able to control that. High worked, as he does, more around the outside of the map. So in that matchup, we definitely see how both of those guys play at their top.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you were to pull the CS at 15 for the series, Jensen would be up by a landslide. For most part, especially in that Zillion game, with the counter pick, right? High pick Zed because you really wanted to be on a playmaker with a lot of threat. I'd say that pick didn't work out. Imagine that game, since it just became a team fighting match. If he had Corki, probably gives them much better front-to-front team fighting capabilities. But, you know, he went for the home run, and that's what High is always going to do. And I can't wait to see that matchup again.
Absolutely ridiculous. Let's just have it next week, whatever. For a first-hand account on that back-and-forth series, let's hear from Pastry and Cloud9's mid laner.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Jensen after a grueling series versus FlyQuest. I have to ask you, how are you feeling? Because that seems pretty exhausting.
Yeah, the last game was especially exhausting, and I think FlyQuest played really well, so it was much harder than I actually expected. So it was a rough series, so props to them.
Well, of course, well played to you guys. You stay undefeated, which may have been unexpected for you. But I have to ask just in general, did you expect High to be such a difficult opponent? You played with him on teams for so long. You know what he's like as a leader and a shot caller, but as a player, I mean, obviously I know you're quite good. So what were your thoughts moving in kind of in the 1v1?
High actually surprised me. He played a lot better than I expected, so huge props to High. I think his laning phase is definitely underrated. I think he's overall a really good player, and his laning phase has definitely improved, so a lot of props to him.
So with that in mind, do you feel like you clapped him sufficiently?
I wouldn't really say it was clapped, but I mean, we won, so that's good.
I guess he'll take it. Final question for you, Jensen. I know C9's been through kind of a lot of different changes in the last year and a half or so. Infrastructure changes, team changes, and of course, I think you're stepping up more as a voice in the team. How has that experience been for you, trying to be more of a leader from the mid lane, in addition to being such a great player?
It's pretty natural, I'd say, since, you know, we used to play with High, so I didn't really say much back then, but then now I have to take a bigger role in the team, especially when we play a lot of these 1-3-1 comps and split push comps. Especially, it's important that the mid laner or the split pushers are very vocal. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of given to the role. Like, if you play mid lane and you split push a lot and such, you need to be vocal in the team. But it's been pretty natural to me. It's not really something that bothers me or anything.
Well, congratulations on the win today. A very long series, but a deserved win nonetheless for Cloud9. We are going to shoot it back to Freak and the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Pastry Chime. We are here to talk about primarily differences in execution. Of course, we all know Cloud9 won, and hey, they're still undefeated, good for them. But I want to kind of jump right into what happens when you play things right versus what happens when you play things wrong. And when the replay comes up, we're going to talk about the before and after of the pre and post remake. This is the before version. Now note that it's invisible, it does full damage, but Lemonation didn't actually use his Void Links, so he just kind of gets popped and it gets turned around. And then we're going to see the after version where he does press W and it looks much better.
Yeah, exactly. And the Voidlings actually add a ridiculous amount of damage for the support ult, Malzahar. So double Voidlings, flash ult, the Voidlings are hitting throughout the entire one. That was the difference in the remake kill. Not only that, but it meant, okay, so they don't die, they get a kill, they get first turret, right? These are all things that change between the two plays, and just that small little thing where he executed properly in the second game completely changed the outcome of that fight and could have completely changed the outcome of the game.
I don't think it's an understatement to say that because they were losing a number of plays all over the map, and if that one gets turned, they don't get first turret, they probably lose first turret, and that's a huge gold swing on top of just the kills you're giving up.
Yeah, and just to clarify for those watching online, in the before version, the Misfortune ult did deal damage. It was invisible, which is why the remake was called. If that wasn't clarified for all you guys out there, that is the reason. Did deal damage, was invisible. That was enough to cause the remake. And obviously then execution went better. FlyQuest kind of advantaged by the remade state, but that is kind of to talk about what went down.
They certainly were advantaged from it. It didn't end up mattering, but to that point, it's basically the MF ult would have been very problematic for C9 throughout the rest of the game, right? So even if the remake in that in specific instance disadvantaged them, look how much damage it was doing. And if you couldn't even see that thing in the late game, it would have been killing your whole team. So unfortunately, there had to be a remake, but obviously they did in this case.
Yeah, so you can push through to then the other half execution, which is team fighting around Misfortune. I know in my solo queue games, you run in and say, GG can't beat MF, but this is C9 doing it right, kiting out Misfortune and never grouping up and giving her the range.
Well, the big thing is with Zillion Bombs and Zyra plants, you have a lot of tools to zone the follow-up from FlyQuest. So even though Balls is trying to frontline as best he can, the rest of his team really can't walk up for any kind of follow-up. Altec does a good idea of hiding in the brush, trying to channel an ultimate, but he's not quite patient enough, waiting for the rest of C9 to approach behind Impact. So he channels his ult too soon. That triggers Impact to focus him, knock him up, cancel that ultimate. And that really is the key team fighting tool for FlyQuest. Without the MF ult shredding a number of champions on C9 side, it's very hard for FlyQuest to take a fight.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as the MF ulti is down, C9 can actually fully engage to the fight, right? Their members can move forward. They can group up without the fear of that retribution from the MF. But if it's used properly, it can be a very different story.
Yeah, and of course, anytime Altec screws up, he just gets caught by a dredge line, instantly dies. Even if you got a spell shield, Luden's Echo turns it off. So we can watch the other side of that, where C9 don't respect it, and lo and behold, obviously Misfortune deals 1.5 million damage.
Right, and the scary thing is you see the Malzahar flash ulting Jensen, and Jensen gets a great double bomb to zone the follow-up from Moon or anything, and from here they can back up, but they instead try to chase in because they were able to live through that initial engage out of FlyQuest, so I think they're out of the woods, but because they're respecting the Malzahar ult and not the MF ult, when they step back in, they get shredded and blown up, which then gives High the ability to go in and start causing trouble as well.
Yeah, and High played this super well, has to be pointed out. He goes forward, forcing the ultimate from Jensen, and then actually times his death mark so that it will kill off Jensen after the ultimate. So that was a nice little mini play there. But yeah, just not respecting the MF ult damage. Like, the difference in team fights is ridiculous. And the second one, C9 was actually more ahead and still got blasted like that, because that ultimate can kill your entire team if they actually do get stuck in it.
And even if they do make that mistake, you see that on the side of FlyQuest, they still need to play team fights out well after that. Like, High can't just go in and go on the first target he sees because there's the Zillion ult still there waiting. So overall, I think both teams had different moments in this game where they played fights well or not. I think the last one where they got the Elder Dragon on the side of C9 was a great example of them playing it really, really well, because they were able to bait out Balls where he's just tanking the Elder Dragon and unable to actually get a pick on anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Player of the game, of course, honors go to Jensen, but we're going to first send it down to the blue side for an interview with FlyQuest mid laner.
Thanks, Freak. I'm here with another interview, of course. Hi, thank you for joining me despite the loss versus Cloud9. An incredibly close, dramatic series. What are your initial thoughts just kind of coming off the rift?
Well, I felt like we should have won. Game 1, we're up like, 6,000, 7,000, but then we kind of outplayed ourselves. Game 3 is really interesting because, we have that bug bottom. We have to do the remake of 20 seconds back. And it was a really close game. Like, if they didn't get that first Baron, I feel like we'd have won that game because we were playing team fights really well, but it was a hard game.
It certainly wasn't. Coming into this series, did you expect to have such a close series versus Cloud9? Obviously, they look to be the favorites in the league, still undefeated and just having such a strong showing, but your team has been very surprising. Did you think it was going to be close?
Well, I expected us to win, Obviously, I go into the game thinking I would win, but I imagined if we did win, it'd only be like a 2-1. They are a good team, so I wasn't expecting to dominate them or anything.
Well, I have to say, FlyQuest do look like a good team as well. I'm sure we've made a lot of fans throughout the weeks, and especially after that series. I want to kind of move it out a little bit more now and just ask you, you do get to play them again in 2 weeks. How are you feeling about the potential rematch, given how close this series was?
I would hope Jensen picks an assassin next time instead of, 3 backline mages. Seems kind of scared, but, it'd be fun if I get to do like Zed versus Fizz, or he does that, and I do LeBlanc or Fizz. I think that'd be really fun, but obviously you should play trying to win, and like he did really well in Zillion in that game, so.
I know a lot of people in general have a lot of good things to say about you as a leader, but what do you think of your teammates? Because they've had a lot of positive words to say for you, but it seems like you're surrounded by a pretty great team as well.
Well, every part of a team is as important as another. Like, I wouldn't be able to do the things we do in game if my team was bad. Like, if they can't do the calls I ask, if I can't trust them to do what they're supposed to, it's not going to work out, right? So even though I'm making like these very interesting macro plays, it only works out if they're good. Like, if they're pushing up mid and get killed, then that's really bad. But I need to trust them that they can do that, and they can. So it's a team effort, you know?
It makes sense. And just to ask you one last thing, FlyQuest have just done so well, probably better than maybe you guys expected, but certainly better than public perception was. How far can FlyQuest go, given that you played Cloud9 very close? Are you going to take the #1 spot? We'll certainly see you in playoffs at this point. What's the ceiling like for FlyQuest?
Let's say they got lucky this game, you know, this set. We'll just say they got lucked out, but obviously we're going to go to the top. I want to stay where we are right now. We played P1 yesterday, we did well. We played C9 today, and we did really well, good versus them. I wanted to win, and we're really close to it, but we can't. So then these next 2 weeks, we have hard matches too, and I expect us to play our heart out and hope we can stay at the top.
It seems like you guys always do that. Thank you very much for the interview. Hi, maybe a little bit better luck next time versus Cloud9. Thank you again for joining me despite the loss. Now we're going to go back to Freak to close out the day.
Thanks very much, Pastry. Yeah, and there you go. He wants to play the assassin matchup in the mid lane. That was my takeaway.
I love the casual flame. Well, he seemed a little scared. You have to love it. I mean, win or lose, has a great attitude. He's like, hey, I was expecting to win. We're going to be at the top. I love it.
Yeah, and they showed an extremely strong performance today. I think they showed that they're the more proactive team, and even when they have a disadvantaged team fighting team comp, that they can still take fights. So really, really good showing out of FlyQuest, and I can expect them to continue to do well the rest of the season.
Yeah, I agree. So in 2 weeks, the rematch, who's going to win it? FlyQuest. I actually agree.
I feel like C9.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just think that you know they didn't look as good as they have the rest of the season, and they still won. Whereas FlyQuest, I thought, looked as good or better than they had in a lot of the season. I think that they played really well, and they played to their style really well, whereas Game 2 C9 was the worst I've seen them all season.
All right, so we'll see C9 level up in week 6, and it's going to be like the clean 2-0 stomping or something. Who knows?
Could be still close.
Could still be close. Either way, it was a great series to be a part of. Let's take a look at who walked away with the most player of the game awards in week 4. And it's going to be Moon and Dardoch ending the day with 2 player of the games, while Impact, Sneaky, Acadian, and 15 other players got 1 each. And as you get that scoreboard up on your screen there, if we turn over to our split leaderboards, once we're done gawking at how good these players were all week long, well, you can see that Moon is still going to hold the lead with that one. He's got 7 player of the game accolades for the entire split. See that coming up in a little bit here. Impact, Svenskeren, Dardoch, and High are close behind him. And you can see that, yeah, the high impact players, pun maybe intended here, but you can see the FlyQuest has been really much about 2 very, very front and center players with Moon and High.
And not the guy that you would have thought to be leading the league in player of the games, and super well deserved too. He has had so many carry performances, and even in their losses, he almost always looks exceptional. I think the Nidalee, you know, this game wasn't his strongest performance, but Evelyn, Kha'Zix, pretty much everything else, he always looks so good. And the couple times he's gotten Rengar, he's smashed too.
Yeah, and I think the nice thing is that it doesn't always have to be Moon and High together doing things, that they can split up and do their own stuff. So it's not just High controlling him or something like that.
And I always love players who are willing to play different things from other people, right? Moon's got like 5, I think, Evelyn games now, and he's still the only one playing it.
Played Nidalee.
I think Kindred maybe wasn't quite as good, but I know you've played some Kindred and you like the champion. I like it too, but yeah, his Evelyn's interesting. I mean, you've got High running around, like, he's bringing up the Zed, like, he'll blind pick it and just, like, throw the challenge down. I think that's all really cool. So, you know, I always have a soft spot for the innovators, and I'm always happy to see players do that kind of stuff, and the champion trades and whatnot. And you're right, some people are dumb enough to give Moon Rengar. I've heard him talk about that in the hallways. Like, I can't believe they did that. That's obviously silly. I'm going to smash everybody when that happens.
Right, and I think Impact is another one who's really high up there, but he actually looked a little shakier to me today, not just in terms of like, oh man, he individually played bad, but I think he got exploited a little bit by FlyQuest in terms of they targeted a lot of ganks to the top side and even some draft strategies at him.
And they just had, I think FlyQuest came in with great game plans and they executed well on them. So all credit to them for a close series.
Absolutely. So close series, but it's still C9 winning. So let's take a look at the standings of all of our teams at the end of the weekend. It's Cloud9, of course. 8-0, only dropped 4 games, so half those series were 2-0 wins. FlyQuest and TSM close behind Phoenix 1 in a big 3-way tie alongside Immortals and Echo Fox. Chronologic Gaming only 1 back from that. And then sadly down to the bottom of the table, Team Liquid, but Dignitas with their win have tied them now at 8th place. Unfortunately, Team Envy standing alone 1-7 at the very, very bottom. But it's okay because more matches are coming. We return Friday with more North American LCS, starting off with Team Dignitas. They've got a win finally, the number 2 on the season, up against FlyQuest. Following that is Team Envy still looking to turn something around up against Phoenix One. They both got one in common at this point as far as how the seasons are going. I tied them together. And if that's not enough lead action for you, then turn in on Wednesday for the North American Challengers Series. It's going to be a fun one as well. Mark, I'm pretty sure you're going to be part of that.
I'll be
there. Yep. And maybe one day, Team Envy will. We don't know if they can't turn things around. I don't know.
You already got him,
felt like
freak.
firing shots.
You already got him.
Not for myself, the casters, the analysts, and all the live broadcast crew. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'm sorry for being a jerk, but good night. And stay tuned. NA LCS Tonight comes up after this.
Off the action. Right now, we're going to get started with Cloud9 versus Team Liquid, but it is Sneaky that can calls the curtain down on him. Jensen low to go down. Golden Glow flanking in from the side.
He's gone. Gone? Yeah.
Oh,
nice.
W. Here we go, though. Piglet activating Ghostblade, and they know Flash coming in.
Oliveros as well. Ooh. Equalizer can follow up.
He's dead,
I'm still thinking. And I can't do
Ult in 2. Ult in 1.
Penalty.
Nice.
Can he get one?
Oh, Pobelter in some trouble, looking to make the ult. Find it! Dardoch!
Let's go.
Rise ults in. Dardoch got it this time. You can't miss that one. Expecial. Likely going to be burned away here, but he still gets himself out. Pobelter has to flash to make it happen.
Okay, jump up. Nice. Good angle. Yeah, nice.
Adios, Dignitas! Immortals have found the game. Ole going for the play. Ole looking to make the play. Here comes bullet time. Piglet is going to be absolutely eviscerated. There, bullet time. I'm talking about Cody's son. Cody's taking shot after shot after shot after shots. Piglet grabbing the kill.
Hi, Burn.
I got it.
Nice.
Immortals are looking to end this one 2-0.
Don't cut off anyone. That'd be nice. You can cut off other people, but when Lord Froggen is talking and you interrupt him, there's a fine.
I will interrupt you, and if you guys keep talking, I will be mad.
They're going to stand in front of those last shots. Nobody should.
Eagle Eye!
My dogs are killing all of them. Yo, I'm going to come kill everybody. Let's go, boys.
He's got to be careful! Oh, Svenskeren gets some in the end!
Get him? Wow, what the... 2-1, guys.
Tries to make a hero play. Secures it. FlyQuest take one of the most decisive games of this spring.
Hit snipe coming in from air.
Are you kidding me?
There we go, boys.
Let's go. 2 bullets to the knees. Maybe Bifrost's going to go down as well.
There it is. 1,000 kills for Turtle.
Echo Fox, they do the unthinkable and take down TSM. Dignitas will find their win in game number 2.
We're preparing for our battle between FlyQuest and Cloud9. One more Fang they put down high, and that's going to be the game. Contracts could be locked up here. They need to keep running the end of the line against the wall. And a minion with the auto, and Impact dodges the last javelin.
Now it's hard no flash. Now it's hard no flash.
There?
Oh, he's dead. Kill him dead.
Shit! The slugfest from C9 and FlyQuest, but Cloud9 will stand tall and hold the #1 spot in the North American LCS.
Too much. What's there left to say? Throw your stones the river. Like me, it drifts away. I would watch you stare. I would watch you stare. time when we never let go, never let go. Ooh, we never let go. We can figure this out. Put your feet down. We are the lucky ones. Swallow your choice instead. Terrified of what's left remains unsaid until you break my mind. Until you break my thought. Until you break my thought. These sticks and stones will break. They will break. They will break. They will break. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah. No, no. Run free and dive into the sky. Hear the wind crying out its prayer. Why are we so ashamed to be alive? Break the chains and our freedom's ours to take. Look behind your back. Chase a light when the world is getting darker. I have a dream where love's the only side. So take my hand, join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers. Standing in the shade. Going louder, we are all one color. Standing in the...
From C9 and FlyQuest, but Cloud9 will stand tall and hold the #1 spot in the North American LCS.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to NA LCS tonight. I am Freak, joined here by Zyrene and Jat, my two favorite people on this stage.
Yeah.
Not counting myself.
I was waiting for the qualifier.
Yeah.
I was thinking if there are any crew members on stage, I was like, look at you.
Yeah, thankfully we're alone, so you guys win by default. Congratulations, gentlemen. First and second place, you can share amongst yourselves. Yeah. All right, let's talk about what happened in the North American LCS tonight as well as the rest of the week. First off, big ups to, as we look over at the standings, the teams that went 2-0 over the week, the teams with green bars by their side especially, Immortals, Echo Fox, and Cloud9 both climbing pretty heavily up the standings, 2-0 weeks for all three of those teams.
Yeah, it's really surprising, too, because we're looking at Immortals and Echo Fox, we're like, they got to get some wins together. They're tied for 4th place now.
Yeah.
So huge surge in the standings, and one win puts them at 4th in sole possession, and then they are 2 away from TSM. Like, another 2-0 week for these teams. They're definitely in that top spots.
Yeah, I just am still a little flabbergasted from that Cloud9 versus FlyQuest series where we remade the game at 12 minutes.
Yeah.
10 minutes and 20 seconds, actually. But overall, the whole series was epic. I just got done casting this with Ribs. So game 1, more than I expected, actually, because I thought Cloud9 was pretty huge favorites coming into this, and FlyQuest actually opened up some pretty big early leads.
Yeah, FlyQuest are incredibly surprising because, you know, it's kind of like, are they ever going to turn back into a pumpkin? Is this just, you know, a fantasy? But they're actually proving that they are a legitimate top team, that they have the macro play as well as the individual skill across the lanes to actually, you know, perform. We said they were going to be losing lanes all across, but no, it's not the case.
Part of me wants to be a curmudgeon and say that it's going to happen eventually.
I know.
But
you feel
like,
it, right?
FlyQuest just is making so many plays, and other teams just do not seem to be on their level as far as macro plays in a lot of these things. But you look at the whole series, clearly Cloud9 did deserve to win this one. They had some clutch team fights down the stretch. They were able to come back in game one. Jensen was crushing in a lot of the games. They played very well.
Yeah, even with the remake that ended up being less favorable for Cloud9 in an actual large play sense because they lost a whole bunch of kills. They ended up blowing the flashes as well. And FlyQuest get an advantage, still ends up winning the game for Cloud9.
Yep, got to say, but, you know, big ups to individual performances there. Let's move down to another really important series for us, which was Counterlogic Gaming over Phoenix 1, which, you know, with CLG coming in at, what, like 2 and 4 to start the week was, you know, much better from them.
Much needed victories for CLG to start getting back up in the standings and bring Phoenix 1 down because they were looking like a top 4 team, and now they have a lot of competition around them.
Yeah, and this was a series where, like, even coming into this week, yes, it was good for CLG to pick up this win, but really disappointing for Phoenix 1 to lose this one because we kept talking about, you know, FlyQuest strength of schedule, whether or not they could be a top team. Where it's like, they haven't played the top teams like Phoenix 1 yet. And then it's Phoenix 1 who ends up going 0-2 on
plummeting.
Yeah. So this was a really close series, and it could have actually swung a lot of different ways, but Phoenix 1 actually looked really frustrated after a lot of these games because they had opportunities to win, but they just couldn't seem to close things out.
Yeah, we're seeing players like Inori start having games where, you know, they are living by Inori, they are dying by Inori. Arrow is still a consistent force, but going over to CLG, they're starting to find a little bit of consistency, and I think Darshan playing some carries has been most of their victories.
Right. I mean, Mark talked about it in the analyst desk. They have kind of a liquid thing going on where sometimes players step up and the other ones don't, but at least we're seeing them step up. You had Afru, who almost like 1v5 game 1, Darshan and 6A, who kind of 2v5 game 3. As hyperbole, but somewhat accurate.
Yeah, and it's weird, right, when we look at CLG because we've seen them win 2 splits in a row a little while ago. We saw them do well at MSI, but that's not the last time we saw them do well, and we keep waiting for them to turn back into that team, right? So we still have that image of them being really strong, but they keep using this, we have to learn to play to the meta as an excuse.
Yeah.
So does everyone else, dude, like the entire NA LCS. So I don't buy that excuse anymore, especially over a month into the season.
Yeah, it's so funny. The FlyQuest line is like, when are they going to become a pumpkin? But it's like, when is CLG going to turn back into Cinderella's carriage, right?
Yeah.
Cinderella? Yeah, that's the one, right? Yeah, okay. I like got
the carriage.
Yeah, the carriage. No, we're good.
Yes, it's totally fine.
We got it. The glass slippers maybe are going to be on soon enough. We'll see them tiptoeing around. Echo Fox over TSM. That one, probably even more of a surprise. Echo Fox.
We were in story meeting. I called it.
I mean,
I called
Alliance, evil, even odd curse, but this is pretty sweet.
But yeah, Looper went off. That was the big surprise for me because he was taking over all of the games. Like, it wasn't just one performance. Like, every single game in that set, those two, he was actually a monster.
Echo Fox blasted TSM in this series, and Sven Skaren looked real bad. Acadian completely destroyed him. This was, I believe, his like 8th death in the first game, and then even in the second game of this series where it was a little bit closer, like Sven Skaren still didn't have a good game on Lee Sin, and it was Echo Fox that was being the more proactive team.
Yeah.
So total reversal from last year, and Echo Fox actually looking pretty promising now.
Yeah, I got to say, and at 4-4, because earlier on the standings were like, oh, there's this obvious top 4, and then a break of like 2 to 3 matches, and then here's all the bottom guys like, well, 2 of them have to make playoffs, I guess, and Echo Fox actually like legitimate contender now.
Yeah, and Echo Fox, whenever you watch them play, you're like, wow, this team is really damn good, and then you turn it off at 20 minutes, you don't watch the rest of the game. You're like, man, that's a top team right there. But if they just clean that up, we have a team that's also jockeying for position up there. And I'm really excited because that team looks like as soon as they start being proactive, stuff gets really crazy really quickly. And I love watching their games.
Right, but also a lot of it is about quality wins because we've talked so much about strength of schedule. And FlyQuest's other team they lost to, who's not Cloud9, is actually Echo Fox earlier on in the year, and people just kind of brushed that aside when we weren't thinking FlyQuest was that strong. And obviously, you can use any types of arguments to try and argue them to be stronger.
Transitive property.
When they're beating teams like that, and they're the best early game team at 10, 15, and 20 minutes from a gold differential perspective, you got to start giving them some props.
Yeah, and Acadian obviously really big as well. He's, definitely an incredible
Kill
talent.
leader, like,
right,
insane.
The guy is bashing heads in, and as a rookie is yeah.
Where's muscle shirts?
You were complimenting his body during the during a pause. I was like, oh man, the Kappa prides were too much.
He does still maintain Golden Glue can bench more than him, by the way. So if you're looking for someone who's just objectively like
Golden Glue's got the strength.
Immediate muscle strength.
I hear that's in the
Well,
weight
Acadian's
workout.
cutting, by the way. He's lost a bunch of weight recently. I watch his vlogs.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Kappa pride going on here. Okay, OP5. Speaking of EchoFox players, not going to actually mention him, but Zyrene, you pilot a lot of this. Looper up in the top lane. There you can see Moon, Jensen, and the bot lane of Immortals. I got a shout out that I didn't think Cody Sun was complete garbage, and he finally has a good week here.
Yeah, that one was a really surprising one for me. And like you said, I was kind of the person who was mostly behind these selections because Cody Sun and Ole really stepped up. Cody Sun had the great pull at times, ended up winning Immortals a lot of the team fights, big part of why they went 2-0.
Yeah.
And Ole, he was the person who snowballed the games. The Thresh Lanterns backwards for Dardoch. Dardoch, of course, not actually having the consistency that like people like Moon and Acadian were having for OP5, but he is an honorable mention for me, as well as Acadian, too.
Yeah. Ole's vision stats have actually been insane even before this week when they were losing, so I like that. Looking at the rest of that list as well, though, like Moon continues to surprise people, even though he was the one person on that list who didn't go 2-0. We've talked about Looper already just being a total monster in that top lane. We're waiting for when Looper was going to turn in to the big offseason acquisition we were expecting. This dude's been one of the best top laners in the world for a couple of years, so it's about time he had his breakout
Beat TSM at Worlds, did it again here, just pouring more salt in the wound. Yeah, I do want to spend a little bit more time dedicating onto Moon specifically. We have a bunch of footage of him doing a bunch of cool stuff this week. Still one of my favorite junglers, still the only pro Evelyn out there, and having a lot of fun running with this team.
I love that his build play changes so much, too.
And he's gone.
Boom! Gunblade in there as well. But his build changes constantly on Evelyn, and that's what's so surprising to me is he just has such a knowledge and understanding of this character where he'll build Lichbane one game, he'll build Leandre's another, Gunblade in that one, Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah.
So he believe they lost that game.
It is.
Yeah.
Even high afterwards.
6-0 Evelyn running around killing everything.
That's not expected. I agree with you, though. He's just shown up, especially in early game, and this confidence just seems to build week after week.
Yep. Honorable mention, by the way, goes to Wild Turtle. Got his 1,000th career kill. I know we had footage of that earlier on, and we have it again. Misses the ult, still gets it. Good enough. Doesn't matter. It's Varus. You just need to land the E and then not let
and then auto attack. And then he did it. But the thing is, after this, he also, I believe, holds the record now for most kills because Doublelift had hit 1,000 in the last regular season game.
And he's not playing anymore.
Decided to stream for some reason. And Wild Turtle overtakes him.
Yeah. Still loses to Cutie Pie when he streams. So I mean, it's
never the best, never lucky.
The best at anything.
And that was Wild Turtle clips. Like whoever's on that buzzer, that was like 20 more buzzes than I was expecting. It just kept going.
But it was the right amount, though. 20 more than expected, but 0 more than was necessary.
The right number.
Yeah. So proper counting there from whoever's on buzzer duty. I don't know who you are, but you are officially the best person. Thank you so much for that. That went well. Okay, so Wild Turtle now the all-time regular season NA LCS kill leader, and will continue to do so for probably the rest of this split, maybe the rest of the year. We'll see what happens with Doublelift in the summer split, but that's going to do with the rest of the OP5. So now we move on to Twitter questions, or Twitter answers, or whatever they are from our Twitter audience. First one comes from Kazu, who says, who is your dream team of 5 players after what we've seen so far? And I'm going to take this to mean, if you're going to, start again in week 1 and build an LCS team, who's going to win an LCS?
It's interesting, because I'm going to take this question as it is not a current performance all-star team. It's more just like, what are the 5 players you really want to throw together on a team?
Based on what you've seen so far. So it does need to be based on 1 through 4 performance.
So it's basically an all-star team.
So I saw the question ahead of time, and I have my little notebook.
That's true.
Here.
I did cheat.
I
during
cheated a little bit.
The
my top laner is Impact.
Sure.
My jungler is Acadian. My mid laner is Jensen, and my bot lane is Arrow and Smoothie.
Okay. Chat?
Those are pretty reasonable picks.
Yeah, I was gonna say I might go Bjergsen instead, and I might go Moon instead.
I mean, I think based on a lot of the stats and like the total kills, those things make sense. But if I'm building this from the start of the year, so I'm gonna change the question so I don't.
So you're just like before
just
coming
so
in.
I don't have exactly the same thing. I'm gonna go with Looper in the top lane because I feel like he had the most coming in, arguably with Someday. But I always like Looper's reliability. I would have gone with Reignover in the jungle because I still feel like he has the potential if he's in the right situation. Former MVP, 3-time MVP Bjergsen in the mid lane. And then I'd like Sneaky and Afram in the bottom lane. So a lot of those guys haven't been performing yet, but I still feel like their track record and their experience, not to mention their overall skill, would make a pretty good dream team.
Yeah.
So based on old track record versus based on first 4 weeks of LCS.
Yeah, I mean, nobody would really want to take Acadian ahead of time, right?
No,
we hadn't
definitely not. That's why we have different answers.
Exactly. That's why I think like it's such a cool thing to look at right now, because I was making this list and I was like, there's junglers like Dardoch and Ori out there that I personally really like their style. Svenskeren has been consistent as well. And I'm picking Acadian over them because he's just performing so well against the entire field of junglers, and he isn't really ever having a bad game. He'll say he has like bad games afterwards, but it's like, that looked like you were dumpstering kids. Like, are you okay? and that's what really is surprising to me. But he has surged up, but also Jensen. Like, this is the split where I actually really consider Jensen above Bjergsen. Bjergsen today had the lowest damage he's ever dealt in a game in this split so far. And Jensen is actually the CS per minute leader in the world at the moment. So he's really just consistent farming. Also, Jensen lost 2 games this week. 0 deaths in those 2 games. He's just consistent. He's not the reason that they're losing.
No, I don't think he is either. It is interesting, though, you talk about junglers really briefly. Isn't it crazy that like Acadian and Moon are probably the 2 best junglers in North American LCS
That
right
is
now?
so weird.
Right, like you can give anyone 100 to 1 odds, they'd never take that bet with you that was going to happen. So let's move on. We have one more question. It's from Corbin James Simmons, and he says, thoughts on the Freak host meta? I feel like we need to see more for its true potential. # Freak win. That I approve, by the way.
Who picked these questions?
I didn't. I promise I didn't.
It's getting pretty stale. I don't like this meta.
What are your thoughts? Well, it's stale. Okay. Chat.
Well, it depends how you define meta, right?
Okay.
Metas usually need to be like something around things working well.
Yeah.
Right? It's
Well,
not
I mean, we've
exactly
seen
like
a bunch of Italy picks.
It's not the Yorick.
Am I the Italy of
right now? No,
okay.
you're doing well. I like
well, thank you. I appreciate the like forced compliment after you try to insult me for 10 seconds.
Hopefully it's patched out in 7.3. That's all I'm saying.
Hopefully it's patched out 7.3. Guys, this is my last cast ever. I will never see you once again. Thanks. I appreciate it too. Thanks for the disses. That's good for the Twitter questions. We're done here. Good night, everyone. You guys are amazing. I don't know why I tossed them, but I did.
Because you could.
Air horns, we the best. Let's go, LCS.
We did a disaster recovery for you.